The Mendocino County Board of Supervisors into session, and I'd like to invite the clerk to conduct the roll call.
Supervisor McGordy.
Here.
Supervisor Hashak.
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Chair Jurdy.
Here.
And Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Okay, I don't have a camera view of the chambers, but assuming the CEO, Carmel Angelo, is in the chambers, maybe she could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
For this, okay. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which we stand, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thanks. Next on our agenda is public expression on non-agenda items. So if members of the public would like to comment on items not on today's agenda, now's the time to call in.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. We do not have anybody who registered for telecomment under public expression.
Okay. All right, we're continuing with our budget, which was a continued item from yesterday. And so with that, we had a pretty lengthy staff presentation from the CEO's office. I'm going to go back to the CEO's office if they'd like to add anything more from yesterday, or if they would like to go to some of the departments at this point.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. I will turn it over to Assistant CEO Antil, but I'd like to thank the board for their attention yesterday. It was a long day. We had a lot of items, and we wanted to obviously start the budget hearings yesterday. Our hope is that the board could deliberate this morning after our department heads speak, and hopefully we can get an approval on the budget here by this afternoon. We know that we have some items this afternoon with the strategic plan and the Health and Human Services review, which of course are key items for this board as well. So we do have some department heads and elected officials who will be speaking this morning. So at this point, I would like to go ahead and turn it over to Assistant CEO Antil.
Good morning, Chair Jurdy, members of the board. Darcy Antil, Assistant CEO. Thank you for listening attentively with us yesterday through those very critical issues that we addressed. And we will continue with our operational budget presentation for fiscal year 21-22. And we will begin this morning with DA Eister and Chief Deputy Trigg. Good morning, DA Eister. We are ready to begin with you. Looks like you're muted. There you go.
How are we doing now?
Good job. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Trigg had to go to court this morning, so I'm here. I'll have to do it on my own. Good morning, Chair Jurdy and other supervisors. Good morning to the CEO. I'm the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of Mendocino County. I'm sure the board knows I took office in January of 2011. We've had generational changes in the law since 2011, not to least mention the realignment changes to the law that occurred in October of 2011. The DA is the gatekeeper for the criminal justice system. I think the biggest mistake people make is to think that the DA's work is only in the courtroom. I have 15 attorneys, including myself and Mr. Trigg. I have a paralegal. I have 7 investigators and 1 investigative tech, and I have today 20 clerical, by the end of the month 19 due to a long-term retirement. What we do is support law enforcement. In fact, yesterday I had law enforcement here, and I had to review 5 search warrants before they went to the Superior Court for review and if appropriate, signature. All those, of course, after review were signed by the Superior Court judges. I want to thank the board and the CEO. Since I've been the DA, there have been strong lines of communication maintained between the CEO and her office. I appreciate that, and I say thank you to Ms. Angelo for maintaining that, and to her staff for maintaining those strong lines of communication. My staffing profile is currently the same today as it was when I took office in January of 2011. We are still understaffed, not because we don't have the positions, but because we don't have the bodies currently, the qualified bodies currently to fill what's there. There's a chief deputy DA position that's open, 2 line deputies open, at least 1 paralegal position open, and 1 legal secretary, soon to be 2 legal secretaries that are unfilled. So that's an interesting point for me, because once we approve cases and they get to court, the district attorney handles 100% of all criminal cases that end up in court. The publicly funded defense attorneys handle 75% of those cases, yet you may be surprised to know that they have more attorneys than the DA has when you count the public defender's office and the alternate defender's office. So they have more attorneys, but only handle 75% of the cases that actually make it to the courtroom. I've always thought that was a strange phenomenon, and I keep asking for folks to review that, because something seems to be wrong in the allocation of resources. The budget we submitted was the budget that's real numbers. It's not trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. In previous board meetings, I've commented that some of the numbers submitted were unrealistic. I've had an updated copy of the budget that looks like we're where we need to be for this particular year. I note for Supervisor Williams, I had sent over a chart previously regarding adopted budgets versus actual expenditures. And when we were talking about this at the half-year review, there was concern of us being over budget. And I noted at that time that at the half year, that would be the first time, if it remained in that over budget status, it would be the first time in 10 years that we'd been over and not been under budget. So, well, I can't say completely under budget, but we've hit it right on the dime a few times. I think that's more luck than skill. But generally speaking, we've always, at the end of the year, fiscal year, when the money is swept back into the general fund, we've always returned money back to the general fund. What else do I need to say? I think it's important that the supervisors have that institutional memory of what's happened. Again, realignment in October of 2011, Prop 47 in November of 2014, Prop 64, which you folks are all very aware of, in November of 2016. I note that when I first became the DA, I went to Sacramento and I lobbied the, at that time, the Assembly to make a felony cultivation a wobbler, meaning at my discretion to allow it to be charged as a misdemeanor or felony. I surprised everyone because the sponsor of the bill was Tom Amiano from San Francisco, and probably the first time he'd ever teamed up with a law enforcement official. I got through the committees, and unfortunately, when I got to the floor of the assembly, I was all but laughed off the floor by both the Democrats, Republicans, and the independents. So what a difference 5 years makes between going to the assembly in 2011 and the passage of Prop 64 in 2016. We have the new Assembly Bill 1950, which as of January 1st, a person who's placed on felony probation cannot be on probation longer than 2 years. It used to be the average was 3 to 5 years. There was a feeling in the legislature that if you have people on probation too long, they will fail, and that will result in more people in either jail or prison. Misdemeanors cannot be on probation now for longer than 1 year, except in certain cases, DUIs, domestic violence, and child abuse cases. So it's changing the dynamics of how we attempt to rehabilitate people. Prop 47 had an impact on the drug court system here. We do have a very successful drug court, but because the consequences of hard drug convictions was diminished so greatly, people would rather do their 1 or 2 days in jail than participate in rehabilitation. I also want to note for the board that Prop 47 was passed with the understanding that the savings from the criminal justice system would be reinvested in local drug programs and rehabilitation. I'm sorry to report to you, there has been no reinvestment from Prop 47, and here we are. That was passed in 2014, and here we are in 2021. So sometimes we have to be careful about what we vote for, because more lately there's been bills of good being sold to the voters. Prop 47 has resulted in an increase in commercial burglaries and petty thefts. It's resulted in an increase in auto thefts, not as great as perhaps San Francisco. I want to give you an update on COVID-19. I think we all should say a big thank you to Presiding Judge Ann Moorman. She has kept the courts open almost entirely through the entire pandemic. Some courts, for example, Sonoma County, were shut down for literally months, and they're trying to dig out from that. For the 9 years leading up to the pandemic, we averaged approximately 31 jury trials a year. In 2020, we were only able to get out 13. So far this year, we're at almost the halfway point. We've only been able to get out 6, and the 6th one is in the courtroom right now. Between 2019 and the pandemic year 2020, violent felonies have gone up 10% in Mendocino County. And when I say have gone up 10%, I mean cases that have been solved and submitted to the DA's office. Likewise, serious felonies, there's a list of 42 of them listed in the penal code. Those have also gone up 10% 2020 over 2019. So I appreciate the hard work of the sheriff and his boots on the street, the hard workers at the police departments also. But it's I guess the old saying is that when the business is rolling in like it currently is, it's called job security. So I'd be happy to answer any questions if the members of the board would like to ask.
Okay, OC, questions from Supervisor Williams and then Hashak.
Yeah, I reviewed the proposed budget for the district attorney's office, and I would describe it as lean. I don't have any questions specifically about the budget, other than I think we should approve it as presented. But I am curious about the DA's needs for addressing the most egregious illegal cannabis. I hear a lot of complaints from the east part of the county. I don't see that we have the resources. What do you see as the answer? Do we give you more budget to deal with it? Do you go with us to the state to plead that the state pick up enforcement of Prop 64? Where do we go from here?
Well, all the above, Supervisor. I can tell you I've had 2 meetings with CEO Angelo regarding this. I may be doing, I mentioned it previously, not that I may, I'm looking for the appropriate person to be brought into the office to pivot and start pursuing black market marijuana grows with civil enforcement. There's some very good business and profession code sections that can be used to seek enforcement. Normally, my staff, though, has not been trained in civil enforcement. This could have been done, for example, leading up to now by the county council. It hasn't been done by county council, so I'm going to step in and assign an attorney to majority of his or her caseload will be seeking enforcement against black market. Where that money comes from, I think it's part of what I said. I'm understaffed currently, and I'm going to try to add another attorney to get closer to being fully staffed. And that will be one of the priorities I will make. One of the problems you have is I know Supervisor McGordy, and I forget the other person who's on the drought subcommittee of the Board of Supervisors. We have tried in the past to take criminal enforcement action against water theft and water trucks that are not doing what they're supposed to do. The penalties at the state level for water theft are so low that there's literally no bang for the buck. So at some point, I think we have to join a lobbying effort in Sacramento if we're going to be dealing with marijuana enforcement and drought protection measures. We have to seek more hefty punishment for people that are stealing water, whether it's out of fire hydrants, streams, or the Russian River itself. So I don't know if that answered it, but I think we have always had black market marijuana here. Your efforts to legalize here have taken some folks into the legal market, but the black market is still strong and vibrant in Mendocino County. Of those 5 search warrants I reviewed yesterday, 4 of them had to do with what I would consider significant marijuana operations that were not licensed by the county or by the state. And they're big enough that you just don't understand how someone could set these things up and think it would be okay. So I think we have to ask the state for enforcement money. I think we have to ask the state to beef up fish and wildlife. They don't have enough people to get out there and cover all the canyons and waterways. I think we have to ask for help with the sheriff's office and also for the DA's office. I know the sheriff is focused on Covelo, which is a worthy cause. I'm a little bit more worried of the entire county, not just the valley of Covelo.
Do you support and recommend we approve the enforcement plan detailed yesterday?
I guess my answer is yes. I might do it a little bit differently, and I can't right this second give you the same all the particulars. But if our intent is to force people into the sunlight and legality, then we're going to have to increase the enforcement measures we're taking. Again, both from the sheriff's office and like I say, I'm going to pivot and do things differently. And I think once people start getting hit with some of these significant lawsuits, they may find that it's a better business plan to go legal.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Hashak?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. A lot of my questions have been answered with DA Eister's comments, but I guess one question would be, with the increase, you said there was an increase of 10% of violent felonies. So where are you seeing those? Are those associated with the cannabis industry or the illegal industry? Or is it just general felony activity?
Well, unfortunately, I can't say it's all attached to cannabis, but a large number of that is attached to illegal black market. You know, up in your district recently, Supervisor, we had a double murder that was at a marijuana grow. We're prosecuting that currently, and that was a very heinous crime, and it was taking place at the at the grow. I have 3 folks that came up from basically Las Vegas and Southern California to impersonate police officers and rip off people that were bringing money up here to buy marijuana, whether it be legal or illegal. So yeah, the violence we're experiencing in most cases is related to the black market cultivation and marketing of cannabis.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McGordy.
Yes, D.I. Eister, we welcome your participation in ideas, because I think taking a kind of a holistic or multi-faceted approach to improving the legality of our cannabis industry is essential. And you probably have some good ideas that we need to have on the table. And you know, this is obviously a huge problem, and we welcome your input as somebody who knows law enforcement and justice, and we need all the help we can get. And I hope that your budget's adequate to do what you need to do, and if not, we need to hear that.
Well, Supervisor McGordy, thank you very much. I invite any of the new supervisors or old supervisor for that matter to come down and visit the DA's office. Let me take you on a tour. Let's sit down and have a talk. Let me answer face-to-face questions you have about not just cannabis, but all aspects of the criminal justice system. I think this board is very open and participatory. I have, in the past years, provided input to different configurations. I knew that Supervisor Jurdy was always listening, but I wasn't sure other people were. And so when the original local marijuana plan was underway, I had certain concerns that I personally felt was ignored. So I know this board is not in that thought process, and I appreciate that. So thank you for your kind words, Supervisor McGordy.
Great. Supervisor Hashak, do you have a follow-up question or comment?
Yeah, I did. Sorry, I was muted to follow up. So with this 10% increase this year, are you seeing through the last several years, if we look back at the historical trend, is there a trend of increasing violent crime?
Yes, the numbers have gone up. I used to send over monthly reports showing the filings and everything from the DA's office. Never once did I have anyone say that they actually looked at it. So after a couple of years of that, I stopped sending them over, and no one said they missed it either. So I guess Sometimes too much information is a bad thing. But yeah, there's times, if we go back, for example, to 2017, that was a really bad year. That was higher than what we've seen in 2019 and 2020. Why did that spike like that? I don't know. These things come in that sort of a flood. All of a sudden you get a big spike, and that spike then stays in the criminal justice system for a significant amount of time as we try to work through things and get them resolved. These violent crimes are well litigated, and so it takes a lot of resources to move them through the criminal justice system. And that's been our problem. Jury trials are like a pressure release valve for the criminal justice system. You finally get a case finished and it disappears. Since we've not been able to get a lot of jury trials out, we have a lot of, I call it kicking cans down the street. We have a lot of cans that have been piling up, waiting to get resolved through jury trials. And I think at this point, we won't be able to knock that pile of cans down for at least 2 or 3 years at this point. So that's the backup from COVID.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Supervisor Williams, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, real brief. When you say you would do it differently, the cannabis enforcement, does that highlight an opportunity for the DA, sheriff, code enforcement, CDFW, Cal Cannabis to all get together and come up with a coordinated plan? Are we making a mistake here? Will we look back in a year and say the DA was right, we didn't have the best approach?
Well, I meet with everybody you just talked about.
Yeah.
I meet with Fish and Game on a regular basis. I meet with the sheriff on a regular basis. I think we have a very engaged and concerned sheriff. I deal with the planning department, Trent Taylor specifically, to try to help see where we are. I just think old ways are not working as well, and we have to do, like I call it, a pivot. And that's something you will see once I'm able to identify and get the right person into a position. We will do some training with everybody you discussed, but I don't think we should sit around and wait for that to happen. I have one candidate I'm going to be talking to who looks favorable probably in the first part of July, but it's amazing how fast you can lose a fiscal year if you sit around and wait.
So do you think we should move forward with the current plan, or should we take your input and make changes?
No, I think you should move forward right now, and everything isn't, I think people forget that everything is not written in stone. And if the board needs to do a pivot like I am, that's still available to you at some point during the fiscal year, leading into the next fiscal year. You have to be flexible, and I expect this board will be flexible.
Thank you.
So, District Attorney Eister, I just want to thank you for the tip. If it turns out that that the fines, it sounds like they're civil fines for theft of water, are not sufficient, then maybe what we should be doing is checking with County Council, code enforcement, and looking for ways to revise it, and then of course checking with you to see if you think that they'd be sufficient to pursue, and perhaps your civil attorney that you're talking about taking civil cases might be able to take up those cases if the fines are sufficient. So,
well, Supervisor Judy, let me give you one example. I had a case at this point, it was 2 years ago, where a water truck was illegally taking water off a hydrant in a basically empty cul-de-sac in Brook Trails. Got caught, red-handed on the whole thing. When we contacted the water supplier, I was told that the valuation of the water that was being stolen was $36. Now, it was a lot of water, but I guess in bulk, water is fairly cheap. Well, $36 theft is petty theft, and these days petty thefts are a little bit like spitting on the sidewalk. So I know right now I have a report of another location in the Willits area where people have dammed up streams and are sucking water out of them. And so I have to focus Fish and Wildlife on that location. We're never going to pick every dandelion in the park. We just have to get the ones that I think are the most egregious.
Yeah, I agree. I just think, especially given the drought emergency, that maybe there is a way for the county to have an emergency ordinance that might have extraordinary fines. But that's just a thought.
And I agree. Ultimately, that I did convict that a water theft guy. His penalty was I made him buy $500 worth of bottled water and donate it to the Leggett School District because they were having problems with their wells up there due to cannabis chemical contamination. Eventually, I sent so much water up there that they asked me to stop because all their closets were full of bottled water.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you, DA Eister, for your innovative, creative actions for dealing with water theft. I just wanted to appreciate that you're working closely with the CEO. It's incredibly important that our elected officials and our CEO work together for the benefit of the community. And also, I would be interested in a written report, maybe not monthly, but quarterly or annually, if you would be interested in providing that again to the supervisors.
I'll be happy to do that. If quarterly will work for you, that'll be easier on me. I want to thank you, Supervisor Mullen, for your kind words. I know you're very engaged also. I need to find some abandoned cars in your district because the one in Supervisor Williams' district has flooded me with identification of where there's more cars and vans and campers.
Well, there is one elected official that sometimes parks in the street where there's no parking signs listed. So if that doesn't happen on Friday, we'll be good, I think.
Well, you know that that official that parks in that spot, that vehicle is a DA investigator vehicle, and it has a special statute permission to park there.
We're having a prom on Friday night, so it'd be great if it wasn't there Friday night.
My problem, as you know, is I tend to work late even on Fridays. I'll try to quit and go home early and make sure that spot's open for you.
Okay. I think I see a hand raised by Chief Probation Officer Eisen Locatelli.
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I just wanted to quickly agree with a lot of what District Attorney David Eister has said. Probation has had a great relationship with his office and appreciate his innovative thoughts on some of these concepts that the board's working on. Hearing the holistic approach to the criminal justice arena is definitely important. In the old ways, may need to be phased out with some new innovative thoughts. So after the conviction of an offender, it doesn't go away. After jury trial, it's not the end. It's only the beginning for my department. We're then tasked with writing a report for the court for sentencing, and then we're attempting to supervise and rehabilitate the offender. As the district attorney said, we're now compressed under AB 1950 if there's no exemption to try to treat somebody in a microwaved fashion, which is really unfortunate for long-term success. Getting somebody through treatment quickly is not often beneficial for long-term change. And that's unfortunate, and I'm working with the state to try to rectify this situation. People should actually go through treatment at their own pace and not be forced through it and deemed a failure just because they haven't got it successful in a 2-year time frame. I'm also looking forward to the Public Safety Advisory Committee getting off the ground and having meetings so that the public is hearing some of the innovative ideas that are happening in public safety. There's a lot of work that goes into changing the direction that we're heading. and you might not know everything that's happening in the public safety section. So this is a great opportunity for this county leadership to meet and have actual dialogue about what's happening here. So just thought I'd take this quick opportunity to thank the board for this and for District Attorney's presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. District Attorney Eister.
You know, it was my oversight not to thank Chief Probation Officer Locatelli. I've been in this position now for over 10 years, and he's the first probation officer, chief probation officer, that has basically been in my office at least weekly, if not more times each week, bringing in issues and the likes. He's a valuable asset to Mendocino County because he is on statewide boards where he's actually the chair of some committees, and he knows the changes in law better than anyone. So I encourage the board to look to Eisen Locatelli as a legitimate and strong source of information. He's really good at what he does.
Okay, thank you. Does that wrap up your presentation?
Yes, thank you very much. Again, I've always gotten along with other boards. I will be getting along well with this board. And again, kudos to Carmel Angelo. She catches a lot of grief, at least by one newspaper in the county, that I don't think that she deserves. And mostly because it's they probably don't have all the information. So yes, that's it. Supervisor Jurdy, thank you for your participation, and it's nice to see a face that's been there a long time like you.
Okay.
Chair Jurdy,
Right.
This is CO Angelo. Before we go on to the department heads, I would just like to say thank you to the district attorney for joining us today. Our district attorney is a working DA. He's usually in trial or preparing for a trial. So it was really important to have him here today to give us his perspective. And I can also say that when I want a perspective on criminal justice or public safety or the courts, our district attorney is the person I go to. He is very open, has an open door to county administration, and I would also encourage any board member to visit him at his office. So DA Eister, thank you very much for joining us today and for all of your kind words. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. And who is next?
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. Thank you, DA Eister. We always appreciate working with you and your staff. So thank you for your good work. At this point, we will go to Director Gonzalez with Planning and Building Services, and I believe he has a team with him. Nash, you're on. There you go.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Let me first thank you and CEO Angelo for the privilege of serving as your interim Director of Planning and Building Services. Since taking over Planning and Building Services in January of this year, I believe we've had quite a bit of progress in the department and have been able to get quite a bit done. So what I'd like to first talk about is some of the accomplishments that the department has achieved this past fiscal year, which has also been a challenging year, not only for the department, but also for everyone in the county. As I've said before, one of our biggest challenges has been recruiting staff, qualified staff for the department. So let me talk about the accomplishments the Planning Division has achieved this year. We received over 316 discretionary permit applications and either took to hearing, administratively approved, or finalized 217 of them. I believe we could have done more if we would have not lost at least 30% of our planning staff, and that's been a challenge. One of the things that the department achieved was the adoption of the housing element in September of 2020, which now puts us on an 8-year cycle. Before that, we were on a 4-year cycle, which meant that we had to go through this exercise every 4 years. Now what this does is every 8 years is when we turn around and do a housing element. We also recently adopted the Ukiah Municipal Land Use Compatibility Plan, which occurred on May 20th of this year. We also had the adoption of Chapter 22.18, the discretionary permitting for cannabis regulations, which occurred last week by the board. The adoption of the Cannabis Facilities Ordinance on May 25th. And then also the completion and initial hearing with the Planning Commission on the safety element, which final action is scheduled to take place before the board on June 22nd. And yesterday, the Board of Forestry certified our safety element as compliant with state statute. So that is really good news for the department. And we've had the adoption of 3 urgency ordinances for the following, which was the COVID-19 temporary business modifications, temporary group care facilities, and the temporary occupancy of trailers for shelters after fires. We've had the submittal to the Coastal Commission for the ADU LCP amendment, and we'll be coming back to the board later this month for direction on the Coastal Commission's comments. And then we also submitted to the Coastal Commission the Cannabis Facilities and Cannabis Cultivation Ordinance. And then also I want to mention through recovery, which again, I wear both hats, we've secured a grant to update the county's zoning code and subdivision regulations, which are long overdue. These ordinances have been on the books for 30 years and they're antiquated. They don't keep up with the changing times. And also they were supposed to be part of the implementation of the general plan, which the board adopted back in August of 2009. Additionally, we are in the process of now implementing the UVAP, which is now looking at rezoning several hundred parcels within the UVAP boundaries, which again, one of the accomplishments of that will be that it will create new zoning designations for additional housing. As far as the building division, our jurisdiction recently received a very high rating from the Insurance Services Office, the ISO. Mendocino County received a top tier rating of 3, with 1 being the highest, 10 being the lowest. In past years, we were at 5. We jumped 2 points, which according to the rater, this is unusual for a jurisdiction like ours. I would say that this is mainly attributed to the higher education attained by our building inspectors and staff. I have to go back in time, back to 2009, when we looked at the education of the inspectors in this department when I was your director back then. I put an emphasis on education funding, and we've been able to not only hire people from the trades over the last several years, educate them and bring them up to speed and have them certified more so than other agencies out there on the North Coast. So that actually has allowed for our ISO rating. Now, what does that mean in general for county residents? The higher the ISO rating, the lower insurance premiums are for county residents. So we will continue to try for the highest rating, which means that homeowners insurance, commercial insurance is much cheaper for people. The other thing that I would point out in building is that we've had a record number of plan reviews and building permits that have been submitted. And I think, Adrian, you've got the numbers that have come in, which have been astronomical compared to, let's say, 2016 and 17. We've more than doubled.
Yes, thank you, Nash. So the building division has received approximately 6,000 applications just in this fiscal year, starting July 1. Of those 6,000 applications, we've processed in our NQ of over 4,000 and have issued over 3,200 permits already this year. On top of that, last September, the department was able to put 19 permits online through eTrackIt so that the public can apply online and does not need to enter the office. We still do the issuance at the office or through the online portal. For some companies, we've been able to do DocuSign for cell towers, but other than that, we do issuance in-house.
Thank you, Adrian. And then for code enforcement, the accomplishments, again, we've processed and responded to over 750 total complaints for general code enforcement, cannabis enforcement, and COVID health orders. 478 of the 750 complaints involve cannabis or cannabis infrastructure. To date, we've done 412 of them closed or in remediation. 43 are under active investigation. 23 have been referred to law enforcement. And we have two dedicated cannabis code enforcement officers at present facilitating the abatement of 15,193 cannabis plants in 2020. And so far, 7,476 cannabis plants in 2021. We've hired and trained Code Enforcement Officer 2 to be a supervisor to fill in that position that was vacated by a retirement. We've hired and trained 2 new Code Enforcement Officers to replace officers that have left employment with the division. We've completed extensive work and achieved adoption of an ordinance revisions to align and increased administrative penalties, and worked extensively on the division reorganization and plan enhancement for code enforcement, cannabis enforcement. And again, I'd like to thank the board for what they did yesterday with the enhanced code enforcement program going forward. At this point, I'd like to go ahead and share our screen and put up a PowerPoint and go through our budget requests. And first of all, I'd like to thank the executive office and the budget team, as well as human resources for increased staffing because of the positions that have been added. And then again, we've received an additional $871,000 in the budget. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Adrian, who's going to go through the positions and the process we've been doing with HR.
Thank you, Nash. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Adrian Thompson, Planning and Building Services. And the slide in front of you shows the request that we currently have out with Human Resources. And through the board, we would like to increase our planning staff, a little bit of our building staff, our administrative staff, and create a grants division, really. Planning and Building Services over the past couple of years has increased our grant awards. As Nash has said, through disaster recovery, we've also received some grants there. However, with CDBG, we can have anywhere from 2 to 14 individual grant projects that require project management and a little bit more staff than we currently have. So, and then this slide does not include code enforcement, which was discussed yesterday. Those positions would be on top of what you see before you here. Along with the new positions, we'd like to reclassify 2 of our existing positions. Our Fort Bragg office currently only has a building inspector 3. And as the building official travels back and forth, we'd like to have a senior inspector position allocated to the coast, as well as having a staff assistant up front transferred to a permit tech like Sonoma County's PRM&D. They use permit techs that have a little higher education, training, some entry-level certifications, and even counter plan check services to increase our counter functions and help the customers a little better at the counter. This is just a brief overview of code enforcement, which you heard yesterday, just to reinforce what we've already requested and you've graciously approved for us.
So the one-time funds, this was a request that we put in to try to allocate any PG&E funds for the department. And basically what we're looking for are one-time needs or funding for facility modifications to create a workspace conducive to the department. We're looking at large-scale monitors to introduce electronic plan check. And I believe I mentioned this before, that we would be rolling out a program process called Bluebeam. This would allow real-time plan check in the department. Many of the Bay Area communities are doing this, where a plan check is done at the same time with, let's say, the applicant. Although this would have to be rolled out over time, but what it allows is for the reduction of paper. It also, we're at a point where we don't have the space necessary to store plans. These plans would be stored electronically, both on servers and in the cloud. It would also allow for, again, as I've said, real-time plan check, where a plans examiner can do the plan check with the architect on the other end and do the plan check and have corrections made at the same time to expedite the process of review and issuance of the permits. We're looking at the software purchase to implement the plan check Bluebeam process. And then we're also, again, as mentioned yesterday, code enforcement vehicles and a 5-year IT update plan, which again, this money would cover the necessary requirements for updating the department for IT. Because again, if all of this is funded, we're going to need, IT facilities to be brought into the department and upgraded. The other thing that we'd asked as part of the workspace funding is we want to go ahead and do a process similar to what they do in Sonoma County, where we have these plan check stations at the counter so that we could actually have spaces for building, planning, environmental health, fire, so that we can actually set days aside to be able to do rapid check so that they go through all the divisions at once. Again, what we're trying to do is not only expedite, but we're also trying to facilitate and move things quicker through the process to be able to do this. And so with that, we're going to go into the specific details, and I'll turn it back over to Adrian.
Thank you, Nash. So this is an overall capture of what we submitted with our budget. It does include the code enforcement reorg, as well as all of the requests in there. And it does include the things that we've also asked for PG&E funding as multiple funding sources. It is our highest estimate of additional staffing. Again, we currently have 7 vacancies on top of what we're requesting. So we do hope to be able to obtain more staff, but this is a fully staffed department, which unfortunately we don't have at this time. So the 2.5 million is definitely a high estimate. We can bring back a better estimate as we're able to hire staff, but overall, this is what we anticipate coming through this next fiscal year.
And this also shows the CEO's office augmentation of the 871,000, which again, we're actually requesting a funding of
4,776,819 if we did that at the highest end. But again, that would be the best case scenario of us being able to fill all of these planning positions, which historically have been vacant for the past fiscal year. With that, we thank the CEO's office and the budget team for all of their work this year.
Thank you very much.
All right, Supervisor Heshek.
Thank you, Chair. So last year, from what I remember, you were about a little less than $1 million under budget. And that was because of not being able to fulfill or fill a lot of positions. So the plan that you're showing fills those positions plus adds those additional staff. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I would say that the department had the ability to fill those positions, but previous administration chose not to fill the positions. So again, as I assumed the department in January of this year, that was one of the first things that we started to look at is why did we have such a high workload, but no positions? So we needed to start recruiting and looking at those positions. Again, why weren't things getting done? Because the bodies were not here to process the work. So in this plan, we are looking at filling those positions and bringing in additional positions to address the ever increasing workload in the department. Again, the biggest question that's always asked is, why is it taking so long to get my permit through the process? Why is it taking, such a long time to have a permit or a discretionary permit moved to public hearing? Because the department in the past chose not to hire the positions and provide the necessary staff. So what I'm doing under this plan is bringing in the necessary staff to address the workload.
And you feel like there's staff out there willing to come and work, and there's a pool of applicants.
Well, we will be recruiting and for staffing. And again, we're looking at code enforcement, we're looking at building, we're looking at planning. And I think as the world starts to open up again and people start moving away from unemployment and looking at greater opportunities to go into government, I think it will provide an opportunity to hire staff this next year.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor McGorty, then Supervisor Williams.
I think a measurement of good government is the planning department when people think about where they live and kind of services are provided to them. And I know it's just been crushing for the planning department in terms of the load. With cannabis kind of moved aside, how do you think that's going to help you do your functions better?
If I may, through the chair, one of the things that I said earlier several months ago is that the department had moved away from its original vision and mission of actually implementing the general plan and actually doing real planning. So at this point in time, I think we're focusing on getting those things done. And so I think as we have these projects in the queue where we're looking at some major subdivisions that we're processing now. We're looking at, I'd say, a 200 plus subdivision on the south end of Ukiah. We're looking at another subdivision possibly coming in. We're looking at a zoning code update. We're looking at the implementation of the UVAP. These are the types of projects that once the word is out, planners will want to come and be part of that. But as I've said it to the Cannabis ad hoc, I think, and to the PBS ad hoc before, I think what people were afraid of was, am I just going to do cannabis? And I think now we're back to the original mission of actually doing real planning work. So these are the things that become public. In other words, as one of the things that we're working on today is the safety element, which will be heard by the board on the 22nd. To hear the news yesterday afternoon that the Board of Forestry certified it as meeting the state statute, that's really good news. So we are now in that position where we're starting to update those plans that needed to be updated a long time ago. So I really think that we'll be able to attract quality talent moving forward as we start moving back into our original mission.
And in addition, I'd just like to add on to what Director Gonzalez said. This is Julia Krog, Assistant Director. What it will also do, having the cannabis unit becoming more independent, it also frees up the senior staff so we can provide greater mentorship to the staff that's working on the particular projects. And I think what we'll see with that is the opportunity for some quicker processing of some of those discretionary entitlements that may be complicated, where staff does need guidance from senior level either managers or supervisors. And so they'll have greater accessibility to get that sort of guidance from their supervisors. I know for me personally, a lot of my time is spent working on ordinance revisions related to cannabis and making sure that those are moving forward and in the appropriate timeline. So I think I'm looking forward to some opportunities to help mentor the staff a bit more.
So I consider you to be an integral part of this sort of ecosystem that's dealing with cannabis policy and enforcement in Mendocino County, and I really appreciate how hard you guys work, even though I get calls all the time from frustrated client or constituents that want to know why stuff isn't moving faster. I understand because there's only so much capacity you have, and we're going to try to help you as best we can to staff up, because obviously this is mission critical for Mendocino County to do what you do. And I'll throw one last plug in for Redwood Valley MAC once their community action plan reviewed. So it's been on your desk for a while.
If I may, through the chair, again, this is, we had to prioritize because Julia and myself were addressing the cannabis ordinances. And while Julia was really in the midst of the cannabis ordinance, I was basically looking at other plan updates and state requirements. That this was one of those items it's there, but we don't have the staffing or the resources to do it. Normally, I would assign a planner to work on that project at a senior level to shepherd that type of a general plan amendment through the process. But at this point, we don't have the staff. And that's why we're trying to recruit the staff so we can address these planning issues that are out there.
I appreciate that. Supervisor Williams.
Nash, why did the previous administration leave the positions unfilled intentionally?
I really don't have an answer for you, sir.
Appreciation. I just want to express appreciation for you and your team rebuilding, planning and building. And I guess question for the board and maybe the CEO, do we have any other departments that have been destroyed from the inside the way planning and building was? Because I think it may be coming as a surprise to us now. If we have this situation elsewhere, I'd like to remedy it ahead of time so that we don't have to put somebody like Nash in a position to be rebuilding.
I think agriculture was in the same boat when they had cannabis, and because I watched that train wreck personally, and I think that they're back on a healthy track, and they're doing well now. And it was such a complete departure from their mission. It was very, very difficult to manage, and I get the feeling that's the case here with planning and building services, but I'd let them speak for themselves.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. I would like to add to this discussion if the board chooses.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. My thinking on this really is that back in 2010, 11, 12, when we had to reduce the organization and we reduced positions, the planning department, along with the general services departments, they took huge hits as far as losing staff. And I honestly think that over the 10 years that it has been very difficult to try to get those departments back to the level of service that they were before the financial downturn. And then what happened with the planning department as well, and our prior planning director, who's no longer here, was that a lot of the key planning staff were actually working in the disasters. They were working in the Emergency Operations Center. And that became a problem because there were less and less activities being done in the planning department. So we pulled the planning staff back. Actually, the planning director was directed to return the planning staff back to planning so that they could do the work that they needed to do. I also think that the reason positions were not filled over the last couple years was for that very reason, that some of the key staff were on other tasks and that the planning director did not have the resources to move forward with the hiring, and consequently he didn't. When you talk about other departments, I think that general services, those departments that are infrastructure and are the internal services programs that support those programs, like the planning department that serve the public, we are still trying to rebuild those departments. And so I would say I hope there are no more surprises, as Supervisor Williams has said. I do agree with Supervisor McGorty as well. Really the demise of departments as they try to take on cannabis, and the amount of work, that the departments, the ag department and the planning department can certainly tell you more, but the amount of work that's gone in to trying to legalize this industry. So anyway, I do think that, it's been very difficult for some departments, and I would say the planning department is the poster child of this. Very difficult for them to pick up and return to the same level of service over the last 10 years. And bringing Nash in as the interim director was for this very reason, that when Nash was the planning director, he got the general plan done, he got the UVAP done. We know that he's a doer, and I think that he also has the respect of the staff, and that they're putting together a good team. And with Julia Acker as the assistant planning director, I think this board can be pleased about the direction that the planning department is going in. So thank you, Nash and Julia.
CEO, how do you suggest we track the hiring if in 60 days we don't have a pool of qualified applicants? does that indicate that wages are too low and we need to revisit?
Chair Jurdy, if I may speak to that. I really think our salaries are in line with some other counties. I mean, our salaries will never be the level of Sonoma County, but we do offer a good salary and a good benefit package. And I want to say that the benefit package that we offer, which specifically is our very costly pension plan, the private sector doesn't offer that. And, you know, we do have to look at what's relevant today. I know I have 2 adult children in their 30s that would never care about a government pension. So, you know, that's the culture that we're dealing with. We can track it as far as the positions. We could certainly have our human resources director report to this board, or we can add it to the CEO report, and we do have the positions on the CEO report. So we can look at other opportunities to recruit, but I would say the human resources, they blanket the state as far as putting out the information that we have positions available. And over the last couple years, when we went to online applications, that has certainly made a difference. And I don't know if Nash or Julia have anything else they could add to this. Thank you.
If I may, through the chair, Nash Gonzalez, interim director. I completely agree with CEO Angelo as far as where we are right now compared to other jurisdictions as far as salaries. What we are experiencing statewide is an unprecedented amount of folks that are retiring. We're looking at a shortage of people in the planning profession. We are looking at competing with not just our neighbors, but with everyone else in cities and counties throughout California. In fact, 4 weeks ago, I looked at what was out there, and we're competing with 40 other positions of the same thing. When we were looking at seniors, when we're looking at chief planner, at least the chief planner, we're looking at nationwide at over 100 recruitments. Statewide, we were looking at around 25 recruitments. Still being part of the California Planning Directors Association, I've been talking to my colleagues, and one of the things that everybody's experiencing is that this year, 2021, there'll be a mass retirement of assistant directors in California. And they have already started in at least 20 counties recruiting 6 months before the departure of these assistant directors. And all of them are having a hard time meeting those expectations. Because again, it's finding the right folks. You know, yes, you do have people that go into the private sector, but I think there's also a higher demand for planners in a lot of different sub areas. It's not just government, but there's a lot of folks that are going into and specializing in climate change. There's a lot of folks that are going into transportation. So we're competing. And here in Mendocino County, we're what I would call a generalist, a country doctor. We do a little bit of everything. And I too am a working director where I'll write initial studies, I'll manage EIRs, and I'll go ahead and do a staff report as well as manage the department. And I think what we're finding also is that there's a lot of people in the, I'll call it the specialty arena out there that want to stay in that arena. My only concern about that is that if you become a specialist, sometimes specialties go away when changes in the economy occur. But here, we're a generalist. Any planner coming to this county is going to be trained in all aspects: resource management, urban planning, rural planning, which is one of the things that I could say about myself, having started with the county many years ago, is that you have a depth and breadth of knowledge that you can take anywhere. And this is one of the magnificent things that this county offers, is great training and the opportunity to work on many different projects. So it is an issue that's affecting everyone statewide. But I think, as it was mentioned by the CEO, I think we're fine where we are today. It's just that there are a number of recruitments going on right now statewide, both in public and private. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I had two questions, but I did want to say I appreciate all the work that planning and building staff has done. I personally have been able to contact you and ask questions about projects that I've heard concerns about, and you've been very receptive to those requests. So I appreciate that very, very much. I'm wondering how the ad hoc for the planning and building feels about the budget request and how that aligns with what they've found in the department. And then also, are there any other types of opportunities for funding for the needs of this department, especially around housing plans or updates? Because we have heard so often from our constituents that the lack of housing really is a barrier to economic development in our county, that people simply can't hire people because we don't have enough housing to sustain them. And as somebody that has had to look for housing and is currently looking for housing myself, I know very well how our lack of housing has affected our community and our businesses being able to hire people. So the question was, are there any other funding sources besides PG&E funds or general fund that have been pursued for the planning and building department?
Well, if that's for the ad hoc, I could add a little bit. Supervisor McGordy and I, as the ad hoc for the planning and building department, we interviewed Interim Director Gonzalez, Julia Acker, outgoing senior planner Jesse Davis, and I think about 5 other employees in the department that wanted to speak with the ad hoc at all levels. And what we heard was, frustration with the work environment that they were dealing with previously, and hope really that the department was turning the corner. And I think that it has. There's great respect for Julia, for Nash, for Adrian, for the people who are there, stuck through thick and thin with that department. And there's a number of innovative ideas that they're already implementing. So for example, they pointed out that when they had the planner of the day, it sounded good. And the board, as far as we knew, it sounded like a good idea, but it actually created workflow problems. So a planner was pulled off working on their projects to answer questions, random questions that came at the door. And then the next week, they're dealing with follow-up on projects that were unrelated to their work program. And so replacing that, they have the planner tech position because the planner tech, which was an unfilled position, and again, they're filling that, and I think they may be adding another one in this budget. They can answer a number of questions that were being answered by the planner of the day. And so the public gets their answers to their questions. The planners aren't being pulled off their assignments, and the public that has an application can get a quicker response on their application and to go to hearing if that's what it needs to do or whatever to move forward. So I think there's reason for hope here that they are reorganizing the department in a cost-effective way. They've also, looked at the fact that they had 3 failed recruitments for the Coast Senior Planner. People, initially taking the job, then turning it down because of pay and cost of housing on the coast. So they were nimble and flexible, and are currently recruiting that as a chief planner. And I'm hoping with that higher salary that they will be able to get a good chief planner to manage that coastal office and all the complexities of the coastal plan on the coast. I think there's just a number of things that they're proposing that I think are cost effective. And on the point of grants, I think it's a good point, Supervisor Mulhern. There are increasing number of grants that I've seen for housing and for planning projects related to housing. And I think if we're able to fund the grant manager position, they'll be in a better position to go both get those grants, know that they can report properly the grants, to the granting agency, and then hire some additional planners with those and pay their salaries with those grants. So it may be that we aren't able to approve every position that they're requesting, but if we can approve at least some of these additional positions, I agree. I think they could get some of the remaining positions funded through state grant programs. Supervisor McGordy?
So we had a term when I taught landscape construction at Cal Poly and contracting. It's called homesteading. And it's when you have a project that's really, really important and your attention stays focused on it. And I consider sort of rehabilitating the planning department by separating out cannabis and dealing with the cannabis issues. A good example of how this board is homesteading an important piece, because planning is so essential to the well-being of our county and also the perceived efficiency of our county. I think that we have to find a way to make sure that they have the resources they need to get the work done. If we can't fund everything through PG&E, we will also have money coming in, I guess, from the COVID relief funding from the feds. And I'm hoping we'll be able to fix a lot of things that aren't right now, because obviously we do have a good team in place, and we can kind of see that now that we're sorting out the task of cannabis into a kind of a separate unit, that it's going to make this department shine, and they'll be able to get back to their core mission, and that's what we want.
I agree. Any other comments from planning and building?
Through the chair, Nash Gonzalez, interim director. This department is still looking for grants. And again, we've also, through recovery, have also looked for housing grants as well. We've been talking to HCD. We've been looking at many different grant opportunities. In fact, as I mentioned before, the zoning code update. This was something that was to occur after the general plan was adopted. It was not. Unfortunately, I was not here to see that, but one of the things that we did do is we did secure an HCD grant for the zoning code update. One of the things that's supposed to come out of the zoning code update is to look at updating any of the issues related to the creation of housing or facilitating of housing. So we're constantly looking at housing as one of the target visions for this county. And whatever we can do in the zoning code and the subdivision regulations to remove impediments, that's also part of the mantra of the housing element, to do what we can to remove those impediments. So I just wanted to reiterate that we are still pursuing any avenues, opportunities to create those opportunities now and in the future for housing. And thank you for the opportunity to present before you today.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Heshak.
Okay. Thank you, Nash, for those comments about the housing. I think that that's crucial in our county. One thing that was being overseen by the Planning and Building Department was the economic development and a lot of those programs. So, and I'm not hearing that now. So is the idea that Planning and Building would not be overseeing economic development?
So if I may, through the chair, that would still continue to be through planning and building. And one of the positions that's key to this is the senior grants manager that we put into the budget, because again, there's likely missed opportunities out there because of the workload. And so this person would be responsible for managing those types of grants and projects moving forward.
And if I may, through the chair, it just may have looked like there's a little bit of a lull as we're between notice of funding availabilities for CDBG. Our next application will be submitted in the next week, and that's where the Cove Love Light cleanup and those sorts of projects are going. And so we haven't been awarded that $1.5 million toward those funds. The only grant that we're currently managing is a 2018 micro enterprise, and the subrecipient of that grant is West Business Development. So we do have economic development going there. We have the broadband with Tom West that's still kind of in process, and we manage the economic development, but we're at this sweet spot of only one grant to manage versus the next two that we've applied for at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, perhaps this will come up during the strategic planning. I see economic development as being owned by industry, not by county government. I think the role of county government is to ensure that we can issue permits quickly, that we're not holding projects up. I think that's the best economic development we can do, basically getting out of the way. So I'm happy to move this discussion to the strategic planning, but I'd like to get a quick response from our planning and building director. General agreement, or am I off course here?
If I may, through the chair, I completely agree with Supervisor Williams. Economic development is really in the private sector. What we do is through zoning and through other creative means is we facilitate the introduction or the development of development and issuance of permits and so on. So if we talk about economic development, let's go back to the request of being able to fund those permit stations so that we can actually have people that make appointments, walk in and have permits issued that same day. So that's what I'm looking at as far as facilitating, but the actual economic development is really created by the by the private sector, bringing businesses into the county. So I completely agree with you, Supervisor Williams.
Okay, all right, thanks. I think we may be ready for either one more department or a morning break. Looking to the comment from Deputy CEO Darcy Annell, or Assistant CEO Darcy Annell.
Assistant CEO Darcy Antle, thank you. Yes, we do have the cannabis program next. We can go to Kristen Nevedal, or we can hold if you would like.
Quickly to the board, will this be a longer discussion or it will be fairly quick?
I think we should take a break if that's okay.
Okay, all right, let's take a little break and come back at 10:35. Thanks. to the CEO's office for the next department presentation.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. At this point, we are going to the Cannabis Program Manager, Kristen Nevedal.
Hi there, Kristen Nevedal, and I'm wondering if the CEO's office has my slides. I know that there were some amendments, but they were not sent back to me after those amendments.
Yes, we can upload that. Just 1 minute, Kristen.
Yes, my apologies. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Perfect. Thank you. And then if I may request the next slide, please. So the cannabis budget was prepared by building and planning. So it really is a building and planning budget at this point with a projected revenue of $65,000. And then just to be clear, that projected revenue is based on 10A17 fees and those fees only at this time. So it's based on what was previously collected in the 2020-2021 fiscal year for applicants engaged in 10A17. So cultivation only. And then just this slide provides kind of a quick update or reminder that the fees coming in per that $65,000 would only include application fees for phase 2 cultivation and annual renewal fees for permits issued under phase 1. Additionally, I think it's important to note that sometime along the sequence of events in transitioning cannabis from the Department of Agriculture and over to planning and building, renewal notices for annual permits that have been issued were ceased. So those renewal notices have not been sent out in some time. So currently we are at about 40 to 50% expired rate on renewals. So there is some revenue that has been lost in that realm. If we may go to the next slide, that would be fabulous. So in addition to, 10A17, and then also I want to just really be clear, not included in the $65,000 budget that Planning and Building prepared are kind of a list of additional fees that relate to cannabis. So cannabis, and especially in 10A17, a lot of our applicants are subject to cannabis administrative permit fees. These are applied to 10A17 applicants and or permit holders when they need to, say, reduce a setback or make various modifications to their permit and or application. So just to be clear, the cannabis administrative fees that are relevant to 10A17 are not currently included in that $65,000 budget presented or prepared by Planning and Building Services, nor are the tax appeal fees, which the cannabis program recently dealt with this year. The tax appeal fees, as noted on this slide, are also included in the Planning and Building budget, but not in the cannabis budget. Programs that are also cannabis related, such as in relationship to the facility ordinance, so the remainder of the supply chain plus events, are not reflected in the cannabis budget at this time. They're reflected in the Planning and Building budget. So while there's quite a list of additional cannabis related fees, I just wanted to be clear that those fees are paid to Planning and Building and not line itemed per the cannabis budget. So if we may go to the next slide, please. So currently at this time, the budget as it was designed by planning and building was not designed in consideration of a standalone unit. So we're really amidst some transition here with the cannabis budget and the cannabis unit as a whole. And I'm sure everyone's aware of that. So what we've been doing is spending a heck of a lot of time working with the budget team to prepare a cannabis department specific budget. And really, we look forward to bringing that revised budget forward later this summer after developing department-specific fees. So internally within the cannabis program, we have been developing a set of fees, not only looking at the specifics of 10A17 and the needs of that ordinance, but also looking forward to the implementation of 22.18. So we're looking at bringing both fee schedules forward. Bringing those fee schedules forward and looking forward to the approval of those fees really would give us a better ability to create a revised budget to bring forward to the board. I do believe that is my last slide. It's a short presentation, but I am more than happy to take questions from the board on this budget item.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Judy. So the fee hearing in July should take care of some of these issues with the 10A17.
Both 10A17 and 22.18, we have prepared fees for both ordinances, just in case we need both or one or the other down the road.
Okay, and then all of those fees that are being charged to planning and building at this point will be shifted over to the cannabis program?
That is my understanding, yes. So at this point, we are preparing not only to move forward with 22.18, but also to take on the all of the cannabis programming and permitting that planning and building is currently offering to the public. Will be taking on all of those application processes. So everything in association with the facilities ordinance as well.
Okay, and how's the staffing going right now with the cannabis program?
Well, I think we have been working, as I mentioned, with the budget team. It does appear that we have some additional funds that we can utilize for staffing up towards the, in the immediate future. So we are hoping to begin our job search, so to speak, and get some staffing going. Yesterday during the supervisors meeting, we looked at some budgetary items for increased enforcement. Those staff persons that are listed in that budget request from yesterday's board meeting would pull some dual duty for us internally. So looking forward to placing those job notices, hopefully, and getting some staffing for enforcement that would also give us those persons to help us with applications and application review.
Okay, so they would be able to help with getting people through the 10A17 at this point.
Correct.
When they come on.
Yeah, correct. We are looking at 2 additional planners. Those planners, while they would be primary to compliance issues and help us really fulfill our inspection needs, they would be planners and also have the ability to help us with initial reviews of applications, as well as picking up some kind of outline, probably renewals primarily for us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, through the chair, what is the board's position on hiring remote help? And, of course, if we can hire somebody in Mendocino County, we must. That's number one. But, in the case of cannabis, where the program has pretty much been a failure for multiple years, and I think the board is unanimous on let's make sure it's not a failure going forward. I don't want to hit a staffing shortage and lose momentum. I think we have a really competent cannabis program manager now. The program is getting turned around. We're funding it more appropriately. But I am worried that seeing how many planning positions are open in neighboring counties, we're competing for a very finite pool of talent. And I wouldn't be against if we can't find somebody local. I wouldn't be against somebody working by Zoom. And if they're sitting in Humboldt or in Sonoma or Lake, so be it. And maybe it's not a long-term plan, but I think it's more important that we process applications than keep a position vacant in Mendocino County. How does the rest of the board feel?
I personally would support it, Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, I would too. I think that remote learning is and working is becoming part of our daily occurrence, and there's obvious efficiencies. And we, essentially, Kristen works a lot from home in Humboldt County. It seems to be going well, so I would accept that if that's how we staff up.
And we do know the state of California is recruiting people who don't necessarily live in the county where the office is anchored. So this wouldn't be really beyond what other local governments and state government is doing. Any other thoughts, Supervisor Hashak?
Just all things being considered, if all things are equal, then I'd rather hire someone in Mendocino County and have them here and contributing to our local economy.
Yeah, I think that was a given. All things being equal, yeah. Any other comments on that point?
I agree. I agree with my colleagues. I just think due to our current lack of housing, it just makes being able to hire qualified people incredibly difficult. So obviously we would also want people to make sure they can commute if their job required them to be boots on the ground, sort of inspecting or whatnot. And I feel like Kristen could navigate that. So
certainly any site visits still need to take place, whether by the remote employee who occasionally comes into the county or by a different employee. Any other thoughts on that or anything else related to the Cannabis Division? Okay, Supervisor McGordy.
I'm glad that Kristen's with us. I look forward to seeing her revised budget in July. It's an important piece, obviously, in the immediate short-term goals of this board, and we want to be supportive of whatever we can do to make her department work functionally and efficiently.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern and then Supervisor Williams.
The one thing that stood out to me when reviewing the budget is, cannabis is expected to bring in about $6 million. Our sales tax revenue for our 1% for the county is $7 million. So currently cannabis does supply the general fund with a lot of money. And I know that this board has sought to pull that out and see where that money gets spent specifically. I think it's important that it goes back into a successful cannabis program as much as possible, and look forward to hearing more about the funding needs and opportunities for the department.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
How many senior planners does the cannabis program have today?
0.
So is that a potential need? Should we have at least one? And I ask both for the benefit of the cannabis program, but also to take load off of planning and building.
I mean, I would say yes, absolutely. So part of what will be coming back with a revised budget will be also a staffing plan. So I've been working closely with the budget team to address the staffing plan and then also look at what those positions will cost. So we will be bringing back some higher level planning positions built into that staffing plan. And I apologize, but off the top of my head, I can't remember if that's a senior planner or a chief planner that we put into that position. But we are looking at adding not only the planners that are referenced in yesterday's enforcement budget proposal, but also planners to our application review team. I'd like to add planner level 2s to our review team, simply because we do need additional expertise, but I also think it's incredibly important that we have opportunities for job advancement within the cannabis program itself. So we're really looking to develop our staffing out in a pretty significant manner.
All right, well, thank you. I think we might be ready for the next department.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Kristen. Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. At this point, we'll turn over to Undersheriff Brewster and Juanita.
Good afternoon, Chair Jurdy and board members and CEO Angelo. My name is Darren Brewster. I'm the Undersheriff with the Sheriff's Department. And also presenting with me will be Juanita Drilling, who is our fiscal manager. Before Juanita speaks to our numbers associated with our budget, I'd like to go over a few operational statistics. And prior to that, I want to thank everyone that assists, all our law enforcement family that assists the Sheriff's Office daily in making our citizens safe and letting us do what we do. And a few of those people that I have to name, one would be DA Eister. He works hand in hand with the sheriff daily. Him and his team, his investigators assist the Sheriff's Office with anywhere from homicides to sexual assaults to any major crime. So I really want to thank him. And, it's always great when one of the best legal minds in the state is your DA. And I believe Mr. Eister is that, excuse me. I also want to thank Chief Locatelli from Probation. He works hand in hand, not only with the sheriff and our patrol needs, but also with the jail and our Captain Pierce, dealing with multiple issues for either entry into the jail, probation issues, or release back into the community. So I really want to thank him. As far as the county goes, with the CEO's office, being the undersheriff in this county, I've worked closely with Assistant CEO Darcy Antle and Deputy CEOs Sherry Johnson and Janelle Rao. Without their support and their assistance to me, I wouldn't be able to perform the job I've done for the Sheriff's Office since I've been in office. So I truly want to thank their office and them for what they've done. And saying that, for the criminal statistics for last year, this is up until December, we had over 61,000 calls for service for criminal calls. Out of that, we actually had over 800 cases that were associated with violence through the year. And that, like I said, that's a little over 11 months of statistics. That ranges from homicides to sexual assaults to child abuse to domestic batteries to robberies to assault with deadly weapons, those kind of charges. That doesn't go in line with the other thousands of crimes that the Sheriff's Office has dealt with. We also had through 11 months of the last year, we had 11 SWAT call-outs, which is our special weapons and tactics team, which assists in grave matters to where usually someone's life's on the line or some type of barricaded subject is an issue. Cannabis, we had approximately a little over 225,000 plants seized last year with with about 55,000 pounds of bulk. As I stated in yesterday's presentation, we're already at 75,000 plants this year and 30,000 in bulk seizures. One of the issues we had, like everyone, was due to COVID. The way we did the crime trends and our routine patrols and practices had to change greatly to come in line with those protocols, which I believe we did. And saying that, I will have more presentation when I get down more into the weeds, but I'll pass it off now to Juanita. And Juanita, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Good morning, all. The Sheriff's Office was asked to prepare a realistic budget, and that was our goal in developing the budget this fiscal year. This has been a challenge for several reasons. For example, currently the Sheriff's Office net county cost for next year of $16.1 million is less than our fiscal year to date costs of $16.3 million, and 2021 isn't over yet. As this board knows, over the past several years, not enough expense was budgeted in relation to salaries, specifically overtime. Negotiated COLA and market study pay increases approved by the board have significantly added to salary expense. While the sheriff fully supports these increases, they do have an impact on our budget. Overtime expense was reduced or cut from the budget in the past to meet net county cost, which is unrealistic due to the nature of law enforcement work and the difficulty we've had in hiring willing and qualified personnel. Over the past several fiscal years, overtime expense has come in over budget by approximately $1 million each year, and actual overtime has not been lower than $1.4 million in the past 5 years. This will only increase in tandem with the latest negotiated MOU pay increases. Vehicle replacement expense has also taken a back seat, and in order to meet net county cost, those have been cut. So our patrol vehicles are aging rapidly. 30% have over 100,000 miles on them, and new vehicles take time to fully assemble and equip for deployment. So moving into our significant budget changes, revenues initially were projected at $6.8 million. The bulk of this is from sales tax and 2011 realignment dollars. This projection included a conservative increase in sales tax revenue over 2021 of approximately $400,000. The executive office projection is slightly higher at $642,000, and that's in the slide that we are presenting. Expenses, initially Sheriff's Office total expense was budgeted at $25.2 million, and the bulk of those expenses were salary and benefits at $20 million. There's been a decrease in the workers' comp insurance amount by approximately $120,000, thanks to HR. And so those total expenses have been also decreased. So our revised total expenses are $25.1 million. Significant changes in the budget expenses from last year. A more realistic number has been proposed for overtime and extra help. 1.4 million combined this year compared to previous year, 825,000. An allocation for communications microwave expense, 367,000, has been added this year that was not in the budget last year. Autopsy costs have also doubled, so we've added 400,000 this year to medical costs accordingly. Vehicle replacement and IT fixed asset requests have been added to the budget for an increase of from 452,000 from last year. And this is mostly due to the request to replace some of our patrol vehicles with high mileage. Those are the significant changes. We believe the proposed Sheriff's Office budget is pretty lean and serves the community in a responsible and efficient manner. So what is the Sheriff's Office asking for in comparison to the Executive Office suggested proposal? Over these budget talks, I've heard a lot of people say the departments should ask for what they need. So that's what we're asking for. No adjustment, decrease to proposed salaries, and no adjusted decrease to fixed asset request items. It's unrealistic to think that the Sheriff's Office will not have vehicle and IT equipment needs. And there's currently no vehicle replacement fund in place. One-time funding is not a permanent solution to a critical operational expense. So the revised requested net county cost for Sheriff's Office is $17,655,976. It's a difference of about 1.5 million. That's all I have for you. And if there's no questions, I'll turn it over to Undersheriff to speak to our cost efficiencies, staffing challenges, and operational needs that affect the budget.
Okay, yeah, it looks like we have a couple questions. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, so I have 3 quick questions. One is, can we get a handshake that the sheriff's office will live within budget? I don't see the budget as a guideline. I see it as a hard requirement. And this board can get together on short time and adjust it if necessary. But I would like a handshake that we don't spend beyond budget.
Through the chair, Under Sheriff Darren Brewster, I would love to do a handshake with you, Supervisor Williams, regarding our budget, but due to needs that come up yearly or monthly, I would say, maybe weekly, it's very difficult to decide where we are in our overtime usage. And when we get underfunded to begin the year, it's tough to stay within that. So if you're asking for us to continue to go before the board, to continue to ask because our numbers are rising or we don't have those allocated costs, then we're more than happy to do that.
So, but it's my understanding that departments must live within budget. The spending cannot be outside a budget. This is the board's responsibility to set a budget, and it's the department's responsibility to spend within the budget. And we can refer it to county council if there's any dispute there. I'm okay increasing it as needs arise, as we have emergencies. And I understand with COLA, it is lean. But I just, looking back at the overages, I don't think it's legal. County council, can you weigh in briefly?
If I may respond through the chair. So there are a few nuances in terms of certain specific situations with either bona fide emergencies or certain types of expenditures. So I don't know that I can give a comprehensive answer briefly. Frankly, I may need a little bit of time to come back with something a little bit more detailed. But generally speaking, yes, the departments need to be living within budget.
So I would like that to come back. Maybe we can get more direction in a moment. The IT expenses, I agree. I mean, in modern world, every department has IT needs. I would like the sheriff's IT to be coordinated with the county information services to make sure we're spending the people's money as efficiently as possible. I don't want to see duplication. I would rather have a resident deputy, in any one of our districts than duplicate same services. And then last, I read in the newspaper that the sheriff and CEO are not meeting weekly. I think that's a real mistake. The structure statewide really sets the CEO and the sheriff up to have friction. It's inevitable. The CEO is looking out for all departments, all county services. Sheriff is a little bit more narrow. By design, there's going to be friction. The way to alleviate some of that friction is to have weekly meetings. And I want our CEO and sheriff to work together and then bring plans to the board where they both agree. And I understand there will be some compromise. They may not always agree, but I don't see the model of silos working for us. Any thoughts there, either from Under Sheriff or CEO?
As through the chair, this is Under Sheriff Darren Brewster. I agree. We don't want friction at all. As long as when we meet, things aren't either pushed away or not completed. When we talk with the CEO's office, I can't see any issues. I can't speak for the sheriff. He's not on right now. So it's kind of hard for me to state what his thoughts are or what his thoughts would be. But I know Sheriff Matt Kendall is truly a person of the people and does not want to argue and fight and wants to do what's best for the county and for the sheriff's office. That's an absolute.
I appreciate that. And then on the IT duplication, what can we do there? Because I've seen a plan that calls for having the sheriff's office having its own email and duplicated cloud services. And, in an ideal world, maybe we could fund that. I don't see that being in line with what the people are demanding. The people are asking the board, why don't we have resident deputy? Why aren't you dealing with cannabis enforcement? I don't want to tell the people we duplicated an email cloud infrastructure and we didn't give them a resident deputy. How do we get some clarity there?
Through the chair, Under Sheriff Darren Brewster, from what I know, I don't believe there's a duplication of email services. I believe we want to be the authority to run our email due to issues that we deal with that are of a sensitive nature. But I don't know that that would be called duplication of all services.
So I guess I would like to see where my colleagues stand. I would like to ask Information Services to work with the Sheriff's Office and come back with a plan that attempts to remove duplication and gives the Sheriff's Office what they need to protect confidential information, but at the least cost.
And I'm a member of the ad hoc committee with the board on technology, and from everything I've seen, it doesn't make sense to me why we have two IT departments for the county, one for the entire county and one for the sheriff's office. I think we need to be, cutting costs where they aren't providing a value to the public, and it does look like a duplication of services, and I don't understand why there can't be sensitive materials protected for the sheriff's office when that's it needed by the IT department. I don't see it there being a concern there that's legitimate. Any other comments? Supervisor Mulhern or McGordy?
Thank you, Chair. I am afraid that the slide presentation that I was looking at doesn't match Ms. Drilling's presentation, so perhaps that could be resubmitted to the board. I am in favor of including overtime in the sheriff's budget. I think it doesn't make sense to not prepare for that. We know that there will be overtime, and to plan ahead in whatever way possible, I think is important so that we're not having the budget go over. Of course, there will be instances where we'll have to have a conversation, disaster, what have you, for reasons why there might be overtime, but I think it's important to include it in the first place. Along with, my thoughts are on this whole vehicle replacement program. It is that there's currently, and Under Sheriff Brewster, you can correct me if I'm wrong, there's currently not a program that exists for replacing vehicles on a regular basis. And, coming from the Ukiah City Council, we just had in our budget that we're replacing 2 vehicles per year, ongoing. We know that that's an expense that we're going to have. And if the sheriff's office can look at an opportunity like that, 4 to 6 vehicles per year, I'm not even sure how many vehicles this budget was proposing, because it wasn't broken down in a way that I could understand. So I think that it would be great if the CEO's office and the sheriff could work together to come up with a vehicle replacement program and bring that back to this board.
So through the chair, Under Sheriff Darren Brewster, I can go into at length regarding what the past process has been and why we are where we are today, if you'd like me to do that now.
I really would like to go into how we remedy it in the future. Okay. I think that what we know is that we have some vehicles for the sheriff's office that are sitting and waiting to get I'm outfitted. Not going to use the outfitted thing. I was going to say furnished. That was wrong. To get outfitted, and I really would just like to see a plan moving forward. How we don't repeat that in the future.
Right, and as we all know, what you have to look to the past to know what the future is going to hold. And so back in the 18-19 budget year, we were slated to get an amount of vehicles. During that time, something was dropped from general services through the Ford company. So by the time the Ford company got our request, we were pushed back months from development because multiple others had jumped in front of us. Once that happened, the next year, the 18-19 year, where we were allotted 7 more vehicles, so now we're at 13 that haven't been produced or outfitted. Ford retooled their factory, which stopped production for 4 to 6 months. Of course, once that happened, COVID hit in the year 2020, which also stopped production of the Ford company. So we've just finished retrofitting and getting our vehicles completed from the 18-19 year to the 2020 year. So the 8 vehicles that you see that are over in the yard, and I also want to thank the CEO's office for showing that slide to show the hardship the sheriff's office has in actually completing these builds. once those 13 vehicles were completed and pushed in, now we could start on those 8 builds, but we could not start on those 8 builds until those other vehicles were completed, not because of us, because of the issuing of parts, getting the parts, and also the Lear company that works on our vehicles can only take so many vehicles at a time. So for all those reasons is why there's been such a backup. We have 17 vehicles right now that are over 100,000 miles. In the way our policies work for the past 13 years and the industry standard for emergency vehicles in this state is you do not drive a vehicle over 100,000 miles. And that's due to what could happen, the officer liability and the liability of these citizens if those vehicles break down. And I can just imagine the liability and lawsuits would come if that occurred because we have these vehicles over that mileage. We have 3 more vehicles that are in the 90,000. So in 2 months, we are going to have 32% of our fleet over 100,000 miles. If we do not continue to build these vehicles yearly, we won't have vehicles to respond to calls, meaning we could have more deputies and vehicles. So we have 53 vehicles right now in our fleet. As I said, 32% of those are over 100,000 miles. And we don't have, and we have more deputies than that for our fleet as we speak today. It's, I'm throwing that to the board because this is a huge ask, and that's why we pushed this in my paper for the PG&E monies. If it can't be through the general fund, then we're asking for it to go through the PG&E monies for our vehicles and our replacement of our radios.
I just think that in the future, it would be really helpful for not only this board, but for boards 5, 10, 15 years from now to know that there is X number of vehicles that need to be replaced per year, regardless of situations that happen, pandemics or non-production, what have you. Just have it be prepared and in the plan with, a spreadsheet. These are the vehicles we're replacing and here's how we go moving forward. And I think that's a great opportunity for the Sheriff's Office to work with the CEO, for Sheriff Kendall and our CEO, Angelo, to be able to work together, come up with that plan, and bring that back to the board. I think it's important.
And through the chair, Under Sheriff Darren Brewster, it also needs to be noted that during the fires, the 2020 fires, in just a little over 30 days time, the Sheriff's Office fleet put over 200,000 miles on our cars, which equates to 2 brand new patrol vehicles in less than just over a month, just in mileage. So that it shows you the amount of mileage that we put on our vehicles on a daily basis. This is a very big county, and to help assist and protect the citizens of this county, we put anywhere from 200 to 300 miles a day on an average day driving, especially in the north sector, as Supervisor Haschak knows. You can go from Willits to Covelo to Leggett, and you're going to be spending 3-4 plus hours just in the drive. And we do that daily.
Supervisor McGordy.
So on the IT issues, I came from a department that had basically 2 IT systems. University of California maintained its own. It was secure. We used Duo Security, so every time that you logged in, you had to also receive a message from an independent third party that confirms it's you on your cell phone, and you have to let them know. So that's, I think, going to become more common in the future as we try to improve cybersecurity for departments. And it seems like an arrangement like that with the sheriff would help and still allow them to use an email system that the county administers. But I'm sure there's also other programs that he's tapping into, Department of Justice and such, that might also need security. So I recognize that the needs of some departments are different, and that they have their own peculiarities or needs that are different from the general departments in the county. So I recognize that IT needs for some departments are different, and they should be given some consideration. The other thing I'm really curious about is how many vehicles Darren, do you guys lose a year just to accidents and such? Because I can remember going to pick up my vehicle and at the county yard and seeing some rather spectacular crash results sitting there. I'm just curious, what kind of attrition do you have on an annual basis to mishaps?
We have through the chair, Under Sheriff Darren Brewster. Thank you for asking that, Supervisor McGorty. It's an excellent question. We have multiple every year. There's not, I wouldn't be able to tell you an average, but anywhere from 5 to 15 vehicles get damaged somewhat to critical. That's not to mention the tires and the wear that go into these vehicles. I remember one operation we had, I think we had over 18 flat tires on an operation just off of our sheriff's office vehicles due to the terrain we were in during that time. And of course, that was regarding marijuana eradication. So, I mean, they're put through tremendous stress every year. And the high speed driving that has to occur at times, you want vehicles that are, you don't want to go out praying that you don't wreck or your vehicle doesn't malfunction when you're driving at a high speed to go protect the community. That's something that should not be in the mind of that deputy. And I believe it is now.
So I just want to bring that to the other board members to understand. We're not just talking about, commuting to Santa Rosa. These things are run pretty hard, and stuff does happen. And the Mendocino County roads, as we all know, are not pristine. So all these things add together to make it rough on vehicles. In terms of overtime, yes, you should budget for it, but I think also you should staff for it too. And I know the sheriff's working hard to get entry-level deputies into the system, and I support that, because it doesn't make sense for people to work when they're tired. They make mistakes, and it's better in the long run if we can find a way to minimize overtime so that it's not something that is a constant stress on the staff. So I support having more deputies and less overtime.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We do have in the chambers a hand raised.
If I may, through the chair, Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. Just a couple of things to point out. We do appreciate the Sheriff's Office this year for, they did book overtime at 1.1 million. Also like to say there is a county fleet policy in place since 2007. We will be happy to review that with Sheriff's Office and the Fleet Division and bring that back before this board.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, wrecked vehicles, aren't those covered by risk?
Yes.
Okay, so we're not talking.
It could be warranty vehicle. It could be under warranty as well.
Yeah.
But it also takes, whether we have vehicles allocated to us, if we have 4 or 5 wrecked vehicles, whether we're getting payment from them through other means, we still don't have them.
Understood, but we're not budgeting here for the to replace wrecked vehicles. Those are covered under a different budget category, our risk
Correct.
policy.
Yes.
There was a board directive in 2019. I think I may have brought this to the board to consolidate the 2 IT departments. Has any progress been made? Where does that stand today?
That is out of my purview. I could absolutely get with the sheriff and our manager for IT, and we could get back to the board on that.
Perhaps the executive office. I think that they were actually tasked with making it happen. Where are we?
Chair Jurdy, Supervisor Williams, I honestly don't think we have made much, if any, progress at all. I would ask Deputy CEO Janelle Rawl to speak to that. Thank you.
Good morning, board members. Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. Supervisor Williams is correct, and I actually believe that there's been directive multiple times to review the consolidation of both SOIT and the countywide IT. Due to several emergencies and responses, we haven't approached that, and operationally, we've been working through some hurdles in implementing the IT master plan, but most certainly with this new board's desire to pursue that, both countywide IT can work with the sheriff's office and pursue that.
Could we put a time frame on that? Because I mean, it's literally been 2 years. Is it like possible to report back in 30 days on status and next steps? Or the board can decide to rescind it. But you know, I'm a little bit dismayed. We give directives, we pass a budget, and then we see spending is beyond the budget and the directives are ignored. In this particular case, I think it has a large impact on public money.
Through the chair, Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO, we can most certainly report back to the board within 30 days with the time frame.
Appreciate it. And then last, how do we get to the bottom of, is the budget a mandate or is it just a recommendation? Can departments spend beyond? I know there's some nuances, there's emergencies that come up, declared disasters. I'm talking about the everyday expenses, the expenses that are anticipated. Do we expect departments to spend beyond a board-approved budget?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'm not quite sure if that question was directed to me or to the rest of the board.
I would direct it to County Council.
Yeah, so I'm happy to come back with a more detailed analysis and discussion for the benefit of the board with respect to the requirements of the budget, the relation between the department heads and the code section that was discussed yesterday. I will say as a general proposition, yes, the board has the budget authority. The budget is something that has to be respected and adhered to, and that there are significant legal consequences as a result if they're not complied with. I think where the issue is really the realisticness of the expectation, and in particular has sort of the past pattern created any sort of expectation that departments should not be coming forward with a request for budget adjustments before they start, essentially planning on the money, or should they be doing it, more or less retroactively? And, I believe that was what was referred to the General Government Committee, and what I'm expecting to be working with the General Government Committee on to develop essentially protocols that make it clear and set a good expectation for all of the departments as to how they adhere to the budget, and how, if there needs to be changes to the budget, they get brought forward in a way that doesn't essentially put the board in a position of saying, well, we don't like this, but we don't feel we really have a choice because we've tolerated this sort of thing in the past. And I think that a lot of that's going to be sort of the protocol and how it's done. From the legal standpoint, I think the question is relatively straightforward. There are a handful of exceptions for certain types of emergencies, for certain types of offices. For example, overtime during a fire that required to evacuate citizens, might be something that the board might not have the discretion to not be approving a budget adjustment for. But I'm happy to outline sort of the contours of that, the limits of that, and then to work with the General Government Committee on the how that can be implemented as a practical matter. And if I may, Mr. Chair, I did want to just comment briefly with respect to something Supervisor McGorty said, if that's all right.
Go ahead.
Supervisor McGorty had mentioned, I think, access to DOJ systems and the possible need for parallel IT support. I just want to make sure that the board is aware. We actually have, I think, about 4 different departments within the county that access the CLET system through the Department of Justice. And there were actually some audits of the protocols within the last, I want to say 2-3 years now. There was actually an expectation due to some tensions between the federal administration and the state administration that prompted the DOJ to be sort of very careful and make sure that all of the counties were adhering quite closely to the regulations and protocols regarding confidentiality. And there was, as a result, it wasn't just IT staff. There was actually janitorial staff and others that were required to undergo necessary background checks. So if there are any questions or concerns about that, my office is happy to advise and to assist. I don't think we've gotten any, probably for about a year or so, but that has been undertaken, and that is something that can be done countywide. So I want to make sure the board's aware of that.
Okay, thanks, Supervisor McGordy. You're muted.
Counselor, would you say then that the system is secure for the other departments that are using DOJ access data, and would the Sheriff's Department be able to function under the IT system that, or IS, county IS, as you do?
Yeah. So if I may respond through the chair, that is my understanding. If there's any specific concerns, we're happy to take a look at them. But, for example, the CLETS data, my office actually receives some of it. We have a handful of attorneys who've been certified through the regulatory process to assist on the juvenile dependency matters. And, there's certain protocols that you have to make sure that they're not transmitted in a way that's going to be sort of unduly creating a risk of accidental disclosure or additional copies. So we actually worked with IS to make sure that we have a way to transfer the information quickly between the departments without say putting it in and attaching it to an email, right? So one of the protocols is that information shouldn't just be attached to an email and thrown out into the email system to be stumbled across by someone else later, that it goes through a sort of a specific protocol. So I believe, certainly I know my office has worked that out with IS and some of the other departments, and I believe that those protocols have been established, I think, for all of the departments that are handling that information.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hashek.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So, it seems like we have a couple of these issues, the IT issue, and certainly we want to be as careful with the taxpayers' money as possible. And I think that goes throughout the county, that no one wants to be doing anything that's not necessary. I guess I would like to see the Sheriff's Department or office work with the executive office and IT and figure out how to move forward with this to get everyone's needs met. And it starts with communication and making sure that we're all communicating our needs and doing it in a fiscally responsible manner. With the transportation, I can understand, the 3rd District has a lot of dirt roads and places that the sheriffs need to go to. That's a lot of wear and tear. And if you're doing over 100,000 miles and we got 30% of our fleet over 100,000 miles, that presents a liability. And so if we don't fund this, what is the liability? Who has a liability? Is it the Board of Supervisors for not properly funding the purchase of vehicles? And so I guess that's a question for County Council or Under Sheriff Brewster. And then, what my district is really concerned about is providing the service. And we're looking at increased enforcement of illegal cannabis grows, the increase of violent crimes, and we need more service, and we need resident deputies. I've had quite a few talks with Sheriff Kendall about providing resident deputies up in Covelo, and that would require some extra funding. I was wondering if that is in the budget, and what is where we are with that process. So who's to say, whether the sheriff's budget is the appropriate one or the executive office? I'd like to make sure that we're communicating between those two entities to make sure that we as a board are providing the appropriate budget for the sheriff's office, but also that our goal, with the ultimate of our goals of providing safety to the people of Mendocino County and in an appropriate way. So we can't do it on the cheap, I don't think. But anyway, I was wondering if Under Sheriff Brewster had any comments about that.
Sorry, trying to unmute myself. Through the chair, this is Under Sheriff Darren Brewster. I agree with everything you've said. As far as the resident deputy post, we're doing everything we can to fill them. We've asked for the resident deputy posts to be supplemented with more money regarding COVLO in the South Coast, so that could be due to the hard nature of filling those positions and where those positions are. They're in such an outlying area, but it's of grave importance to us to complete that process. But it's very difficult to do. As far as liability, I think we're all liable if we know that this is an issue that has come up with our vehicles, and if nothing's done about it, I know it would be very difficult for me to be able to handle a situation where a deputy either was injured because of this issue, or we were unable to get to a location to assist a citizen in a time of need because of this issue, and we knew that this was there and we didn't do anything about it.
Okay, looking at in the chambers, someone has raised their hand.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. I want to make a couple comments in response to some of the key points and questions actually that have been brought up. First of all, I would like to thank Under Sheriff Brewster for being here. I think it's really important to have representatives from the Sheriff's Office involved in such critical discussions around budgets and certainly the budget hearings. I would like to assure Under Sheriff Brewster that the resident deputy positions went to Human Resources. These were meet and confer issues. They could not come to the board, and I certainly could not approve them. So they went to Human Resources. I believe that they have worked through the labor issues, and that there was information that was sent back to either Sheriff Kendall, or it might have been you, Under Sheriff, or Juanita, I'm not sure, for the sheriff to go ahead and bring forward those positions. There are increases, and also that policy that the Sheriff's Office is bringing forward has Sheriff Kendall as the sole authority to sign off on giving additional dollars to staff at his discretion with no other signature. So the sheriff has to be the one that brings that forward to the board. So there is a clear path that has been presented by Human Resources for the Sheriff's Office to bring that forward. And I'm assuming that that will be coming forward at one of the next meetings from the Sheriff's Office. I would also like to say that if it wasn't said earlier, that we do have a vehicle replacement policy. That vehicle replacement policy has been approved by the Board of Supervisors. We work through that. We know over the last few years, and I think that that Under Sheriff Brewster did speak about this, but when you were talking about the planning department and some of the issues there, that we have had deferred maintenance on our buildings. We have not purchased additional vehicles and other equipment over the last decade, so I think we are all catching up. I would also like to remind this board, and I know we are on the Sheriff's Office budget, but I do want to remind this board, we have 1,200 employees, and while the Sheriff's Office is certainly a critical service, and the patrol deputies are certainly a critical service for the public, we also have child support services. We have child protective services. We have adult protective services. We have public health. We have nurses, social workers. We have many, many employees that serve the public and are out driving hundreds of miles a day. That's not to negate the work of our deputies. That certainly is critical, the good work that they do. But we have to have a replacement policy, and we have to follow it because we have other departments that need vehicles too. We are working as hard as we can and as quick as we can to get those vehicles either replaced or part of the replacement policy. I think that the issue with the sheriff's vehicles this year is that we are very aware that there are a number of vehicles, as Under Sheriff Brewster has thanked us for putting that picture up. Those vehicles need to be outfitted. I believe we're waiting for the sheriff's office to do that. And in the process, if you're talking a few months, it could be another department that has a social worker that's going out, or a child welfare worker, or a nurse that's going out that may need a car as well. So I just want to remind this board, I think as Supervisor Williams said earlier, the sheriff has one goal, that's his goal. It's important that he has that goal, which is the protection of the public. I am by order and direction of this board, and certainly the CEO ordinance, I have to be responsible for 1,200 employees, $350 million that I present to you in a budget. We have 1,200 employees. We have a lot of employees that need new vehicles. Thank you.
Right. Supervisor Williams.
100,000 miles on our county roads, that's probably 10,000 miles on a road over here in the 5th District, and maybe 1 million miles on a state highway. I don't know that the 100,000 mile mark is as important as routine safety inspections. How many vehicles today from safety records are in a category of risk for law enforcement? Do we have an independent assessment of our vehicles to help us gauge how to keep our public servants safe?
Through the chair, Supervisor Williams, was that directed for me?
Well, yeah, I suppose.
We have routine. We do have routine maintenance on all our vehicles, as I'm sure the county does as well for all the existing vehicles they have. It's a matter of the reason why there's that 100,000 mile mark is, which, as you stated, they're not easy miles, they're hard 100,000 miles. Is the wear and tear of fixing everything that's on that vehicle. We definitely keep as safe as we possibly can those vehicles as we have them, as the county, the fleet and management, they do routine inspections consistently through the year on, I believe, all their vehicles that are in the county. But that does coincide with our emergency vehicles. It's just a matter of how long you could keep those vehicles going the way they can. They can only do what they can do to assist us once vehicles start getting that much in age.
So, 100,000 miles for law enforcement, where it's really critical that the vehicle never break down. I understand that, and I think a lot of departments throughout the country replace even lower, maybe 75,000 miles. But those vehicles are arguably just broken in for other purposes. Is there any potential of repurposing sheriff's office vehicles for other departments when they hit that 75 to 100,000 mark? Essentially buy the new vehicles for the sheriff's office, but then hand down the vehicles that are just broken in, say for public health, where, we don't want any county employee to be stranded roadside, but it wouldn't be the worst thing if once in a while we have to call for a tow. It's not quite the same life and death situation that officers face. And maybe this could come back as part of the vehicle replacement plan. But I think there's more than just replacing vehicles. It's how do we get a dashboard of ongoing maintenance records, and how do we decide whether to auction the vehicle when we're done, scrap it, or repurpose?
I can answer some of that as a former department head, because we had a Dodge pickup that we kept for 16 years. And we finally had to replace it because we simply couldn't get parts for it anymore. And even so, they managed to scrap some things together, and it became sort of like a second purpose vehicle for the Department of Agriculture for their trapper program. So I think our garage is pretty good at taking care of things, and we had routine scheduled maintenance and safety inspections, and Mendocino County has got a pretty robust program. They don't send us out on the road with knowingly with things being in bad condition, and they worked pretty hard to make sure stuff worked. And even things like our air conditioning, if you went out, they were pretty good about making it well. And at times they had to outsource it to the dealer. And I I think that we're pretty conservative on that. And I know that when we've had budget issues, the CEO's office has stretched our purchasing intervals, but they didn't back off on making sure that things were kept in good running condition. So as a former department head with the county, I don't see that as a big issue. Sheriff's Department probably a different situation because they're responding for public safety and high speeds, and their equipment probably has to operate a lot better than us going down to Hopland to pick some fruit for my test plot. So I think overall that Mendocino County manages their fleet pretty well.
Okay, Under Sheriff Brewster.
Through the chair, Under Sheriff Brewster, and that's Supervisor Williams, you're correct. So once our cars, once we are done with the cars and we replace them with newer vehicles, that goes back to fleet and facilities for repurposing. So it's up to them on what they do with it. We don't have control of that, but it does go back to the county fleet.
So I have just a couple questions. One is on the resident deputy situation on the coast or in Round Valley. And I know that that's always a challenge getting people to serve in those areas. But one thing I've wondered about over the years is, because people do see what happens with promotions, is, do people who work in these more remote areas really see the same pathway to promotion as someone working close to headquarters? And if what people see is, okay, you need to be close to the management, be in their site to get promoted, maybe that would be a deterrent to someone from wanting to work in a more remote area and lead to those positions remaining vacant. So I don't know if that's a real issue or if that's just a possible issue.
Through the chair, Darren Brewster, I don't believe so. I believe that you're promoted on the work that you do. When you're a resident, you deal with very many cases that are all on you usually, and there's numerous investigations that transpire that you head and that you will push through. You know the people know you, they trust you. So we will still have our investigations unit, of course, assist them on major cases, but they're definitely more hands-on with their cases, and we absolutely see that, and it gives them the ability to then promote into the detective unit or into, one of our task force positions or comment to where they get investigative experience to where they can promote up the chain.
Okay, so what I'm hearing from you is the deputies see a pathway to promotion even if they're not close to headquarters.
Correct. I mean, look at two of our lieutenants, Lieutenant Stefani and Lieutenant Shannon Barney. They were both residents and both promoted up to the position of lieutenant.
Okay, all right, thanks. And then just finally on the department's request for vehicles from the PhD funds, I remember the event. I remember there was, fire departments throughout the region were coming into Mendocino County, all the fire departments in the county responding, but also all sorts of law enforcement. The sheriff's office had people patrolling neighborhoods because, there was obviously a lot of concern. People evacuated. They're concerned about potential theft during an event like that or before they were allowed to re-enter into the neighborhood. And so I know that there was a pretty heavy law enforcement presence to protect property after the fire and, during the fire and afterwards. So I'm assuming that your department has records of all that overtime and everything that took place. And I'm just requesting that you can work with the CO's office to compile that and provide that to the board because it could be part of our evaluation process for the vehicles.
Through the chair, Under Sheriff Darren Brewster, absolutely. That would all be through either the paperwork that was sent to the CEO's office due to the fires, or it's definitely in our parole or our payroll records.
Okay, so hopefully that can be sent to us because we've got obviously more requests than we have funding available, but I think that information might be helpful to us in this particular request.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Anything else on the Sheriff's Department budget? Okay, all right. Well, I think we might be ready for the next department.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. Thank you so much, Under Sheriff Brewster and Juanita. We'll be moving on to transportation. It looks like we have Director DeShiel on the line.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board, the CEO, staff, and County Council. I'm Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation. With me here today is my Administrative Service Manager, Megan DeFranco, and she is trying to share screen and get our presentation up. While she's doing that though, I'll just start by saying that this presentation is going to concentrate on the road fund budget units for the department. Budget unit 3010, 3030. 3010 is our general, day in, day out routine maintenance budget unit, the main budget unit. 3030 is for disaster response, disaster damage, and 3041 is our capital projects, bridges, and grant programs. Let me just confirm, can you see the shared screen?
Yes, we can.
Good, thank you. So we're grateful that the CEO has recommended for our airport budgets, the security fencing at Round Valley Airport, the match for the FAA-funded taxiway project. The reason I decided to concentrate on the road fund budgets is that we've been given additional net county costs for the rest of our requests from the other budget units. We're also very grateful that the CEO, out of this $3 million general fund ask that I'm presenting today, has recommended $750,000. That's greatly appreciated. Some of the things we'll discuss today and some of the slides we're coming to are similar, again, like some of the other departments, to the PG&E settlement fund ask. And obviously anything that's covered by PG&E settlement wouldn't need to be covered by this request, and vice versa. Let's go on to the next slide. Whoop. Something's not working. Oh, there we go. So again, just a brief recap of the road part of the house out here. Obviously, we have 7 other positions that take care of the airports and land improvement and now water agency a little bit, and solid waste. But for the road department, which is sort of the main frame of the department out here. In fact, all our administrative service comes from the road department, administrative department, and they assist the other divisions. But at the heart of our operation is the 1,016 miles of road, 672 surface, 344 gravel, 157 bridge structures. We have 7 road yards located strategically through the county. And the idea is there from each road yard, we have an hour to 2 hours at the most response time to anywhere in that system. 221 heavy equipment and vehicle pieces, and that equipment would include trailers and every equipment piece, not just, motorized equipment. But, we've reduced that down by 104 since I became the director in 2005. 66 positions in the road department, the road fund, that's down 19 since 2005. Again, I said our administrative service division that Megan heads up, we have 10 people there. They not only support the road division, but also our other divisions. Engineering has 8 people. They're chiefly responsible for delivering the bridge projects and STIP type funded road projects. And of course, our biggest division, our road services division, there's 48 people there. And those are basically what we consider sort of the bare minimum staff we need to keep our department functional. We have a lot of grant funding and project match, roads and bridges being the biggest, but in the last 3 to 4 years, we've had a lot of disaster damage. So the next slide we'll be coming to, we'll talk about that. Few pictures here across the top, again, is just your road crew doing their normal, operational functions. Take care of those dirt miles of road. A picture there going across the top of assembling our temporary Bailey Bridge. We've deployed that bridge 3 times or 5 times since I've been director in the last 16 years. There we are plowing some snow, and also the crew, doing their own form of corrective maintenance. We have limited capacity besides routine maintenance to also do some better repairs as we're allowed to. Lower left hand, 2 pictures. Middle down was a storm damage repair. I believe we had in excess over the last 4 years, like 70 road failure points that needed repair. That's one of them, happens to be Haynes Ranch on Mountain View Road. And the contractor obviously did the repair and the finished product below. We also moved through a bridge program through the Federal Highway Administration where we've roughly done, I think we've done 11 bridges in the last 16 years, not quite a bridge a year. But, we're constantly working on that 157 bridge inventory to keep it up to date and replace. The Davis Creek Bridge, the one in the middle, was weight limited. You actually couldn't drive legally a school bus across it because the weight reduction was so great. And then obviously now we have a nice new bridge. Pictures over on the right are our corrective maintenance program. That's a 3-inch cold in place recycle. You have seen that happening around the county, not as much as we'd like. But again, on the bottom is our chip seal finished product. So next slide. Again, you've seen this slide before during PG&E cost settlement, but if we look at our recent and current disasters, the top line, the winter storms, the fire damage, and then winter storms again, what we've already spent up to this point is 688 million, and of course we had to match 1.57 million for that. And then we have a remaining cost for the repairs we haven't done yet, shown at 5.83, and again a $565 million match. The band in the middle, thousand. The band in the middle is our recent and current road projects, again over that same 3 to 4 year period with the bridges and road projects we've done. We probably leveraged 26.3 million in projects for the 3.18 million in match. And then we have, projected out 57 million more, and then that match. The big box, second to the bottom, I guess, puts it all together. And I guess the message I want to get across there is for $1.9 million local share, we're basically leveraging 62 million in project delivery construction. So it's a good deal, but it takes a lot. And getting down to why this sort of unusual for our department request for $3 million. I've not done that very often through the years, but these project matches are part of what has depleted our road fund, that we keep a certain amount there for our normal roads and bridge projects, but we've had to do extra because of the disasters. It's also a combination of just the expenses around the much needed, salary increases we gave the staff 2 years ago. We're in the 3rd year of that. But, that was something that we cannot pass on to our gas tax revenue. That's not a reimbursement program. So we've had to absorb those raises, and I'm glad the staff got them. We needed them, but again, it's just one more thing we've had to absorb and get through by tightening our budget around every other thing, and we've really tried to tighten every other thing. And then, you know, to a certain extent, just the cost of materials continues to go up. You know, what the road department does is highly energy dependent. You know, it's going to be dependent on oil products and energy, whether it be aggregate or concrete, all those things. And, you know, lastly, we would normally, and the next slide is going to show this, we would normally have and do expect an increase in our highway users tax account. Yeah, I guess we can go to the next slide, the HUDA, that's the blue line. And that does have a CPI adjustment, but with all these things that have hit us in the last few years, cumulatively, we're really at an expense level that's the orange line. And it doesn't really show, but you know, 1819, 1920, that gap was wider and the department used up any of the, you know, the buffer we had. And, you know, what I'm really asking for is to try to replace that buffer, fill that gap. I mean, I will pan out and will intersect into the future. This won't go on forever. But, you know, I'm really trying to get to a point where I put back that match money so I can continue to get the projects delivered, the normal bridges. You know, I think things have simmered down on disasters. I hope we don't get another disaster soon. I'm certainly tired of them. But if there are big project demands out there, we have to meet those. And I'm going to ask Megan DeFranco now. I think she could add some specifics to make a few comments, and then we'll go to your questions. So Megan, did I miss anything?
Well, no. Good afternoon or good morning still. I just want to expand a little bit on some of the things that Howard brought up. So the road fund over the years, sometimes we have more revenue than expenses. And sometimes when we have higher expenses, like more projects, we're able to use what's in the road fund to cover the extra expense. And so what we're seeing lately is consecutive years where we just don't have enough. And we've seen a few things that have contributed to this. The salary increases, we've seen our 1000 series, which is the salary, insurance, and benefits. We've seen the 1000 series increase from fiscal year 18-19 to our projected fiscal year 21-22, $2 million. And what we did when we are road fund, we are not general fund. So where the general fund was able to supplement general fund budget units with money for the salary increases, we had to look internal. And we put on an internal hiring freeze. When people left, we did not rehire. We stripped down everything we could think of, but please keep in mind, when DOT builds their budget every year, we don't pad it. We build our budget based on what we've been averaging based on our need. We build our budget based on the revenue projections we get, you know, and based on what's in the MOU that we have to have for our staff, like tool, clothing, and some other things in our MOU. So when I say we strip things down, we basically stripped it down in my head with the idea this may not work, but we have to try. So, so salary increases were a huge hit to us. And although I think all our employees work hard, I just want to really talk about our road crew. Before the salary increases, it was really hard to retain. It's very manual labor. They are in extreme weather. They're the ones who are out there at 6:30 in the morning clearing the roads. They're out there in over 100-degree weather. You know, they do a lot of hard work, long hours. I really can't say enough about how hard our road crew works, but it's been difficult to retain staff. And so not only does the salary increases show that we value them, but it has helped us hire people and potentially retain. But it's a catch-22 because we can no longer afford because of the increases without revenue. The other impact of our internal freeze is we have all our divisions struggling. The road crew doesn't have enough. They need to have a minimum to safely do their job. We're talking flaggers so that they can work in the roadway. You know, they have to borrow from other crews if they don't have it. Response times, if they don't have enough staff, is being affected. We've had to prioritize things. And so some things that we were doing are, if they're low priority, you know, we still try to get to them, but we're just not having the ability to do so. And I want to talk just a little bit about the storm event that we had in Willits earlier this year that was fairly countywide. We had trees down everywhere. We had electricity in multiple places, brook trails. People couldn't get to their homes and power was out. And our crews, our Willits crews, you know, and I believe we used other yards to help clear. And when we have reduced staff, we just don't have the bodies to provide these services. We do, but it's a delayed, it's longer time before someone could get back into their home or whatnot. So the second thing that's impacting our situation is our revenue stream. It's mostly, we call HUDA, Highway User Tax Account, fuel tax. And it's expected, that was the last graph so far, it's expected to increase. Had these salary increases happen more naturally over time, we think we would have been able to absorb it. But these are very large increases in 3-year succession. It just overwhelmed our ability to meet it based on our expenses. And as Howard talked about, local share, we've had a lot of projects that have local share, and it's easy to look at the numbers. I left this screen up for a reason. It, you know, the numbers, you know, it's impressive. I mean, $62 million, almost 63, and we've only had to give out about 2 million. But they are numbers. I just want to talk about something that might impact you guys. We lost Ore Springs Road in 2017. We had 50 feet of road disappear because of a storm event. And there was members of the county who could not get to their homes without going 4 to 5 hours away. And local share, this isn't even one of our more expensive projects, but because of local share, we only spent $74,000 of county taxpayer funds when the entire project itself was $840,000. We were able to return this to the residents. And lastly, increased costs. We've seen cost of materials go up, which means we've been trying to maintain our 2000 series, which is our major expensive. We've been trying to maintain them where we are and where we have been, but it just means we're getting less material because of costs going up. It costs more to repair equipment. So I just really want to make it clear that it's not easy for us, and we don't take it lightly that we're requesting this money. We know it's a big ask, but we have tried everything that we can think of to come out of this without making this request. And it's not something we can sustain, you know, and that is the core of what I would like you guys to hear. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Megan. So I guess we're at the point now where we'll entertain your questions or have a discussion.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
So the DOT put together a 20-year plan, and I found it to be very helpful, but it doesn't include all the roads. I think the focus is on collectors, perhaps. What would it take to augment that list so that every mile of county road is on the schedule?
Well,
irrespective of how we can fund the maintenance and the new paving, just to get a date, because it's difficult for me. I have people asking, I look on the list and wow, they've lived at the same address for 20 or 30 years, and in the next 20 years, their road isn't even scheduled.
Right. So Supervisor Williams, through the chair, obviously the 20-year plan was based on the new money that was approved by the voters in 2018. The SB1 established a RMRA, a road maintenance and repair account. And it was an increment of gas tax that we could have. And the 20-year plan is basically the projections for 20 years, which is around 100 million. I guess I just picked some numbers. I said, so if I put $100 million on the roads that are obviously, you're correct, the more traveled, the main collectors, and I spread that money out for 20 years, I could get roughly, I believe the plan says 357 miles treated. That's not repaved, that's treated. That's chip seals, that's cold in place recycles, that's dig outs and chip seals. I mean, repavement would be much more than that. So yes, you're right. That leaves around 330 miles that are not in the plan. But what my plan also says is that as those main roads are better repaired so that they don't require constant routine maintenance by your road crew will over time be able to provide better, better attention to that 330 miles. The reality is though, if it's going to take me around 100 million to do 357 miles, then I guess by inference, I could say if I had another 100 million, I could do the 330 not in the plan. I know that's an answer that just basically says it's money, but it really is money at that point.
Is it possible to get an updated schedule of all roads? Based on current
I know I've been
funding.
asked this before, and I did provide the list to the board, your last request, of just the roads that aren't in the plan. But there is no schedule. I based the schedule, the 20-year plan, on a revenue stream from the state, RMRA. So unless I have a revenue stream, I have nothing to plan, because otherwise it's simply the routine maintenance that the crews can provide, the Band-Aids, if you will. At one point, when we had a discussion a number of years ago about a sales tax going to it, I believe that produced 80 million in 30 years. And I had a plan for that was basically about a 300 miles. So Supervisor, I can plan it, but I need to have a dedicated stream to plan, and then I can schedule. Like if I have $1 million a year towards that 330 miles, then we could plan out how we would start treating the 330 miles.
So for my colleagues, I think we should talk today about initial steps on giving DOT a funding stream so that they can schedule all roads. Maybe some roads will be 30 years out. We ought to at least have a plan, because as I see it today, there are roads that are slated to never be properly maintained.
Supervisor Williams, would you like to volunteer to work on a sales tax or some sort of revenue stream to pay for it?
I would. I mean, I think this aligns with reimagining the budget, and we're talking about allocating the PG&E funds and recovery funds, and roads is one of those high priorities. It's core infrastructure, and I think if we can't at least schedule all of our roads, maybe we need to rethink how we're allocating those funds. Maybe more of PG&E needs to go towards roads, as unfortunate as that is. But yeah, I would be happy to volunteer in any capacity.
Okay, great. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Judy. So, Howard, I really appreciate the work that the Department of Transportation did in Willits, with the snow event on January 26th and 7th. And, all the work being done with the Mendocino Complex fire too, and the effect it had on roads. My question is that this ask of the 3 million, and then you had the presentation with the PG&E funding. So I'm wondering how the two correlate.
So yes, Supervisor Hashak, through the chair, some of the asks overlap. Obviously, the 1.9 million request to replenish the match for all our projects, that would, if that was granted through PG&E settlement, we would not need that out of this $3 million request. There are also portions of the ask that would cover the California Air Quality Resource Board requirements for some of our equipment that still needs retrofitted. Obviously, if we got that money from PG&E settlement, we wouldn't need it from this. So some of those would cancel each other, yes.
If I may, this is Megan. So the PG&E ask was for the CARB, for the retrofit, for completion. So it was beyond fiscal year 21-22, as was the local share request in the PG&E slide. It was to completion. Our ask for that we're talking about here, so that's what he means there's some overlap. Our ask here is for fiscal year 21-22, or yes, 21-22 alone. So in this ask, there is 1.35 million for local share, for example. And so that's the overlap between this ask and PG&E. In this ask, there's $140,000 budgeted for CARB in 21-22. So the PG&E request was much higher because it was for completion.
Good point Megan makes. So it's not an exact transfer, but obviously if we were granted PG&E settlement, it would reduce our ask for general fund. And our accounting people would be able to work that out with the CEO's office. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, I do want to thank you, Howard, for that. I must not have downloaded the entire request for PG&E funds because I'm looking at a memo from May 27th that's specifically a match for the local match for the Potter Valley Road project. So there must be more requests that were submitted besides the one document I've downloaded at the moment.
So I apologize for that, Mr. Chair. I think the spreadsheet that Assistant CEO Antle gave you yesterday for the settlement, she does a real good job of summarizing all the asks. What DOT sent you was a little disjointed. We had one meeting in April where we talked about it. We had another meeting in May. We brought up some more ideas, but I believe that Assistant CEO Antle's spreadsheet captures the entirety. And she also indicates, for instance, the ask for the airports have been met with a net county cost offer. So, those notes are on her spreadsheet.
Okay, I'll look for that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Supervisor Mohan.
Thank you. I served as a City of Ukiah representative when the City of Ukiah went to the voters for a sales tax for Measure Y. And obviously we have many less street miles than the county has. But I would be willing to work with Supervisor Williams. I don't think that we have much of a chance of getting a sales tax measure passed, but I'm certainly willing to work with Supervisor Williams and the department to try to figure out how we can at least incorporate all of the county roads into a plan. I think that that's important. I realize being the 2nd District representative, I kind of have it pretty easy as far as streets are concerned, but I'm willing to spend the time if the board is interested.
I think that would be great if the two of you would work on that. Maybe this solution is something other than a sales tax, but yeah, that sounds great.
I look forward to it.
Okay, so for the notes, we'll make sure that that's ad hoc, either an ad hoc or it's a general government committee. It's up to you, your choice. Would you like it to be the general government committee, or would you like it to be an ad hoc?
I don't have a preference. I think we could accomplish the task either way.
Okay. Well,
yeah, we may want to meet outside of the standing committee, so the ad hoc may be a better vehicle.
I think it could be because you had more opportunity to just meet with people in small groups. Okay, so we'll note for the minute that's an ad hoc of Supervisors Mulhern and Williams to look at funding the remaining county roads that are not yet funded for repairs. Okay, great. Thanks, Howard. Was there anything else you wanted to add about your budget requests?
No, thank you very much for your consideration.
Okay, all right. I think we should probably take a working lunch break. It's a little after 12:15. Look into the clerk of the board's office. What would be a good time for us to reconvene in closed session?
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. We do have a full closed session working lunch, so it's 12:16. If we come back into closed session at 12:30, I think it would be much appreciated to have a few minutes of a break. Thank you.
Okay, all right. We'll come back into closed session at 12:30. Thanks. We're ready for the next county department to present.
Do we need to report out from closed session?
Okay, look to County Council. County Council, please report out of closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the board met in closed session to consider, my apologies, give me just a moment, to consider items 9B through 9G. Items 9B and 9G have been withdrawn by the department. As to items 9C, 9D, 9E, and 9F, direction was given to staff, and I'll note that Supervisor Jurdy did not participate with respect to items 9C and 9D.
All right, well, thanks. All right, we're ready to go back to the budget and looking to the CEO's office.
Assistant, good afternoon, Chair, member of the board. At this point, Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. We are going to the CEO proposed budget, action, and recommendations. Not seeing my slide up for you. Coming to the screen share. So on this slide, we'll get started. Fiscal stability, we're doing the ADA ramp at the Ukiah Veterans Hall. Financial sustainability, allocate underside revenue from budget unit 1,376,120 towards the microwave. Allocate unassigned revenue 393,000 towards COVID-19 disaster recovery ongoing expenses. Under organizational, Chair, Supervisor Hashak has his hand up.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Are you sharing something with us, or what document are you working on?
We're back in the presentation. And we are getting our screen up. Can you do just the one thing? Okay. So can you see it now, Supervisor?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I think we were on organizational development and infrastructure. 267,890 to fund the local match for the Little River, and 175,000 for the fencing project at the Round Valley Airport. We're going to allocate 750,000 to the Department of Transportation. Economic development, 25,000 to Mendocino Arts Council, 25,000 to the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District, 25,000 to the Fire Safe Council, and 104,000 to the Economic Development Budget for annual contracts. Emergency services, 1.1 million for dispatch contracts for fire and EMS services, and then allocate 198,000 for grants and local ambulances. And then support our community partners, 444,000 Prop 172 funds for fire agencies, and 700,000 of the TOT tax for recreational vehicles to fire agencies. That's the 1.1 million I was speaking about yesterday. And then when you go to the proposed budget and action recommendations on the next slide, this is what we are asking this board to approve today. Is to approve general fund reserve not to exceed 500,000 per Mendocino County Policy 32, using fund balance carry forward at the end of the fiscal year 21-22. Approve adjustments detailed in the CEO recommended budget adjustments, attachment B and C. Approve direction to the auditor to place the PG&E settlement money into a designated reserve totaling $22,651,730 $7. Approve direction to the auditor to place any funds received prior to fiscal year end from the American Rescue Act plan into a designated reserve. Approve fiscal year 21-22 department funding requests in attachment A, directing auditor controller to return to the Board of Supervisors on June 22nd with a formal resolution to adopt the 21-22 Mendocino County budget based on above direction. Approve amendments to the position allocation table as listed in attachment D, directing Human Resources Director to return to the Board of Supervisors on June 22nd with the updated position allocation table. Approve the fixed asset and structural improvements as listed in attachment F. Those are our asks for today and our recommendations to this board. I turn it back to you, Chair.
Darcy, just a couple questions. So if you can keep that slide back up. Thank you. The first bullet point is a little confusing because it says approved general fund reserve not to exceed $500,000. There are several million in general fund reserve. So what's that sentence trying to communicate?
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO, that 500,000, at least 500,000 or less, anything that's available, the first up to 500,000 at the end of fiscal year 21-22. So we're talking, when he closes the year we're going into, that at least or not to exceed 500,000 will go into our general reserve. Trying to set a standard of funding our general reserve on an annual basis.
Okay, so off the top, the first $500,000 of carry forward would be swept into the existing reserves, which far exceed $500,000.
Correct.
Okay. Right, that was a question I had. Supervisor Hashek.
Yeah, I was wondering about the Mendocino County Fire Safe Council and that $25,000.
So could we go back to an earlier slide?
My hand's up for the same reason.
Okay, so I thought there was direction or some kind of idea given yesterday to allocate the full funding for that. So how do we take care of that?
So I'd suggest the way to take care of that would be to reduce. Their request is for $120,000 for the 4 quarters of next year. We budget the 120, which would require an additional $95,000. We could take $95,000 temporarily out of the contribution to the IT reserve, for example, and because that's in the budget. We fully expect I think we all expect that we're going to be allocating a substantial amount of the PG&E settlement funds to the Fire Safe Council. If we do that prior to the second quarter, the direction could include that they would not call on the second, third, fourth quarter payments, which would mean that $90,000 would go back into the IT reserve.
And that's if we supplemented that with PG&E funds or some other source.
Yeah, I think that's the assumption that we will be doing that.
Okay.
I mean, that's my suggestion. Others could have a different suggestion.
Well, that sounds fine to me as long as it's noted and we do it.
Me too.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern.
I would go with the chair's recommendation.
Chair Jurdy, Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. I do believe the disaster recovery would be able to carry that until first quarter. That's the budget that it's paid out of, so I think we can cover that as long as there's a commitment to fund it back either through PG&E or through first quarter.
Well, I think the intent of the board is to guarantee them that they have the $120,000 for the year. They don't really care where it comes from. And so we would put them at $120,000 in this year's budget, but with the instructions that if the board allocates sufficient funds through PG&E allocation that they would not call on the second, third, and fourth quarter payments. And then those funds would revert back to, so are you suggesting rather than the IT reserve that it come from a different reserve?
Correct.
Okay. Sir, that sounds good if you've identified a preferred reserve. Okay, is the board in agreement with the alternate reserve account that Darcy has recommended?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Other changes, we've heard a number of requests, planning a building, et cetera. Some of those requests we could partially fund, I think, out of PG&E and possibly out of the American Rescue Funds. Are there any other allocations board members would like to make out of the operating budget that we're voting on today? Supervisor Hashak.
Well, I guess I'm a little confused about, if you could go to the next slide. And so there's reference to attachment A, attachment B. I would like to see those attachments. I'm not finding them in my presentation. So if we could go to those and see what we're actually talking about.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. Those attachments are in the packet. I think Tim is attempting, attempting to pull those up right now. But they are in the larger packet that was sent to you.
Okay, I see attachment A as Mendocino County Facilities and Fleet Division. Is that what we're talking about?
That's
No.
from the presentation. So you have a larger packet that's in your item. He wants B, attachment B. If I may, through the chair. Go ahead, Supervisor, sorry.
Oh, thank you. I guess the questions are, how are we taking care of the code enforcement and paying for that? Because that was a hefty project, lot of new costs there. And then also the sheriff's budget and how do we deal with that? Because there was a couple $1 million difference between what the sheriff was saying and what the CEO recommendation was. So I guess it's, how are we going to deal with those? Are those included?
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. The direction on the code enforcement, my understanding from the discussion yesterday was we were moving forward with one position at PBS. I believe part of that position, if not all, was covered in their budget. And due to point out that they do have several vacancies in that department currently. I would encourage other comments on that. But as far as the sheriff's office, yes, there's a little bit of a difference between what the executive office and the sheriff's office brought forward. We show them coming in closer on their expenses for this year, approximately only 500,000. So that would bring them closer to their net county cost, which was assigned to them at the beginning of this fiscal year of just over 14 million. The sheriff's office came in with an ask of $4 million over the net county cost assignment. We were able to provide them back dollars, close to 2 million of that for their salaries. The portion that was not funded by the CEO's office was the vehicles and the IT equipment that was discussed with you earlier. And it was recommended to them to come to you for PG&E for those additional funds.
Chair Jurdy, the CEO Angelo, I think that Supervisor Haschak brings up a good question. I think the biggest challenge is that our numbers and the sheriff's numbers don't match. And so, I don't know which one of us is closer to an accurate number, but the only way really to know what the accurate number is would be to have further discussion and review of the sheriff's budget, unless, this board wants to do something different. Back in 2011, and this really, my apologies, it should have been brought up to this board before, but back in 2011, it was a very similar circumstance to what happened most recently, that the public came forward and wanted an audit of the sheriff's office budget. And at that time, Supervisor Carrie Brown brought an item forward. They formed an ad hoc of Supervisor Kendall Smith and Supervisor John McCowan to work with the CEO and Sheriff Tom Allman to come back with a consultant to do an organizational review and audit of the sheriff's office. We actually have that report, and I plan to bring it to this board as an information-only item, but it speaks to really needing to get the information. And I think that if you look at the staff changes in our office, and certainly in the sheriff's office, there may be some discrepancies in the numbers that we really should reconcile. And the only way to do that is either to, have us sit down and work together, or to bring in somebody to review their budget. And I'm suggesting that, we really do want to submit a budget to this board that's accurate. And we have one department where our numbers are not matching the fiscal team's numbers. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I think that needs to be resolved. And I know it's been characterized as a witch hunt, but position allocation tables and financials for the sheriff's office have not matched most of the time I've been on the board in communication from the sheriff's office versus communication from the executive office. I don't know who's right. Maybe everybody's wrong, but I don't feel comfortable approving a budget where there's such discrepancies. So whether you want to call it an audit, getting somebody independent to look at it, getting the CEO and the sheriff in a room together to make sense of it, I don't care how we get to the end result, but we need to know what the actual numbers are. And as far as the attachments, at least in my draft, they're starting on page 38, sequential in the budget document.
Okay. Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I would agree that we need to have a meeting of the minds and have the CEO and the sheriff meet and figure out this budget problem. So we need clear numbers to really be responsible with the taxpayer money. So I hope that they can get together in the near future to figure that out and come back to us with a presentation that works. The other issue is with the code enforcement presentation yesterday from Planning and Building, they came with a $4 million ask, or for the 21-22 is almost a $2 million ask of those new positions. So I'm just wondering if that's reflected in this budget. So they did have quite a few positions. A GIS coordinator, new supervisor positions in code enforcement, an extra person in the deputy county counsel. So there were quite a few positions. Are those reflected in this budget?
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO, to the specific positions with regards to the code enforcement, enhanced code enforcement, in their budget, I can't speak directly to that. The additional in the whole project, my recommendation would be that you set up a separate fund in order to be able to track this code enforcement work. So you're able to track the time spent and the revenues that come in. You could set very clear metrics with regards to that. So we could set up a fund where those departments, which I think now we're talking sheriff, possible DA as of this morning, county council, cannabis, and planning and building. So you have at least 5 departments that would be charging against that fund to come in. Is that included in this budget? No, there's no money set aside. Those discussions did not occur prior to putting this budget together.
Well, I think the board has been pretty clear in the last few months that as we've learned about the problems primarily in the eastern part of the county, but not only there, that we wanted to expand code enforcement activities, and we wanted to find a way to fund this program. So I think we do want to find a way to fund it. I personally think that in a way we could front some money for it, because I think there's an opportunity for the department to bring in new revenue, both through fines from the Code Enforcement Division, but also, again, I think the appraiser's office is going to, through their activities, is going to be getting discovery of buildings that have been constructed that won't be torn down, but could be added to the tax rolls. And I think there's, that might take a tech or two over at the appraiser's office to get faster production out of the appraiser's office. But I think there is a way for this to be self-sustaining, but it may take some money up front to hire the people in the first year or two. Supervisor McGordy?
So kind of 2 things. First of all, I think what you just said is really a good idea. And yes, we want to go forward with that. Let's find a way. That's something that our credibility is riding on. If we don't have active code enforcement, there's no way that the public will support phase 3 and a new, strengthened cannabis program. But additionally, I just wanted to ask CEO Angelo, would it be helpful to have another person with you and the sheriff to try to reconcile the differences that you have in your budgets? A third party, person who knows numbers and is not from either of your offices.
Through the chair, Supervisor McGordy, thank you for your comment. I would imagine that Sheriff Kendall and I, sitting in a room going over my numbers and his numbers, we would have multiple questions. So we will have Assistant CEO Darcy Antle, and certainly he is welcome to bring out a Sheriff Brewster and Juanita Drilling. So we would not sit in a room alone, given that we probably, both of us, would have multiple questions of our staff. So good comment, and I assure you we'll pull teams together and probably have teams work together and hopefully get numbers that we both can agree on to bring forward to this board. And I would just say that if the board wanted to move forward with the budget that has been presented today for the sheriff's office, we certainly could come back as soon as we do the review. And if there's any additional dollars, I would think you'd be able to do it at first quarter. Thank you.
Through the chair, if I may, Assistant CEO Darcy Antle, I would point out that the general fund did supply $871,000 additional to the planning and building department. We expect them to come in this year with, as Supervisor Hashak pointed out, with a $1 million in carry forward. So that money will go into the general fund. So they're doing quite well with the base net county cost assignment that they were provided this year. And again, we've increased that to additional $871,000. So
I just want to float an idea. So if staff is anticipating planning a building will be about $1 million under budget this year due to staff vacancies, and yet the budget we're approving is is balanced for planning and building with staffing that doesn't have these additional positions in code enforcement. And if we do think there's an opportunity to bring in additional property taxes from code enforcement parcels that are being evaluated, which I think is very realistic, we could take that anticipated million or some portion of it and use that as seed money to authorize some additional staffing and code enforcement for next year, which I think is what the board wants to do.
Yes.
Through the chair. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I think that's a good plan.
So the question is, how much of these details do we have to work out today, and how much can come back in revisions for final adoption?
If I may, through the chair, Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO, all of this can be brought forward at first quarter when this year closes. So we'll have the end of this current year, and we can bring any of these things forward. And especially as you work through developing that enhanced code enforcement team, looking at how you want to budget that and do those things, we certainly can come before this board at first quarter.
Supervisor Hashak.
I guess I'm a little bit confused again about, we saw the presentation yesterday about the enhanced code enforcement. So how do we move that forward? We are talking about getting it up and running as quickly as possible. And, if I'm understanding correctly, now we're talking about waiting until the first quarter information comes back. So I thought we were trying to fund this now.
I think, that's what I'm trying to do too, Supervisor Hashak. So I think we know they'll be carried forward from this year to next. We have reserves, we have the money. It takes time to recruit and hire people. Really, we need the department to be recruiting for the enhanced staff that they presented for code enforcement right now, if they're going to be even in place in 3 months from now.
Yes.
So,
Sorry, through the chair, Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. Yes, I agree with that. I believe you heard Adrian Thompson mention they currently have 7 vacancies of hard to fill positions. They were asking for new positions as well. And I think they also mentioned that it takes 3 to 4 months to hire once they find the right candidate and they get the jobs posted. You'll note she came forward and she mentioned it. It was a fully loaded ask for them, and that would be fully staffed for the full 12 months. And we're sitting here now and it's, mid-June, so we know they won't be fully staffed for the full year.
Yeah, so I think the board's saying we want to proceed with authorizing those positions to be funded in this budget and not wait till first quarter. So I think we're looking at having something come back for final adoption of the budget, because I think this is still coming back. The budget still comes back for final adoption later this month, correct?
Correct, on June 22nd.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, everything I've heard from staff highlights the reality that the recruitment process will take a long time. So, even if we give the go-ahead now, I don't see actual funds being spent on the enforcement plan for several months.
Yeah, I agree. Supervisor McGordy?
So just to be clear, we have authorized our enhanced code enforcement, and we're ready to move forward with that, even though we may not have all the budget details in place.
Well, I think as of yesterday, all we authorized was the recruitment for the code enforcement 1 officers because that job description already existed. They had some other changes that needed to take place through HR, but I think today we could give authorization to proceed with the other positions that code enforcement proposed and planning and building proposed, even if you were anticipating the revenues to be from reserves and or carry forward?
Well, I think we want to send a very clear message that that's what we intend to do. We want to do this post haste and be sure that we have a plan in place, which we do. The plan looks good. It's time for us to be sure that they have their resources and that we've authorized them.
Chair Jurdy, this is CO Angelo. I think we understand that. It's very clear that the board wants the planning department to move forward with hiring the code enforcement positions. And I guess I was thinking you were saying that the additional dollars that the planning department would be in the black could go to code enforcement to begin to hire those positions. And what we were talking about as far as first quarter is the additional money for code enforcement we're thinking could come out of first quarter. So I hope that's clear, but there's no question in our minds that this board wants the enhanced code enforcement to move forward. And given the amount of time it will take to get people on and trained, the planning team should be starting that yesterday.
Yeah. Supervisor Hashak?
Well, that's good to hear. And I think you understand what our goal is. And so I appreciate that explanation.
Okay, are there any, we do need to go to public comment for sure. Are there any other comments from board members on the budget? Okay, I'm sure we have members of the public who would like to speak on the budget. So let's invite members of the public to speak.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. We did have one person register for telecomment. They are not currently on the line. So at this time, we do not have any public comments.
Okay. Okay, all right. Would someone like to make an omnibus approval with amendments as made during today and yesterday's discussions?
I move we approve the fiscal year 21-22 Mendocino County proposed budget as amended today and direct the auditor controller to prepare the required documents for adoption of the fiscal year 2021-22 final budget on June 22nd, 2021.
I second it.
Okay, got a motion and a second.
And for clarification, the amendment included the CEO and sheriff working together to agree upon final numbers.
Okay, and is there a time frame for that information to come back?
Is it possible to get that information by next meeting?
Chair Jurdy, Supervisor Williams, the next meeting would be June 22nd. And certainly if the sheriff is available, we can work on it. I'm not quite sure that we could agree on the numbers within the next 10 days. I would ask that we have 30 days to review the numbers. But, you know, certainly if this board wants to direct it by June 22nd, my office will do everything they can. I'm just not certain we can get there.
Is it at least possible, if the CEO and sheriff cannot agree on numbers, to on the 22nd highlight what has been agreed upon and what remains in dispute and why?
I think we can do that, Darcy. Yeah, we could do that. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So just looking at the clerk of the board, so is that captured in the motion?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great, thanks. All right, we have motion and a second. Let's have a roll call.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, well, thanks everyone for all the work everybody's put together throughout the county organization and putting together this year's budget. And I believe that next brings us to, let's see, item 5B, which is discussion and possible action, including the Health and Human Services Agency and their advisory board recommendation.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. I think we do have Dr. Janine Miller on, and I see Becky Embry coming on. I would like to open this item. Assistant CEO Darcy Anto will also participate. I'd like to open this item because I started this, and so I would like to just share with the board what the thoughts were and what the intention was. And I would like to also thank Dr. Miller and Ms. Emery for the work that they've put in, along with Mary Ellis Wilford, and they've put together a PowerPoint that we will go through. So this board does know that how this started was back at the end of the year when our Director for Health and Human Services, Tammy Moss Chandler, decided that she was going to retire. And given my experience with Health and Human Services here in this county, I was hired in 2007, for those of you that don't know. I was hired in 2007 as the first permanent Health and Human Services Agency Director. I was hired because of my 10 years experience in Health and Human Services in San Diego County, starting with that Health and Human Services Agency being on the ground floor of development and going through the first 10 years. The prior board and the prior CEO had hired on an interim basis Anna Mahoney and Carol Mordhorst to start with the development of the Health and Human Services Agency, and that was approximately 2005. So by the time I came on, there were goals. There was a plan that had already been submitted to the state, and they were well in the process of developing the agency. And how they developed the agency is they took the three main departments, mental health, public health, and social services, and began to have them co-locate and work together. And one of the key goals was, of course, to improve services to the public, with the second goal being to maximize funding, and that with the three departments together, that they would be able to maximize the funding, use additional funding streams from each department, and create more money for services. And so when I came on in 2007, that's what we began to do. I left in 2009 to come over to the executive office, and we had about 3 different Health and Human Services directors at that time. And then we hired Stacy Cryer, who was a permanent director for a while, and then, of course, brought that up to Tammy Moss Chandler and Ann Mulgard as the Chief Operations Officer. I'd like to say that starting in 2007, we really did begin to develop the agency and attempt to coordinate, cross-train, and work with the staff. By 2008, 2009, we were in a financial crisis. Actually, by 2007, 2 weeks into June, mental health had $1 million deficit. So we began the agency development in a deficit. When the financial downturn hit, that's when the development, in my opinion, really began to go in a different direction. Because what we found ourselves doing was either not hiring, leaving positions vacant, multiple tasks taken to just try to balance the budget, and also to help the county develop the budget, help the county budget through the Health and Human Services budget. And so it was quite a shock, I would say, for the staff, because they went from each having their own departments to now a consolidated agency, to now a consolidated agency that had financial problems. So it was not the agency that we wanted to develop, and certainly not the agency I think that the staff thought they were getting, or the work environment that they thought they were getting. So it was quite a challenge over the last decade with the Health and Human Services Agency. And I think the staff need to be commended, particularly those staff who have been around for the last 15 years. Nothing is easy, and this wasn't easy. So when Tammy Moss Chandler decided to leave, rather than just bringing in another Health and Human Services director, we talked about doing a review of the agency. And when you think about an agency that's almost half the county and this large, we should be reviewing the services every 5 years. And now it had been from 2007 to 2020. So we decided that we would go to the Health Services Advisory Board and ask them, one, what their thoughts were, and two, if they would be willing to help. And so that's what we did. So the Health Services Advisory Board stepped up and agreed that they would assist us in leading the review of the agency. And we hired Kitchen Table Consulting, and we brought them in to do a review of the agency. The goal was to look at the agency as a whole versus 2 to 3 individual departments. And was the agency relevant today in Mendocino County? There was no question, I think, in anybody's mind that a consolidation of services and an agency model is an effective model. But what you really have to look at, and what we wanted to look at, was the relevance in Mendocino County today in 2020 or 2021. And so Kitchen Table was brought in to do this, and they worked with the Health Services Advisory Board and with the staff. And they came back with a report that I think is an excellent process improvement plan. And they basically gave us a blueprint as to how to improve our services, whether we are a combined agency or whether we are 2 departments or 3 departments. And so that's been effective, and I know that it is a document that we will be using going forward. So, so from there, the Health Services Advisory Board did come back with recommendations, and those that Dr. Miller and Becky Emery will be going over those, along with the Health Services Advisory Board Chair, Megan Barber Allende, who is joining us, and I'm not sure, I can't see if Megan is on right now or not. So we will be going into this presentation, but I wanted to make sure that the board understood that there were reasons to form an agency. I think that, you know, decisions that are made in government are made as the best decision at that time. And I think in 2005, 2006, 2007, you know, that was a good decision to pull this agency model together. Here today, is it still relevant? And that's the question. We do have a recommendation from the Health Services Advisory Board. We also have support from the Behavioral Health Advisory Board as well. So I think at this point in time, I would like to turn it over to Dr. Miller and Ms. Emery to take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you, board members. Becky Emery, Social Services Director and Assistant Director with Health and Human Services. If I can go back just one slide really quick, I want to recognize all of the work that has gone into the evaluation. And so what we've listed here is all of the Health and Human Services Agency Advisory Board members. And as you can see, also their tenure in serving in this board. It's a very well-versed board. Our membership has gone all the way back to 2009 with Sarah O'Donnell, and up to newer members just this past year with James Shaw, or excuse me, with Lynn Cohen in 2021 and Joey Myrtle. So it is a very diverse group, and they've done a lot of work and effort to go through this process with us, and we greatly appreciate Megan and her leadership and all of the members. Let's go ahead and talk about the Kitchen Table Consulting recommendations that we received. We received multiple recommendations from them. The first 3 recommendations are the 3 that we, in discussing our next steps, are focusing our effort on first. It is a fantastic work that Kitchen Table Consulting was able to give us as we're looking at our project improvement plans and working to move forward. By moving forward with the restructure of the departments, we would be able to meet these goals on levels that each department is currently allowing at. and it would allow for more timely improvement across the boards. So starting with the first 3 goals, with the first being setting goals and objectives. In social services, we would focus on departments specifically and impending changes within each area for our new programs and legislation, and allow those to ease in tracking, reporting, and recognizing those successes. The goals would be meaningful to our staff, as well as focused on the work that we do to support our community from the social services standpoint. Our work overlaps throughout social services with our eligibility division as a hub for those services. All areas of social services, including our fiscal team, are going to be impacted by changes that are coming with our CalSAWS system this September. And so we would be working to implement procedures and processes that are going to specifically focus on those goals and objectives that we set. Through this model, the goals would have the restructure being approved. We'll have clear vision, clear tracking and benchmarks, and abilities to move forward in our focused manner to better support our community.
All right, good afternoon, Dr. Janine Miller. I'm going to go over recommendation number 2, which talked about increasing efficiencies. And so we talked as a group, as a management group, and about what efficiencies we could increase. And we looked across our different departments to start really focusing on those increased efficiencies. So I'm going to focus a little bit on what's happened between behavioral health and public health, because those are the 2 areas I've been overseeing, and how we looked at what we were looking at from increased efficiencies. One thing that we really looked at was that there wasn't consistent staff meetings and communications with the staff. So we rolled out a monthly staff meeting to make sure that staff were able to have somewhere to come, hear about changes that are going on within their departments, and making sure they had a place to ask their questions and get their questions answered. We also started an every other week newsletter to the staff, and it goes out to all of behavioral health and public health staff. It's an update from all of their departments to give them an update of what's going on between the different areas, what we're doing, any awareness activities, prevention activities, different things to keep everybody focused. There was a lot of conversation about not knowing even within their own departments what was happening or what the other units were doing. So we started this and have been having it go, I think, since November, of really getting that out every other week, just an update on, hey, here's what's happening in public health and behavioral health. We also started working as a management team together. So we brought together both public health and behavioral health management team. They meet every Tuesday, and they are together working on learning about the different programs. There was a lack of knowledge on the different programs that behavioral health did and public health did. And so we started working together to really communicate as the agencies about what do we offer. And we learned a lot about how we served a lot of the same clients, but we also learned about how we weren't really doing really good referrals and using each other's services for those clients we were serving. And so really started blending more on what are our referral processes, how can we really offer that whole person, whole health approach, and what do we have to change in our systems to do that? That leads into that really cross-branch relationship. We started really building our relationships and really starting to look at how our clients were very similar or the same. We also started blending things of, we have a treatment program on the behavioral health side for substance use, but our prevention program was in the public health side. So we had one program that's doing substance use treatment in one side of the house, and then another program doing prevention on the other side of the house. And so there was no collaboration between our prevention for SUDT and our substance use treatment, which actually the treatment also did prevention, early intervention, and treatment. So there was a disconnect. So we started bringing those together and really have now merged that together, where that prevention unit is actually supervised by the deputy in substance use, and they're actually working from a whole approach for substance use, a prevention approach, an early intervention, and a treatment approach. And that has been a really great relationship, and the staff are really feeling supported and for the first time connected to treatment. And so they're doing a whole round, whole person approach from even the substance use approach. And we continue to look at streamlining processes. What are processes that we have in place? How can we streamline those? What are some suggestions that we could do for that? How does our electronic health records work for us? How do we use a different documentation? And what are some additional processes we can put in place? And the management team is still working on that.
As to goal 3, our high performance organization and the culture, we are working to ensure that within social services that we support and engage staff to build professional growth, not only through programs such as the CSHAC Leadership Program that was on our highlighted previously, but also through UC Davis social services specific programs for supervisor and core competency trainings and addressing things such as the unconscious bias within social services. The trainings support our team in moving forward with innovative ideas and are around onboarding, training, engagement specific to social services. We're looking to participate or partner with the county and the CEO's Office of Human Resources in increasing awareness and engagement to ensure changes supportive to the diversity, equity, and inclusion, and to raise awareness and make real changes happen in our engagements with our coworkers and our community.
So we'll move on to Kitchen Tables Consultants recommendations, number 4 through 7. And so one of number 4 was streamline the human resources hiring process to increase equity and efficiencies in hiring. And so some things that we have been doing, I know the executive office is hiring an equity officer to really focus on diversity and equity across the county. HHSA has a racial equity justice committee that was formed at the end of last year that has been really working on diversity, equity, and inclusion. It is one of the things that we have been doing in behavioral health and public health. The management team has taken a step to really look at equity and diversity and inclusion within behavioral health and public health. And so we're really focused on that right now, working with our REJC team and learning about where staff thinks we could make changes that would really bring changes for that and how to make more diversity, equity, inclusion pieces throughout our hiring process and throughout our agency as a whole. We also have really started looking at how to fast track hiring. That has came with really having the DOC and needing to be able to hire people quicker than we ever had. And there's been a lot of streamlining that has happened in the human resources process to where it used to take a month or 2 to get someone hired. We're actually able to get people on and hired quicker than we have. And so we're seeing an increase in hiring people quicker and faster than we've ever seen before.
One of the other points is to streamline and evaluate the contracts approval process for increased efficiency and equity. There's 2 different systems that we use for the contract process. The first is Granicus, which we have been trained on, myself and Dr. Miller and several of our staff that we're working to evaluate those processes. And then there's also a second system that's used is Cobblestone. And we again are identifying key leads within our various departments to take that training because we really think that that's going to be a big piece of us evaluating our contracts process is to make sure, of course, that we know all of the steps and look for those areas for increased efficiency and equity. And in looking at our contracts, we're also reviewing the contracts themselves and looking at how we can streamline those processes and noted many differences in our contract processes between social services and public and behavioral health. So to initiate further supports in those, we are both having separate evaluations for those done so that we can then look at what areas are identified and how we may be able to share those identified areas and see which ones will overlap for us. We are certainly moving forward with that. It is not as quickly as we are for the first 3 goals. Another goal that was brought forward from Kitchen Table Consulting for us was streamlining the travel request process. As noted here, COVID-19 has certainly impacted travel, and so it is definitely lower on our list of evaluations. But the travel that social services does is primarily client related and very client specific, whereas the travel for public health, behavioral health, is usually on a different focus for trainings, meetings, and there is some client related, but not nearly to the same level that it is in social services. So again, our needs are very different in those, and the goal is important, and we are going to be looking at that to see where we can eliminate unnecessary signatures and make sure that we are complying with all of the required steps for the auditor and the county, and also to minimize duplication of effort.
The seventh recommendation was streamlining the disaster response recovery process. And we have continued to work on this. It's obviously, as we're in the middle of a disaster, it's not the most ideal time, but we are working on it. We continue to make changes and improve that process. We have continued to recruit and train staff members for the care and shelter team. We've continued to train people to provide response for the pandemic. And we've worked to rotate staff in and out so that we can make sure their daily operations of the branches and their daily jobs are still getting done. And we really did streamline, as I said before, sort of that HR hiring process so that we were able to bring in extra help to really help with the disaster responses quicker than we have. And we continue to look at that and streamline that and use that process. And now I'm going to hand it over to Megan.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I am the current chair of the Health Advisory Board. I just wanted to give you just a little more context before I give you our 3 recommendations. We started this process back in October. I will say initially, I was like, they want us to do this? But in truth, we were very much the right group of people because we brought such different perspectives based on where we interface with the agency, how we engage with the community as a whole. In truth, we went through a really rigorous process. Carmel didn't give you all of the detail on that, but I wanted to share. Kitchen Table Consulting did extensive interviews with staff at all levels, community partners, community members. They compiled that as a data set. It was not given to us as conclusive information. It was a data set, and they asked the Health Advisory Committee to read each and every piece of data and look for trends and create sort of an overarching picture from which we worked from. And through that, we found about 6 key areas, of which some match up what you just heard about, things that we were all very much concerned about, wanted to make sure were addressed in future versions of the agency. So that was sort of the front end. They left us, and then we went as a group of people through about 5 really rigorous meetings where we assessed and looked at each of the potential models. That very first one, Carmel was with us. She gave us that excellent history, really explained to us a lot of what had happened, where we came. I think at that one, we came up with this very first recommendation with the goal of separating. And the reason we did that is throughout this whole process, our number one goal has been the staff. We've been really concerned about them having to deal with the unsettling nature of change, concern about the future, while they're working in a global pandemic, many of whom are overworking and some of whom are working remotely. It's just been a very, very challenging year. And our goal was if we could get them stability. So we wanted to at least let them know, yes, our recommendation moving forward to you was we think it was time to reevaluate the model and change it. So that was why that one came first. Then we kept moving. We had a really deep dive into the 3 model. And I want to thank again Becky and Janine and Mary Alice because we really took them to the test and unfortunately didn't give them a lot of time to prepare, and they delivered each and every time with Darcy Antle providing us financial information upon request. But we dove in and we looked really, really carefully at each particular model. And again, our overarching concern was staff stability, but we also really wanted to think about how to build a structure that's going to be resilient and strong and relevant in the future. We were all very, very united in that goal. We wanted to see how to get all the departments the strongest they can be and how we would get them there. That was our overarching goal. So that took us to number 2, which was the recommendation to transition to the 2-department model. And I think we were not unanimous in that decision, but we were unanimous, I think, in the intention to make sure public health grew in its strength. I think was a really hard thing for that department in particular to get hit with the pandemic. We want them to be resilient and strong and able to manage what comes next. But what we were most aware of in the future is the CalAIMS program. I know you have had some education about that. I don't know if you have a full depth of understanding. I know I only have this much because it's not in my line of work, but it's really important. It's coming very soon, and it will require public health and behavioral health to work very, very closely with one another. So we saw it as really strategic to look at the 2-department model because it's been happening for 6 months by happenstance, but has been intentionally in place and has been successful. So we were really happy to get to sort of see the model be in practice. So that has been fortuitous for us in that decision. We came back around in May, and in this meeting, we gave you the 3rd recommendation and kind of wrapped it up at the bow. We weren't sure how quickly we were going to get a chance to share it with you, that we did want a 1-year review of the model, intentionally to check the strengthening of public health. If we, for any reason, found that it wasn't getting strengthened, or conversely, behavioral health was diminishing as a result of that relationship, we wanted a chance to look at that. So that's where you get the 1-year review. Those of our members that were not fully in agreement felt like that allowed them to feel better about it. And then to ask you to look at the performance improvement plan, which you've already heard about. And lastly, to codify the role of HHSA Advisory Board, because obviously we are a part of the one entity. And we would like to obviously have you give us direction on what happens for us in our role and in regards to oversight and accountability. Because I think most importantly, if we're encouraging growth and change, we would like the opportunity to ensure that those intentions are realized. And I think Michelle Rich is going to speak from the Behavioral Health Advisory Committee.
Thank you so much for inviting me here today to speak on this. The Behavioral Health Advisory Board was apprised of the research and activities that the HHSA board has been undertaking. Our primary goal is the oversight of mental health in the county. And as such, we're primarily concerned with the consumer experience, services to clients, and what that looks like. And I think as we're increasingly learning about the integration of physical and mental health, the partnership between public health and behavioral health services really made a lot of sense to a number of our members. We did recommend to the HHSA Advisory Board that they continue to explore the 2-agency model of the health social services and then health services. Much like the HHSA Advisory Board, we were not unanimous in our recommendation. And I think that, there was 2 main concerns that are relevant and really underscore the importance of the 1-year assessment. One is, really supporting public health and ensuring that it is able to fulfill its mission and how that changes in the future. And also making sure that behavioral health staff are adequately supported in that partnership. They work really hard, and we appreciate all their efforts in serving clients in Mendocino County. And we really want to make sure they're appreciated and supported and not overworked. So I think many of our members would be very pleased to hear the 3rd recommendation in particular. And I do think this is an important movement towards integrating more whole person care, looking at physical and mental health together for our county. Be happy to answer any questions from the behavioral health perspective.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo again. This presentation is brief, and it doesn't give enough credit to all of the people who have been involved. First of all, we know the Health and Human Services Agency staff who have been anxiously waiting to have a decision here going forward. And I would like to thank Megan Allende and certainly the Health Services Advisory Board and when Megan reports that their number one concern was the staff, she's right. They were concerned about the staff. We were all concerned about the instability to the agency and to the staff. And so I appreciate their quick work and their good work in getting this done. And certainly the Behavioral Health Advisory Board for stepping in and supporting the recommendations. And I think what you have in front of you with Ms. Emery and Dr. Janine Miller are two consummate professionals who have done their job through any adversity that they have seen within the agency. And with the agency director leaving, and both of them, along with Mary Ellis Wilford and Assistant CEO Darcy Antle, working as the leadership in the agency, they have been able to steer the ship. However, there still is the instability in the staff, and so it's important going forward that decisions be made. As this board knows, the Health and Human Services Agency, by the CEO ordinance, reports to the CEO. Given that I plan on leaving next year, this is not a decision that I think is rightfully my decision. I do believe this is a decision of the Board of Supervisors to determine how you would like to proceed. I will say that all the recommendations do speak to social services being a standalone department. So I have tasked Ms. Becky Emery to move forward with the development of social services as a standalone agency. And then for the second component of this, with public health and behavioral health being under Dr. Janine Miller, we know that this is somewhat controversial. We're well aware that there is a division within the staff in public health and most likely within behavioral health as well as to how to move forward. And so I think that you have all been contacted at least once by staff, probably on both sides. So the recommendation holds, which is to accept the recommendation from the Health Services Advisory Board to move from the current Health and Human Services Agency structure to a two-department model of social services and then health services. And again, I would like to say that Becky Emery has been tasked with the development of a social services department, and she's doing a yeoman's job with that. And Dr. Miller remains as the director over behavioral health and public health at this time. And unless there are any other questions, we are all here to answer any questions that this board has. And unless Becky or Darcy, Mary Alice, Janine, or Megan have any other comments, I would like to turn it back over to Chair Jurdy.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McGordy.
So, there seems to be two parts to this. The first one is a recommendation to form at least two separate departments, which makes sense. Social services is quite different than the other two functions that have been lumped together. I'm trying to get my head around how broadly different the two departments are. So you have someone who's working on things like epidemiology versus somebody who is doing a mental health assessment for 5150, all kind of under the same roof. And I'm just kind of wondering, what about clients? Where do clients come into this, and how do they enter into this system? How do you know where to route them? I appreciate the idea of CalAIM. Makes perfect sense that you're working with individuals who probably aren't functional. You're making sure that they get all the right services, but it seems like public health does more than that. And I just kind of wonder, certainly one director trying to manage both departments, as somebody who ran a department, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me to have the two of them together from the point of view of mission, unless I'm missing something. So I'd like to address that. The other thing on the equity part, I think that's great, reaching out to hire a more diverse workforce, but I'm wondering about retention too. What's the plan to make sure that you keep in, people who might be new to the workforce and haven't previously served in it? And I also wondered, Dr. Miller doesn't have public health experience, and yet that seems to be a very specialized field. And I just wondered who's going to kind of take on sort of the direction for the public health function, somebody who really knows the field because they're quite different. Mental health and public health are very, very different. And I can certainly see where there's some overlap and there's some reasons to work together collaboratively, particularly from the point of view of patients who might need services from both. But there's also bigger picture things that, like I said, like epidemiology is an example of something that very, very specific function. And tracking disease incidents when someone gets sick with salmonella, that's something public health follows. What happens to those kinds of very specialized functions in a department that also is trying to help with someone who has mental health issues or is addicted to drugs. How does all of that fall into place? I appreciate the desire to have shared efficiencies, but I also see the missions of the two departments being really, really different. That's just my observations as somebody from the sidelines, and I don't mean to second guess people who know way more than I do about it, but it's just something that from my experience of leading the department, I wonder about.
And maybe Dr. Miller could address that.
Sure, I'll try to address it. If I miss anything, you might have to re-ask me. So public health does a lot of different things, not just epidemiology. They actually have some Medi-Cal programs for children that have severe diseases. So we do work on the Medi-Cal side. We also work with the indigent population, which is very similar to mental health. We also have home visiting. So we have nurses and community health workers that are out there in the field working with families that have new babies. There is a crossover in that because some of those families we run into have a substance use disorders or might be experiencing postpartum depression. So there's a variety of different programs. You can look at environmental health as part of public health. WIC is part of public health. WIC is working with individuals and families. They have families that come in that have children that have severe medical conditions that need to be referred further into public health. You've got families that have substance use disorders and mental health conditions that need to have a referral to go there, which hadn't been happening. We also cross over in our CalWorks. We have a CalWorks program that has a public health piece, a mental health piece, and a substance use piece. So it doesn't change how people come into the system. It's similar to how they come in today. The programs don't all of a sudden disappear, right? You don't collapse your public health or your behavioral health. It really does become, they're separate departments and they still operate like they are today, but it creates a more shared administrative approach, which you'll see when you look at counties across the state of California, when you look at counties outside of the states outside of California where they've merged their programs. They've seen where they see those departments come together and work well is better education and outreach efforts as a whole person, whole care approach, better collaboration and connecting or doing the referrals. So we had an individual that was out on a home visit and had a mental health experience, had someone that needed mental health. So it was an easy connect. Hey, what do we do for mental health services? We've never done this before. I recently was asked by one of the nurse managers, how do we add a behavioral health clinician into our home health program for healthy families? Because there's a piece that we're missing. How do we start merging those pieces? So there are a lot of programs that I wouldn't get stuck on of just epidemiology because that's only one small piece of a piece of public health.
I want you to understand, I realize public health is more than epidemiology. It's just fresh in my mind because of what we've been through. Yeah. And I have had experience with them before when unusual events occurred in terms of diseases in the county. I know that that's their go-to, so I know that that's an important part of public health. So I would ask you then how about patient intake? How does somebody get into this system? Who's kind of your custodian when they come in to assign where they go and what benefits they're going to get?
So the people come into the system the same way they do today. So that doesn't change, right? Mental health is through mental health, substance use is through substance use. Public health has different programs, and so it depends. We have certain staff that are in charge. So if you're coming into Healthy Families, you walk in through the Healthy Families. Referrals come in through that. WIC is through WIC. The CCS and CHDP programs, we serve We make sure people get connected. We serve those. So those are referrals from outside providers who know how to connect people that need those additional services. So that doesn't change the service piece of how combining two departments doesn't change what either department does, but what it does do is allow us to work closer together. So what's happened is in the last 6 months is seeing that we have similar patients, but we never referred to each other. We never did that crossover. So what's happening now is looking at, hey, there's individuals in public health. We didn't know that we could refer to substance use. Hey, do you know we all serve this same population? How do we work better to wrap around that client and do a whole person approach? And so it doesn't change how you walk in, but it changes the relationships and the collaboration so that people are now looking at person as a whole person approach. So people are starting to say like, oh yeah, hey, there's substance use, you could serve this client, or hey, there's mental health connections. Hey, how do we bring mental health into home visiting programs? Or how do we make sure our WIC recipients know about SUDT and public health for those parents that need that connection, and vice versa. With mental health saying, hey, we didn't know there were these special programs we could be referring to, and how do we do that better? So it doesn't change the door people walk through, because that would be changing our programs dramatically, right? It's about changing that shared administration, creating that collaboration where we're better working with clients. It doesn't change the programs. So when you look at the programs across the states or other counties, you still have a public health, that it's public health. You still have a behavioral health, that's behavioral health. But you see shared models of quality assurance, compliance, sometimes they're fiscal. You see more outreach and prevention activities that are more combined and more whole client, whole focused approach. You see more efficiencies that are streamlined when you talk about it, but your programs stay your programs. It's really about becoming more of a team and not changing your programs, but creating that team that now has a better referral basis and process, and really creating more of that whole person, whole care approach, which is where CalAIMS is going, right? So we know in 2027, we are going to see a change in the state of California. We are going to a whole person, whole care approach across the state of California. That is where the state of California is moving. And that impacts both public health and behavioral health. Our services, where we align, where we're looking at ECM, ILOS, which impacts our home visiting, our CCS programs, our CDPH programs, our specialty mental health programs, our substance use programs. Those are creating a whole system approach so that the person has that whole system approach. So we're going to see that with CalAIMS do that merge.
So you still have a need for subject matter, though, and expertise in public health. You still need to have somebody who knows diseases and knows epidemiology and those sort of things. So will you have the a director who for that part of the program?
So we're required, yeah. So
and would they be highly qualified? Would they be somebody who has education specifically on that expertise?
So we're required by the California Department of Public Health to have a director of nursing who leads your nursing programs, right? So in public health, you have your clinical nursing programs and you have your non-clinical programs. So that really separates out. In public health, we have a director of nursing position that it really oversees your clinical programs. They have to be an RN and have a public health certification as a nurse. We recently made a job offer to an individual who accepted. And so hopefully they can find housing, who has an RN, a nurse practitioner, a doctorate in nursing, a public health certification. She is trilingual in Portuguese and Spanish and is interested in moving to public health. Her love is public health. Her field of study is public health. And that will be something we have been looking to hire. We had one that left, I think, in November, Becky, December. So we're replacing that position. And that is really between your health officer and your director of nursing. There is your clinical team for all your disease and prevention activities, which falls into your nursing programs, your communicable disease and immunization programs, which is why we have nurses that are senior nurse managers that all require to have an RN, a public health certification. We do have some RNs and LVNs, but most of our positions are very focused on public health, and public health have to have a public health certification in our nursing programs.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So I guess we were just talking about the public health director. Is that what you're talking about, Dr. Miller? Or, my understanding is that there hasn't been a public health director for a while.
So the director of nursing is a different position than your public health director. Your public health director, we did have a public health director, I think that left in 2019, if I'm right. So we had someone, that person has not normally been a clinical person, just so you know. It's been someone who may have behavioral public health experience, but they're not a nurse or a doctor. That position has generally been filled with someone who had maybe a master's in public health, or maybe not. There's been some that haven't had masters in public health. Your clinical positions are your director of nursing and your health officer. Your public health director is usually your administrator, right? So that's where your strong administration, if you look at our qualifications for the job, it's not a clinical position, it's an administrative position. So what I was talking about was our director of nursing is the individual who I just spoke about. We have Dr. Corn who is our health officer. We have an interim public health director right now, Mary Alice Williford, who's been in public health for 6 years. And we would be looking, we had talked about looking to hire a public health director that going forward.
Okay, and just going back to the original intent of the study, the consulting work of the kitchen table consultants, and wasn't the goal of that is to have them give a recommendation for what should be done with whether it's two departments or 3 departments, and why didn't that happen?
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. I think I might be the person that has the most experience to answer that question, if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, so we hired, as I said, Tammy Moss-Chandler and I hired Jen Dalton and Miles Gordon, and the goal was for them to do a review of the agency, to work with the Health Services Advisory Board, and certainly to interview staff that had been in the agency before it became an agency and after the agency, and to do that review. In the course of that review, I think that they had so much information that came out that they really formed an opinion that moving forward with the decision as to dismantle the agency might be premature, because they felt that the development of the agency was stalled, and that the reason that we were even looking at reviewing the agency was because it was a model that we weren't certain was effective. And I want to say that in the work that I've done with Kitchen Table Consulting, they have never disappointed me. Their work is exemplary, and they're very empathetic as they work with people and our staff. I think in this case, they gave us their best work, and they gave us a report that really is process improvement, whether we stay at 2 departments, 3 departments, or 1 department. So that's my response as to the recommendation that we received from them. However, the original intent was to review the agency for relevance, and they did do that. They did get examples of different counties and what those models were. But again, they did come back with a recommendation to keep the agency whole. And that was something that, the goal was to really look at what is the best service delivery model for today. And I think that in order to keep the agency whole, that there is a tremendous amount of work that needs to be done. And I'm not certain that that work would give us a better service delivery product when we were done. We know that by dismantling the agency and developing a 2 or 3 department model, that immediately we reduce our administrative costs, because there is an administrative overhead to the agency that the individual departments did not have. We also know that if you look at the process improvement that they provided, that there are multiple layers within the agency. And I remember when our Chief Operations Officer, Ann Mulgard, was doing a review of hiring, there were multiple steps inside the agency and outside of the agency to get through. And I can tell you, when I got hired as the Health and Human Services Agency, when the agency was formed, positions were not eliminated. What happened was everybody had a position. So I came in with a full team of 7 high-level positions along with mine. And that's because nobody lost their jobs, nobody was demoted when you went from 3 departments to 1 agency. So there was a tremendous amount of layering and, for lack of a better word, a fat administration in that agency. And so, again, I think the Health Services Advisory Board really stuck with what is the best approach for service delivery. And again, with that and with some staff input as well, and certainly the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, that the recommendation is to form 2 departments rather than keeping the agency whole. Thank you.
I guess if I could just ask one more question is, are there org charts and budgets associated with the 2 versus the 3 departments? Because for me, it's hard to wrap my head around the whole structure, public health versus behavioral health, and to see how it's going to play out and make sure that, there are lots of concerns out there with the staff one way or the other. And just so that we can see as a board, see what we're trying to decide on.
So is there a chart showing either the 3 departments or the 2 departments in the staffing for those 2 options?
So if I may, through the chair, we do have charts that we've been working on and creating for social services specifically. I know that Dr. Miller has looked at various pieces of both public health and behavioral health and how those may integrate, and I will defer to her for that. But if you are looking for a chart specifically as to social services and how that will flow, I can certainly provide that.
I think it's less for social services than the other 2, right? Thank you.
So I can just add in real quick. We did look at that. We sort of presented to the HHSA Advisory Board a org chart and a financial overview. We were able to look, a lot of people are always concerned that will one department or the other be more, have to support the other program in behavioral health or public health. We have 2 different funding streams, right? So our fundings don't match up. We really have 2 different funding streams. We're funded differently. That's very true. What we were able to show when we were asked to look at that financially was there is some administrative savings having the 2 agencies together. Then when you have when you have that 3 separate standalone, you have to create that administrative body, contracting, grants, a variety of different administrative pieces, quality assurance, compliance, that will not be able to be shared. So you're going to have more of a financial cost in a 3-agency model than if you had the 2-agency model, where they could share some of those costs and have some similar staff across those. So that is what we showed the HHSA Advisory Board, sort of what our positions would look like, and that savings that would be had with the 2-agency model because of that that administrative savings.
Okay, appreciate that, Dr. Miller. So you're reporting that was provided to the HHSA Advisory Board, but it hasn't been provided to the Board of Supervisors.
That is correct. We showed it to the HHSA Advisory Board. We do not have it. It is something that we could pull up, not today, but we could relook at it and provide to you if needed.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Chair. I know that one of the perceived benefits of having all 3 departments together would really be to allow for those that needed substance abuse treatment programs or other types of services that public health offers an ability to get into social services programs that could help them, achieve financial stability or what have you. So is there a plan of how you'll continue to work, your treatment providers will continue to work with social services. And I wanted to say I really like the idea of a 1-year review. I know that, one of the questions that I've been thinking over on this item and speaking with people is really, should it be 2 or should it be 3? And what I've heard often is that it will be easier to become 3 later if we determine that that's what we need instead of going to 3 now. So I support that recommendation, but I did have a question about getting into services. And also, I don't think I heard, and please help me if I missed it, the animal care services, the veteran services, and environmental health. Who gets all of those departments between Becky and Janine, please?
So if I may, through the chair, certainly the services would continue to be offered in the coordination that they currently are, and that's through referral processes. And so we have ongoing referrals that we receive from various providers for homeless. They have various meetings and committees that they all go to. There's the continuum of care meetings. There's a lot of collaborative meetings that would continue. We have been working very closely with our CHDC on multiple projects throughout the years for housing efforts, including the Brush Street or Creek Commons, a lot of different events and partners, and have taken referrals through those. As far as the social services specific programs of homelessness that are, so for example, the CalWorks Housing Support Program or Home Safe through those are primarily, the Home Safe programs, referrals are primarily through Adult Protective Services. And so the referrals come through there for the supports that are needed for individuals based on referrals that we receive. And then, so it really depends on the various programs because they have to meet the criteria for the eligibility of that particular service first to be able to then look at the other level of programs. And so those referrals come in through the application process mainly. As to the other question that you had as far as, and I apologize, not just the providers and how those services engage. What was your last part of that question? I apologize, Supervisor Mulhern.
That's okay. It was about the other environmental health and animal care services and the veteran services and how that would work out with you and Dr. Miller.
Certainly. It's my understanding that animal care services was made in their own department, I want to say 2 years ago, but I'm not certain. So they are a standalone. Environmental health is a subset of public health, and so they would be under Dr. Miller. And veteran services is part of adult and aging services and social services, so it would remain under myself.
Chair Jurdy, this is CO Angelo. I would like to also add to this, if I may.
Go ahead.
So I agree with everything that Ms. Emery said as far as animal care is a standalone already, and we know where veterans is, and certainly that could change, but if the model works as far as where it's located right now with public health, and it would be fine to leave. But environmental health, we started at least 5 years ago in looking at the Planning and Building Department and Economic Development and Environmental Health being one department, being a community development agency. We have not been able to fully realize that, and going forward, I would really like us to consider environmental health, which is co-located with the Planning and Building Department, to consider consolidating environmental health with the Planning Department, rather than leaving it with public health. And I can tell you that in other counties, environmental health is looked at, and environmental health could be a standalone. It could be certainly an enterprise program. And at this time, I really would like to consider, certainly not today, but I will share with this board that there should be a strong consideration of environmental health
consolidating with planning. We know that as far as restaurant inspections, that is closer to epidemiology than it is to planning and building. So there may be some workarounds that we would have to do, but for the most part, the work that environmental health does, they could consolidate with planning and building. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I've been watching this, and in California, some but not all types of gambling are illegal. I think we've entered the casino hour here, where we have a board that really cares about the outcome. How can we best provide services? We have strong leadership in the department, and we will in the split. And we have an HHSA advisory that's been very dedicated to trying to analyze. I don't have a good sense of which model, whether it's 2 or 3, which will provide better services. But I think the elephant in the room is funding. There's other, you look at the roads, and it's very tangible. You can say we'll throw more money at it, and the PCI index will be higher. And I think the services that are provided by HHSA, no matter how it's divided, if all we're funding is the minimal contribution, and we're relying on state and federal funds, we're not going to have services that are comparable to more urban counties. And I choose to live here, and I love it. And I understand if I get in a car wreck, I may not have the same type of response as I would in Sonoma County. And it's worth it to me. There are some people in our county who would be better served elsewhere. We're not going to have the level of services. But if we want to shift that, it comes down to funding. Whether it's 2 or 3, we would need to dedicate some general fund to provide more. And I think it's worth touching on that conversation. If the answer is no, that may steer us. And I think it'll steer us towards the 2-agency model. I don't see public health being able to stand on its own as a third. I know some employees want this. I don't see that without a use of general fund. I think it would take additional funding. It would take additional leadership. There's an economy of scale of removing duplication with 2 that will have to be compensated in the 3-agency model. So I guess where do my colleagues stand on this? And earlier we were talking about roads, and I was pointing out we're not putting enough towards roads, and I know we're not putting enough towards code enforcement. Enough toward the sheriff will tell you his budget is anemic, and HHSA the same thing. And when it comes to trying to improve our revenue column, we have a population that a lot of times argues against economic development and business activity, which is what it'll take for us to provide better services. And if that's what we want as a population, that's fine, but we should make a conscious decision and have the discussion out in the open.
Okay, well, I think as Supervisor Hashak's question kind of pointed to, we don't know which model 3 or 2 is more administration because we haven't seen the staffing for either options. Supervisor Hashak.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to respond, that without the financials and the org charts, it's hard to make those kind of statements. So I think that would be helpful for us to make the decision.
And just my thoughts, I mean, I respect Dr. Miller. I think she's done a very good job as in her capacity as head of behavioral health. My concern is that the public has very high expectations for our behavioral health services in the county. With the passage of Measure B, people have just, great expectations. And we're about year 4 into the sales tax, and we still have quite a bit of work to do with implementing Measure B. I think we've seen progress in behavioral health services in terms of documentation of both the numbers of people being served and the fact that the state is not rejecting the claims, the financial claims for service. So on that level, we can demonstrate services being provided. What this board, what the past board has requested, what the public has requested, and I don't think we've yet really seen it, is tangible examples of outcomes of people getting better, not winding back up in the ER, not winding back up in the jail. Some of that may be happening, but the documentation of that progress hasn't really been made public yet. And so my concern is that there's a lot of work still to do on the behavioral health front. And honestly, I'm just concerned with spreading Dr. Miller and her key staff too thin if they're going to be also focused on public health. So that's my concern. Supervisor McGorty?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Supervisor Hasjack. We could use a bit more information, such as org charts and budgets. And a question for Janine. So the way the two departments function, my understanding is behavioral health has a lot of contracts and contractors to actually deliver some of the healthcare. Is that correct? And compare that with public health and how they do their business. Is that more our employees of Mendocino County who do the work, or how does that shake out?
So let me answer that. So I'm going to start with public health. So public health spends a lot of, if you look at what public health does, we do a lot of prevention services, right? Education, health education, disease, contact tracing, investigation. We do some testing. So we do a lot of prevention services with a small amount of treatment services. So you can't say we don't serve. And a lot of people think public health only does prevention services. That would be wrong. We do treatment services. That is to say that most of public health is, as you would know, is within, not contracted out. We do have some contracts, obviously, within public health. When you look at behavioral health, there's misinformation, right? So all of substance use is still contracted within the county, right? So we still have a full substance use treatment program. We still have staff providing services in-house. We do all of that still in-house. We still have 3 locations for substance use, Ukiah, Willits, and Fort Bragg. And when you look at behavioral health, yes, a majority of our services are contracted out. However, we do have behavioral health services still within the county. We still offer LPS conservatorship oversight, case management, and placement. We still have assisted outpatient treatment services in-house. We still have mobile outreach and prevention services, mobile response services. I mean, I could go through a couple more, but so while on the mental health side, there is a large portion of outpatient, specific outpatient services contracted out, there are still services that behavioral health on the mental health side that we perform in-house, and we do still client services. Our patient rights advocate is still a county employee, and all of our substance use services are still county employees doing county services, treatment services for substance use disorders treatment. So I know there's always this, because we do contract with Redwood Quality Management Company to oversee all of our outpatient services. There's a thought there are no regular services within the county. We still do services. We have a discharge planner in the jail that's working with connecting people to services. We provide AB 109 probation at the probation department. We provide mental health counseling and rehabilitation and care management services to probation clients. So there's still a large amount of services still within the county. They're not as large as what we contract out, but we still do services on both sides of the house in behavioral health. We also do a lot of prevention. So what you keep hearing is that public health is only prevention, behavioral health is only treatment. That is not true. All of Mental Health Services Act is a focus on prevention, early intervention. That is a huge focus in behavioral health. It's a huge focus in our substance use program, as we know, especially when it comes to youth and adolescents. If you can do prevention and early education, they may not become addicted. We also do it with mental health. There's belief, right, that if you can treat it up front, it doesn't get as severe. So there's a lot of research, and we talk about following diseases. In mental health, we follow diseases. I think people get lost in that we still do a lot of research, outreach, tracking, tracing, looking at diseases, looking at medications, right? There's a lot of pieces that still happen that we don't talk about because it happens on a regular basis, and we're not the best at talking about everything we do because there is so much stigma and discrimination on the behavioral health side. And there's a lot of confidentiality that goes with it. So we're not the best of always saying, here's everything we're doing. And, it's something we're looking at, maybe we need to get better at.
Okay, thank you. I see a hand raised in the chambers.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. Thank you. I think that this has been a good discussion, and it may be that the board, certainly the board is requesting additional information to
make a final decision. At least this is my understanding of what you're doing as far as a final decision, whether it's 2 or 3 departments. I will say that we are moving forward with social services as a standalone. There does not seem to be any controversy there. It has been a solid department, even as it was consolidated with Health and Human Services. Regarding the actual dollars involved, I believe that social services, the money that goes into the agency as a whole has just been maintenance of effort dollars. So basically, the general fund that goes into the agency is money that we must pay, essentially for our state and federal dollars to come to the county. So there is not additional general fund. There was money in general assistance and certainly money in homelessness, but we do not anticipate with a standalone social services agency that general fund will be needed other than the maintenance of effort. We do not anticipate that general fund would be needed for a standalone behavioral health department. We anticipate that general fund would be needed if public health was a standalone department. I also believe that now we are still in a pandemic. I know that it's very difficult for the public to see that, particularly when the governor is about ready to just eliminate all of the orders around the pandemic, but we are still in a pandemic. We still have numbers, we still have people getting sick, we still have people getting hospitalized. And the way that this pandemic has run, it's taken 1.5 years to move this pandemic from a full-on county response to a public health response. So I respectfully request that if this board chooses not to move forward with making a decision today regarding a 2-department model, that you leave this as a 2-department model today. You're planning to do a strategic plan, a countywide strategic plan to be completed by December. That's another 6 months. It should get us through the pandemic. And public health will then have the same level of support that it has today. But for public health to have to wind up in the next 6 months when they're doing a response to a pandemic, I think is not in the best interest of the public. So I would ask that we continue to move forward with social services as a standalone, and that we leave behavioral health and public health together until the strategic plan is finalized in December. And that will give public health enough support to continue with the response to the pandemic. And in that period of time, certainly the strategic plan, your consultants doing the strategic plan, could get this board additional information regarding the organizational charts. We certainly can provide the funding information as well. So that would be my recommendation on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams, then McGorty and Hashek.
Yeah, 2 questions. How successful is HHSA today? How would you quantify it? For Janine, Becky, maybe?
I'm happy to start, and I'll turn to Dr. Miller to add, if I may, through the chair.
Go ahead.
Becky Emery, what I would say is that we are paused. We are waiting, and we are holding on how we move forward on a lot of things at this time, based on this outcome.
But if we make this change, whether it's 2 or 3, what are, roads, you can look at the PCI index and say we're a 57 and we're going to move to an 84. How do you quantify the potential gain in splitting HHSA? What will the results be? What improvements will you see in results?
So in social services, we'll see improvements in communication to our staff and the timeliness of those. We'll see improvements in the clear guidelines and procedures. We will be able to roll out more clear trainings that are social services specific, that involve the staff for not only the HPO, but also, as I shared through UC Davis, there are very clear trainings that we can bring in around the equity and diversity, around the leadership development as people are responding to protective service measures. there are a lot of things that are social services specific that we will be able to move forward with much more quickly in a social services standalone model versus under an HHSA where we need to then coordinate with 2 other departments to move forward in all of our goals that we're working for. Additionally, the goals that we develop are going to be social services specific to the services and the clients that we do within social services, as opposed to a full HHSA model branching across all of the areas where we have shared, while we have shared clients and we have shared goals to some degree, we have very different approaches to some of those individuals and the supports that we provide and how we move forward in those. So, and I'm more than happy to give other details if you'd like.
Janine, do you want to add anything?
Sure, I'll just add that I think that Becky touched on a lot of it. And I would just note one of the things that's been really inconsistent for us as departments is that we were very different. We were departments, but we were under this model that we didn't have consistency. So we didn't have streamlined processes. We had to go through 30 steps that could now change to 2 or 3 steps. Our timelines will change. Our contracts, right now, if we want to get on the board's calendar, it's a 4 to 5 month process for us to get through all of HHSA on a general basis, right, to get onto your calendar. So we're having to prep things 4 to 5 months in advance versus 1 or 2 months, right? So, and then pushing on our contractors. So it changes and streamlines a lot. I will also note from our side from behavioral health and public health, it puts money back in. So we have to pay the administrative fee of HHSA. That's going to bring money back into behavioral health and public health. And when I look at that, that's dollars that can go back, especially for behavioral health, that's dollars that goes back into services for our community. So we're not putting it up into administrative at that higher admin, because remember, we have an admin and then we had a higher admin of the whole HHSA structure. So we're pushing money up. Now that comes back to our departments and we can actually use that for services for our community.
And last, can you talk about CalAIM a bit? I know you touched on it briefly, but I see it as a critical component. What would have worked well 3 years ago, I think, would be 3 agencies having public health separate. But looking 3 years into the future and the changes coming with CalAIM, I'm more convinced that the 2 agency model is appropriate.
So CalAIM, I'll try to not be, because it's really big and I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but CalAIM is a huge movement by the state of California to really bring physical health, public health, and behavioral health onto the same platform. They really want to merge that. They really believe that from the whole person care pilots that have been out there, that a whole person approach is the best approach to Medi-Cal and reducing health disparities. So they're really pushing on those 3 agencies, really, your physical health, your public health, and your behavioral health, to really start working closer together, have more collaborations, so that you have more of a whole health, whole person approach. And that's where they plan to go. They plan to see a merge in what you see on the health services side, so that you are treating everyone from that whole perspective, that they're getting fully treated. They plan by, the slow roll up is starting. We plan to see some changes starting January 2022, which will then roll into by 2027. They want to see combined county contracts for services so that the contracts aren't separated out. There's a lot of questions on how enhanced care management will impact our whole system, because they can't be divided. So let's say we had someone who came in to public health and was getting services in public health, and then they also had a mental health. That if you're separated and not working together, it'll be whose client is that? At what point do they go to the managed care plan? What part are they public health? What part are they behavioral health? How do you work together to not duplicate services? So there's a lot of movement as we expand services to also reduce any duplications. And so there will be, as I think we brought forward, there are conversations of where the county sees themselves in this model, where we see partnership health plan in this model, and where the state as the whole is going to move us as they combine our different state contracts and what they expect from us as a managed care plan, because we are a managed care plan, which is why we have the Medi-Cal piece. So it's really an interesting, there's a lot of questions that are unknown. There's a lot, both the public health and behavioral health associations are asking a lot of questions. How does this impact our program? Where do we see combinations? You will see that just recently CHIAC, which is a public health association, sent out the California Behavioral Health Directors recommendations. And there's a lot of movement in that, how do we start working together? Because this really does impact both of our programs. They are looking at health equity and health equality and whole person approach, and they are combining that from a public health, behavioral health, physical health approach in our communities. And they expect by 2027 that will be fully rolled out into every county in the state of California.
All right, thank you. See a hand raised in the chambers.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. I would say I've been attending the HHSA Advisory Board meetings for the last year or so, and I've been the HHSA liaison for the last 3 years. I do agree very strongly with Megan in her statement that they did take a deep dive into this review and had several in-depth conversations on these topics of what you're talking about, efficiency and finance, to be included as CalAIMS as well. With regards to the efficiencies, as the HHSA liaison for the last 3 years, it's been rather challenging to get some of the documentation that you need timely through the agency. I expect the efficiencies to improve with their forms, their routings, and their contracts, much to what Ms. Emery stated. With regards to the finance, when we went over the finance, again, the general fund contribution to the 3 divisions is limited to maintenance of effort, which we have to contribute, and then the rest are state and federal funds or the realignment dollars. We did augment this year the IHSS for the in-home support services, but that was a decision at this board to give additional wage to those workers above and beyond what was supported by state and feds. And third, I do believe you will see not elimination of services, but you will only see enhanced services with a holistic approach, much to what Dr. Miller was just stating in regards to CalAIM. And we've been trying to keep CalAIM in front of you, as we do feel it is a large impact on our future of those 2 departments and divisions working together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McGordy.
So first of all, Dr. Miller, you sure give a lot of information when you give an answer, so I'm trying to incorporate all that into my thinking here. But, you know, I agree with CEO Angelo. I don't think there's any question that we're at least to the point of a 2-agency model, and we should probably move ahead with that. And I don't want us to get into a situation of what I call paralysis by analysis, where you spend so much time looking at all the details that you can't move forward. So I think we do need to move forward. But my concern, of course, is that I don't want anyone to get crushed or lost. So I don't want people to feel like they can't be heard or that programs diminish because there's nobody really advocating for them. So that's kind of the part of having an organizational chart that Supervisor Haschak talked about, and I think it's important too. If Megan Van Sant is involved with CalAIM and managing patients, I'm totally, my confidence just went up about another 50%. So I hope that that's the plan, is that CalAIM gets involved and trying to move patients through the 2 departments as they need services. I think that's something that makes so much sense to me, of thinking about a whole person rather than just what's their symptom. And I certainly in plant medicine, that's a good way of looking at it. So at this point, I'm really ready to make a motion that we go ahead and move forward, as CEO Angelo said, that we start with a 2-department model, gather more information and make a kind of a final decision of where we are as we conclude our strategic plan in December.
I'll second that.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. I want to look to the clerk of the board. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, we do.
First on the line will be Carol Mordhorst, followed by a voicemail.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Mordhorst, and I was the public health director for 15 years in the 1990s and early 2000s, which I might point out was longer than the last 7 public health directors that you've had. I'm speaking against the HHSA Advisory Board recommendation to have a 2-department model combining public health and behavioral health. Public health has a unique role in serving the entire county population with 3 core functions: assessment, policy development, and assurance. These are designed to protect and promote the health of all the people of Mendocino County to achieve optimum health for all. They promote policy, systems, and services that enable good health and seek to remove obstacles and systematic and structural barriers to achieving good health and well-being. Public health's primary purpose is prevention. As mentioned by Janine, behavioral health does some prevention, but primarily focuses on individual services to a small subset of the population. As former director, this was more than a full-time job. It demands strong public health leadership and staffing of public health trained professionals. In the past 15 years, I've watched the erosion of public health. Twice I contracted with the county to provide services during the vacancy of the director. I observed the over-bureaucratic processes that delayed hiring, processing contracts, and timely decision-making. Furthermore, I observed poor morale and exodus of highly skilled, frustrated staff with the lack of knowledgeable leadership. Staffing in community wellness and nursing are less than half of the staff of 15 years ago. The COVID pandemic has demonstrated how important public health is and how it affects the entire population. There are many of the diseases transmitted through food, water, air, saliva, and sex that also affect our public health. Public health staff are needed to properly address these issues and be led by an individual that is not distracted by the many behavioral health issues this county faces. CalAIM is primarily focused on health care. While this greatly affects behavioral health, it will minimally affect public health as this county no longer runs hospitals and clinics that provide individual physical health care. And those programs.
Chair, I have a question for the caller.
Okay. If Carol Mordhorst is still there, go ahead with your question.
Carol, are you still there?
Yes.
What do you think of this idea that we begin splitting HHSA into 2 and around the end of the, maybe 6 months out as the pandemic is hopefully tapering off, we keep the door open to breaking public health away, but pause on that effort so that we can continue to utilize all the available resources. Do you think there's merit to that, or are you just outright against it?
I do think there's merit in partly because public health has eroded so badly that there's no infrastructure left. And so many of the things we had in place are gone. Many of the positions, including the director of public health nursing, the director of public health, are vacant. And many staff have left due to frustration about working in an environment where they're not respected for what they do. So my encouragement would be that during this 6 months, we recruit for a public health director. We begin to build that infrastructure that would be needed for them to stand on their own. But right now, they're crippled, and they know they're crippled, and they're frustrated.
Carol, thank you. I wish we had heard from you at the beginning of this discussion. It would have helped.
Believe me, I have a whole lot more to say. don't get me started on environmental health because it belongs in public health.
So I would like to hear more of Carol's analysis and recommendations. Perhaps not now, but I think it'd be beneficial for the full board to hear it. And I imagine there are some other opinions. And I know HHSA Advisory did everything they could to bring people to the table, but such a large agency, there's so much history. I think there's more fact finding that may benefit our decision making. Chair, what do you see as the best method for having a mini workshop to collect more voices?
Well, maybe it would be just that, a workshop in, let's say, in 5 months, a month before we were planning to make a decision.
I think we'd want to do that sooner.
Okay. What would be a time frame that you would think would work?
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Mulhern.
I'm wondering how we can incorporate the participants that might be included in a workshop around this conversation into the strategic plan and have that be one of the components of the strategic plan moving forward. That way we could have a professional facilitator, and it is obviously county departments. We have some questions. Seems like that's our soonest opportunity to be able to get that feedback and have a collaborative effort with the employees and the community to move forward.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay, and with that idea, would we want to, well, we may have a couple more public comments, but we could then take up the specifics of the time frame with the next agenda item, or one of the next agenda items, which later today, which is the strategic plan update. Maybe we could, when we get to that agenda item, maybe we could pick a time frame for this work.
That works for me.
Okay, right. Well, let's go to the remaining public comment.
Next will be a voicemail.
My name is Julie Beardsley, and I am commenting on item 5B. I work in public health. 10 years ago, Mendocino County's public health department, with over 180 employees, was merged into the newly created Health and Human Services Agency. The control public health had over its funding and hiring was taken away. Vital programs and services began to be eliminated. There was a chronic lack of leadership, high levels of staff turnover, frustration with the lack of leadership, and the inability to get things done, and low morale among staff. There has been so much staff turnover, in fact, that there are not many left who remember how effective and functional Mendocino County's public health department once was. The HHSA agency model of the past 10 years seemingly has done little to integrate services on silo agencies or create leadership from the bottom up. Combining BHRS and public health is simply creating another mini agency. So I am asking the board to return public health control over its funding, staffing, and hiring, and let us do our job, which is to get so far upstream that the community's needs for mental health and social services are dramatically reduced. Over the past 10 years, many of the indicators of health in our community have fallen because of the problems caused by the merger of public health into HHSA. We desperately need public health leadership to move forward. I respectfully ask the supervisors to begin the recruiting process for an experienced and qualified public health director as soon as possible. I believe that returning to a 3-department model will provide the board with the clarity and transparency necessary for good oversight of each department's funding and the effectiveness of their programs and services. A strong, independent public health department can focus on the core values and make our county a healthier place to live and work. I understand that there are a range of opinions about what should happen, from keeping HHSA together to creating a 3-department model. I am respectful of others' opinions, but as someone who sees the data every day, I feel that the public will best be served by an independent, strong public health department. I hope the board will carefully weigh the options, and no matter what the outcome, I will continue to do my best to improve the health of our community. Thank you for your time.
That concludes public comment.
Okay,
Where's
thank you.
Marvin?
Was there more, or was that the end of it? Okay.
That was it.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hashak?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So we have a motion on the table. I would just like to add that we add that workshop in a few months, and that we, in the meantime, during this 6-month process, we're hiring public health directors. You know, we're recruiting for those positions that public health needs to make them full, and not just to wait for the 6 months to see what happens. I hope I can add that to the motion.
Okay, so who made the motion originally?
I made the motion. So Supervisor Hasjack, you want me to amend that?
Yeah, if you agree to it, yeah.
Yeah, I would agree to, well, go ahead and repeat what you want, exactly what you were saying.
Well, I think it was the two things. It was to have a workshop several months down the road, and also to continue pursuing hiring of a public health director and the other key roles in the public health department.
Yeah, I could go along with that. I don't, regardless of what happens, whether it's one department or two, we need to have those key positions, in my opinion.
Okay. So Supervisor McGordy, you made the motion, and Supervisor Hatchak, did you second the motion?
Yes.
Okay, so the maker and the second are agreeing to the amended motion. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I'm going to support it. I know that in the end, we may not get everyone to agree on the best path, but I think it's really important for our staff that we make sure all voices are heard in the process. And what I'm hearing is, despite best attempts, there are some voices that feel they haven't been heard. So I like the idea of working through the process before making a final decision.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, Atlas, can we have roll call?
Can I please get a clear restatement of the motion prior to doing that, please?
Okay, I'll do my darndest. So the first part was that we should move forward with at least a 2-department model. So social services and behavioral health and public health together, with
Excuse
the
me,
option at
Supervisor
the end of,
McGordy, you cut out. Can you please restart?
Sorry. Okay, so I made the motion that we should move forward with at least a 2-department model consisting of social services and public health and behavioral health as a combined department, with the option of, after further study, including a workshop and I'm sorry, Supervisor Hasjack, what was the other part?
Continuing to pursue hiring a public health director and
Thank
other
you.
key roles.
Yeah, and filling key positions and making a final decision within 6 months.
Okay, Atlas, did you get that?
Yeah.
And just checking in with the maker of the motion, the intent is that the follow-up workshop would be integrated with the strategic planning process.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Supervisor Williams, do you have your hand raised?
Not intentionally.
Okay. All right. Okay. So if there are no other comments, I think we're ready to take a roll call.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks, everyone. It is 3:45. I think it's probably appropriate for a break right now, and we'll come back at 4 o'clock. We went from a complex issue to maybe something that could be resolved pretty quickly. And I think that's allowing accessory dwelling units in the coastal zone. We have a report from the Planning and Building Department that indicates we have a path forward on that. So I see that Julia Acker-Krog and Nash Gonzalez from Planning and Building are here. And Linda Roofing.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Julia Krog, Assistant Director. And I'm just going to briefly introduce Linda Roofing, who is our consultant for this project from North Coast Community Planning. And we are here today really seeking direction from the board on the previously adopted general plan amendment and ordinance amendment for establishing accessory dwelling units within the coastal zone. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Linda, and she will take us through the points that we're seeking direction on. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Good afternoon, Chair Jurdy, members of the board. I'm Linda Roofing. It's been quite a process getting the LCP amendment to the finish line here. For Supervisors Mulherin and McGorty, who weren't on the board when this was heard back in November of 2019, the Local Coastal Program Amendment, LCP amendment, was undertaken to allow for the development of accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units in the coastal zone. It provides a set of regulations that are woven into the county's LCP, which currently prohibits ADUs in the coastal zone. So the LCP amendment removes that prohibition and establishes regulations that are intended to balance the requirements of state laws which mandate that local agencies allow ADUs with the resource protection mandates of the Coastal Act. So what this means is the Coastal Commission is involved in this front and center, and we're now at a point where the Coastal Commission staff is ready to bring the county's LCP amendment forward to the Commission for certification. It's slated to be heard at either their July or August meeting. So we're bringing this back to you both as an update and to get feedback on a couple of items where we really weren't able to kind of reach accord with Coastal Commission staff. If you look in your packet, attachment 1 has the Coastal Commission's initial 13-page letter that was issued when the county's LCP amendment application was accepted. There were a number of questions and concerns raised in that letter, and we proposed several relatively minor revisions to the ADU ordinance to address those concerns. The Coastal Commission calls those friendly modifications because they're revisions that have either been requested by an applicant or agreed upon in the extended dialogue that occurs as the Commission staff prepares their suggested modifications to an amendment prior to certification by the Commission. So if you look on attachment 3, the friendly modifications are shown in blue type and strike out and underline, and those provide clarification. They add cross-references, new definitions. They also include a number of revisions that were necessary to update the ADU regulations to address new state legislation that was enacted after the board approved the original LCP amendment application. So if you have questions about any of the friendly mods, I'd be happy to give you more details, but what we really want to focus on today are the so-called suggested modifications that Coastal Commission staff is recommending. They're shown in red type on attachment 3, and they're summarized in the memo in the board packet. So before I get into the substance of these changes, I want to point out that the term suggested modifications is a bit of a misnomer, because once the Commission takes action to certify an LCP amendment with the suggested modifications, they become required modifications. Really, after the Commission's certification, the amendment will come back to the board, and your options are either to accept the LCP amendment or to, prepare a new and adopt it, or to prepare a new or revised LCP amendment application, or to just give up and forego the opportunity to allow for ADUs in the coastal zone, which really isn't an option because the state is mandating that you allow them. So My point in laying this out is to help you understand that right now is like this critical point in the process where the county has an opportunity to push even harder for what you want. So the county may still be able to change the commission staff recommendation. And if we hit a wall with staff, there's still an opportunity to try to convince the commission to make changes at the hearing. So the good news is that at this point, there's really two major suggested modifications that are substantial departures from what the board approved a year and a half ago. So we've made a tremendous amount of progress. And so the first change begins on page 14 of attachment 3. And if you'd like, I can share my screen here to put that up. Let me do that. Okay, so do you see this here, this subsection F? I hope it's showing on your screens.
Yes.
Okay, so this section now prohibits the use of any dwelling on a property with an ADU or a JADU for transient habitation. So in other words, a property owner who creates an ADU or a JADU cannot use any dwelling on their property as a vacation rental. So this is more restrictive than the language in the county's LCP amendment application, which prohibited the use of an ADU or a JADU as a vacation rental, but it did not prohibit the use of the primary dwelling as a vacation rental. So despite the fact that the Coastal Commission is generally really supportive of visitor serving uses and vacation rentals in the coastal zone, their staff would not budge on this modification. In short, their argument is that if the goal is to create additional housing, then the use of both primary residences and ADUs and JADUs as vacation rentals should be prohibited. They noted that under the county's proposed regulations, if a property owner were to choose to live in their ADU and then rent out their primary residence as a vacation rental, then the ADU would not result in a net gain in long-term housing. And so part of where they're coming from actually ties back to the Commission's longstanding concerns about traffic on Highway 1. And that was actually one of the reasons that ADUs were prohibited in the coastal zone initially. The commission agreed, or the staff agreed to the county's request to push the Highway 1 capacity issue down the road by establishing the 500 unit cap on ADUs. But one of the arguments that the county made to convince them to go for the cap, rather than requiring a comprehensive Highway 1 capacity analysis at this time, was that we believe that ADUs aren't likely to impact Highway 1 capacity because the development of additional rental housing stock will help to provide housing options that bring employees nearer to jobs and people closer to services. So commission staff's position in prohibiting the vacation rentals is that if property owners live in their ADUs and convert their primary residences to vacation rentals, then the county's logic about creating more housing options and the minimal impact of ADUs on Highway 1 traffic doesn't hold up. So we'd like to hear how the board feels about the prohibition on vacation rentals. Can you live with it? Do you want us to keep pushing? If so, do you have thoughts about arguments that might be effective? So the second super substantive policy change that I'd like to point out is on the top of page 19 in attachment 3. So let me get you down there. Okay, this is it. So this section is the section that has to do with protection of ag and timberlands, and this is currently a really big statewide priority for the Coastal Commission. What the Commission has proposed is that detached ADUs on parcels that are zoned ag or rangeland or forest land or timber protection zones, that the ADUs could not be set back more than 50 feet from the primary residence on those parcels. In the initial LCP amendment application, the county had proposed 150 feet setback. And this was a setback that was chosen because it's consistent with the county's existing setback requirement for detached bedrooms. So it seemed like a rational basis that would still achieve the Commission's objective of having clustering on these parcels. I do want to point out and apologize for one error in the memo in your packet, which the memo states that an exception to this requirement can be made if someone goes through the regular coastal development permitting process, and that is not the case. That is the case for virtually every other regulation in this section, but for the setback requirement, they did not allow that. So, there's no.
As a point of clarification, if someone had an existing detached bedroom, because that was allowed to be up to 150 feet away from the house, and then sought to convert that into an ADU, how would they handle that?
That's a really great question, Chair Jurdy. This last sentence here actually addresses it. And this was added for exactly that reason, which, so if there's a existing legally authorized residential structure, which would include a guest cottage or a detached bedroom, as of the effective date of the ordinance, they would be allowed to convert it to an ADU. However, they put in that as of the effective date of the ordinance to keep people from gaming it and developing a detached bedroom and then converting it to an ADU. So that was like a concession that we got out of this. I actually think that there still might be some possibility for compromise here. We push back really hard. We feel like this was unnecessarily restrictive, that there's a number of other provisions in the code that will protect agricultural and timber resources. And we feel like this provision could be a real deterrent for the establishment of ADUs on resource parcels. I think that if the county were to tell the Coastal Commission that it would accept this modification if the setback was changed to 100 feet, where we were effectively splitting the difference, it's possible that an agreement might be reached. The commission staff is definitely motivated to go to the commission with as few contentious items remaining as possible. So, but what we really want to know is, do you have any questions about the friendly modifications or the suggested modifications? And what do you think about the prohibition on vacation rentals and the 50-foot setback requirement?
Okay, questions, comments? Supervisor McGorty?
So I've heard over and over again since becoming supervisor, whenever anyone talks about the coast, they say there's no place to rent or live. So I think that's, from my perspective, it's okay. I actually own a vacation rental here in Ukiah Valley, but it's the type of traffic I get so completely different than what you get on the coast. People here mostly want to stay for, 3 to 6 months because they're working at the hospital as a visiting nurse or something like that. So, I am actually part of the short-term housing stock, and so I'm okay with it. 100 feet would be better than 50. I think having some separation between you and an ADU would be good, but 50 feet, if they won't budge, that's better than nothing.
Supervisor Williams, I think you may have quite a bit of ag land and resource lands in your district.
I agree with Glenn. I think we should push for the 100.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern?
I like the idea of trying to split the difference and get it approved at 100.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy with what you've worked out with Coastal Commission staff. And I do have one question. Does staff feel like they have clarity on what the scope of that traffic study would be? Because I think if there was later dispute about what was needed for that traffic study, then we're we could lose some time in doing the traffic study?
That's a good question, and I'll take a stab at answering it and then maybe hand it over to Julia. The traffic study, if it's anything like the original State Route 1 capacity study and the 2 updates that have been prepared over time, it would be an analysis of capacity on the highway from the Sonoma County line up to where the State Route 1 leaves the coastal zone up by Westport or Rockport. And it would look at traffic volumes and safety issues and turning movements and stuff, but it also now needs to look at vehicle miles traveled and VMT. And that was one of the reasons they didn't require us to update it now, is that we're in this really kind of in an area of flux with regard to establishing standards for vehicle miles traveled, and as opposed to using the old level of service calculations for traffic analyses. It will be a really big undertaking because it will need to look both at existing traffic volumes, but also project out future traffic volumes. So I think 500, in order to amend the LCTP to remove that 500 ADU cap in the future, you will need to do this traffic study. I think it's going to take you years, unfortunately, to get to that 500 ADU cap.
Supervisor Williams?
How many ADUs have been constructed to date in the inland?
I can answer that one. This is Julia Krog, Assistant Director. So I can follow up with our admin staff to get the exact number, but it's not many. It really isn't. And I know I've had it in front of me before. I can't think of the number right at the moment, but it's like, under 25 ADUs. It's a really limited number since when we adopted the ordinance in 2017.
Yeah, last time I asked, I think the answer was 19.
Yeah.
So I'm really happy to see this moving forward. Realistically, I don't think it'll add much housing stock to the coast. The cost of construction and the return on investment, I don't see it penciling out for a lot of folks. Even less so with the vacation rental restrictions, which I actually support. I think the public supports. We need more housing stock for long term, but I don't think the numbers work in the coastal area. So I would expect we may see similar to inland, maybe even less.
The one difference is that we know that there's a number of units that, structures, let's say, that people are going to be seeking a permit to convert it to, at least officially, into an ADU, whereas there may be a partial kitchen or a complete kitchen, but they don't currently have permit from the county to say it's a legal independent living structure. So I do think we're going to see, I don't know how many, but I think we're going to see quite a few applications come in. And I don't know if staff has any estimates at this point about the number of conversion applications we may be getting.
No, don't really have an estimate at this time, but I think you're very correct in what you said, that I can easily see that this will help to resolve a lot of potential code violation issues that we may see along the coast. I do believe we have a lot of unpermitted secondary residences or accessory dwelling units. And so this will also help so we can actually include those, get them properly permitted, and possibly even be able to count those towards some of our housing element compliance. Depending on what those units are rented for. So
Julia, those units, the ones I know of, and they're all along the coast, they're already rented. In a lot of cases, they're rented to long-term tenants. So it's peculiar that it could help with our housing element, because we're not really adding housing stock. On paper, we might be. Maybe we assess it differently. It might be a boost in revenue for the county. But in terms of long-term rental units, I don't see it shifting.
No, and it's really because we would need to have them properly permitted in order to be able to count them as part of any of our housing element compliance related numbers for housing stock. So that is one opportunity I see with this ordinance coming forward, as well as, like I said, permitting unpermitted structures that may be out there, and folks may be able, there may be certain sites that this does really pencil out for folks, and being able to actually increase our housing stock on the coast.
Yeah. Supervisor McGordy?
So it's interesting that only 19 permits. I know the city of Ukiah is full of accessory dwelling units, and they're really important for housing. So it's interesting that that's all that's come through.
Nash?
If I may, through the chair, I think to address Supervisor McGordy's question is, number one, you're dealing with the cities, you're dealing with more compact areas. So materials, labor doesn't have to travel as far to build these units. But 3 years ago, I did speak to a number of folks who were waiting for ADUs to come to the coast, and at least, I'm anticipating at least a dozen of them would initially be brought in to the system. And because these are folks that are wanting to legalize, these are folks that are trying to get loans, these are folks that are trying to put parents onto their property. So there's a number of different reasons why I think initially we will have an influx of permits, but I would also agree with what's been said. We're not going to see a huge number, and it might take years to hit that 500 cap. But there are a few out there that are just waiting to see what happens.
Okay, all right, well, thanks. Maybe we could go to, if we have any public comment, we could go to public comment now.
There's no public comment for this item.
Okay, all right. I'll keep the glass half full and hope that we do get lots of applications coming in. People may do it even if it doesn't pencil out right away. Okay, well, thanks so much for what you've done so far. And do we have a motion to adopt? Or I guess to give direction to support as proposed or as amended?
I move the recommended action.
Second, noting that we've recommended changing 50 feet to 100 feet on resource properties.
Yes.
Okay, got a motion? Julia?
If I may, I just want to confirm also that is no concern with the prohibition on having vacation home rental disallowances.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Atlas, can we have a roll call?
Yes. Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
And Chair Jurdy?
Yes. Okay.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, supervisors.
Okay, that takes us to the strategic planning process.
All right, so I'll start this off if you're ready for it, Chair Jurdy. We started this in January when the board approved to go forward with a strategic plan. Supervisor McGordy and I have been on the ad hoc working on this. We've interviewed people. We've kept the board updated on our progress. And now we're at the point of bringing forth a pair of consultants who are from Sonoma County area, and BJ Bischoff and Gary Hockman. And so in your packet today, you have quite a few things, but you have their strategic plan proposal, you have a scoring rubric, and I think that if you've looked over those, you'll see that they provided us with a lot of good information that will kind of lay out the plan that they have for moving this strategic plan forward. The timeline is they want to start, July 1st and end by January of 2022. So really a 6-month condensed effort. And we talked earlier about incorporating some of the things that we've been doing with Health and Human Services into this. Supervisor McGordy and I have talked about, some of the big themes that we want to address, certainly county governance and the social network, economic development, and public safety. There could be others such as equity and diversity, But those are things that I think that these consultants, if we are in agreement, that they would provide and help to flesh out of what we really feel are the needs of our county. I think this is a very positive approach for all of us and to move a lot of the work forward. So with that, I hope if there's any questions about the rubric or anything that they've had, Supervisor McGorty and I are here, but Supervisor McGorty, I'd like you to add anything else you might.
Sure. Well, this is one of the most exciting things that I think we're going to get to do this year is the strategic plan. At least it's positive. You know, nobody's mad at us yet, so I'm really excited about that. And strategic plans are pretty essential. If you have a strategic plan in place as an organization, it drives your budget process, which is something that could really help us. It helps you understand how to make decisions, because you can go back to say, this is what we already agreed we're going to do. This is how we prioritize. And it's one of the things we've kind of been missing in Mendocino County. We can see sometimes we're going off in multiple directions without any apparent purpose. And this kind of helps give you something to go back to. It becomes kind of your lodestone, if you will, of how you make decisions. So before we start too far, I also want to introduce Ann Mulgard, who is going to be our go-to person in the county government. She's sitting in a very stuffy English library there. And how we found our consultants was I just went online and started looking, what do our neighboring counties do? I mean, because they're much better funded than us, and they operate sometimes in a more sophisticated level. So I went to Napa and Sonoma counties, and as we were looking for consultants, I found the strategic plans that Napa and Sonoma did, and they're a little different than ours in that so Napa County was really kind of concerned with the community maybe a little bit more than Sonoma was concerned with the organization. And we're probably focused a little bit more on our organization. There will be some community hearing sessions for input, but really we need to answer some basic questions as to how we're structured, whether it makes sense. We want to answer the question of CEO versus CAO, and we may have to go to some outside help, and we do have good outside help. The RCRC, Pat Blacklock is willing to talk a little bit about that, because he was the CAO for Yolo County, which is a very interesting county. It has a strong agriculture and university presence. But anyway, after talking to several different consultants, some of them outside of the area, Supervisor Hasjack and I thought it would be best to get somebody locally, and I narrowed it down to BJ and Gary. And when I talked to BJ, she said, well, we work together all the time. Why don't you just hire both of us? And that way you won't have to go through a gut-wrenching decision of who to choose, and we're not competing against each other. And that's what we decided to do. So I'd like to introduce you to BJ Bischoff, who is a consultant she'll talk a little bit about her experience and credentials. And I'm really happy you're here with us today, BJ.
Thanks, Glenn. And I'm just so excited that Gary and I can work together. Gary's not here today because he is traveling back from his daughter's wedding, Becky. So he thought that was pretty important for him to be with his daughter. So he asked me to represent the team, and I'll be glad to do that. If you guys don't mind, I put a PowerPoint together just to kind of introduce everybody to us and to go through the process. Glenn and John, does that make sense to do it like that?
Yes.
Okay, let me go ahead and share that screen with everybody. Let's see, we got this one here. We'll share that with you. And I will turn this into a slideshow right now. Okay. So as you had mentioned, we're looking at a 6 month and a 1 month extra planning process. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. But again, it's our firm, I'll just call it Bischoff Consulting, and the HR Matrix, which is Gary's firm. So let me introduce you a little bit to us in our natural environments instead of our dreadful headshots, right? So this is Gary. Gary Hockman is the principal of the HR Matrix. They're based in Santa Rosa. And
excuse me just a second.
Oh,
BJ,
yeah.
are you sharing your screen? Because I'm not seeing your screen.
It says I'm sharing it. Can anybody, you not see it? Anybody?
I can see it.
I'm seeing it.
How strange.
I'm sorry. Do you have
That's
it
all
that
right.
you can pull it up? It was with the agenda. I saw that.
Yes, I'll do that instead.
Okay, I'm sorry, Glenn. Sorry about that. So we thought we'd show you pictures of us since Gary's not there. So this is Gary in Mendocino, the town of Mendocino, actually. So there he is. And there's me in Anderson Valley at an undisclosed winery. So there we are enjoying our time in Mendocino County. Even though we live in Sonoma County, we both spend a lot of time up there in Mendocino County whenever possible. So Gary and I have worked together on projects for the last 8 years, and he has over 30 years experience doing this kind of work, and so do I. So it's great that we have a chance to work together on this as opposed to competing against each other, as Glenn said. Let me tell you just a little bit about our experience in working on North Coast strategic planning issues, working with government leaders, and obtaining public input to chart future direction. Gary did the Sonoma County strategic plan. We just finished that. He finished that just within the last few months. I led the Napa County strategic plan, and we finished that in the beginning of 2019. Right after COVID started, a little bit, I'd say it was in June or July, I got a call from the Economic Development Board of Sonoma County asking them to facilitate the COVID fire disaster economic recovery plan for Sonoma County. So I became an expert in Zoom like pretty quickly because we used a lot of Zoom meetings to be able to do that for the county. So we just finished that. I've also been working on the cannabis issue in Sonoma County, actually since before adult recreational use became law. So we created the economic impact plan for the county, the economic impact study. I just finished the cultivation ordinance public outreach, and the public outreach said, we're not happy with this, and we want a full EIR. So now I'm in the middle of planning public outreach for the county's EIR for the whole cannabis program, not just the cultivation ordinance. That's going to be a big endeavor for the county. It'll take several years, obviously. I just also finished, these are in the last couple months or so, it's been pretty busy time. The climate change public input for the Board of Supervisors. I work directly with the Board of Supervisors in Sonoma County and also in Napa County, but more so in Sonoma. Gary just finished the Providence St. Joseph Health Sonoma County, Southern California plan for the entire system for Southern California. I did the Sonoma County AAA plan. You're required to do a 4-year plan, as I'm sure you know. And I've worked on several plans in the process of that, right in the middle of that, to end homelessness in Sonoma County. I did Lower Russian River. We worked on Sonoma Valley. And now I've just finished getting everybody to approve the North County plan. And now we've got to work on the implementation. So we're in the thick of that. I finished, Gary started and I finished the Child Care Planning Council strategic plan in Sonoma County. And Gary and I have both been involved quite a bit in Sonoma County training for managers and supervisors. And I've just started working with Katie Ford and her team on doing training for Mendocino managers and supervisors. And so when I was told by Glenn that Ann would be our contact, I'm like, boy, that name sounds so familiar. And it turns out she's a student in the class I just taught recently about facilitation skills. She's going through the manager's professional development program. So I've had a chance to know Ann just a little bit from that. So that's a little bit about our background, and there's far more information than you care to read in the proposal we submitted. A little bit about our approach. Just wanted to share that with you. We're direct, and yet we believe we're diplomatic. We think it's really important to be able to be honest with you, direct with you, and we hope our words fall on your ears nicely. Try to be polite. We're very responsive, and that's one thing about Ann I've noticed already, just in getting ready for this. As soon as I send her an email or a text, she responds back, and That's what we really need in a working relationship and developing a strategic plan. So I'm really excited that you've selected a really great person who's responsive in that way, as we are. We're really strong project managers. In the beginning of any plan, we'll create a plan to implement the plan, and then we'll follow that and keep track of that. Our meetings are on task, on time. We have timeframes, very specific timeframes for when things will begin and end. And if something's going to take longer than we had anticipated, we will table that for another meeting. And we've had a lot of experience in facilitation from my master's degree at Indiana University and how to facilitate. Never did I realize that a zillion years later, I'd be using those skills on a daily basis. Equity and inclusion is essential to what we do. And I've been seeing the work that your task force in DEI, what you call it, equity, diversity, and inclusion in the county. I like to see the work that task force has been doing, and I'm glad to see that you're making it a priority, and we think it's a priority as well. We're sensitive to the cultural norms. Every county is different. You know, I spent so much time working in Sonoma County with the government leaders here. When I was asked to work in Napa County, it was a big change. It's a world of difference between Napa County and Sonoma County. And I'm sure we'll find differences in working with Mendocino County as well, if you choose to work with us. This is one thing that Gary once wanted me to share. We believe that those who create the process will support it in the long run. That's what you need. And that's why we need to have the people who work at the county be actively involved in the making of the plan. I like to think we have well-honed writing skills. On our team, we have 2 of us on our team and 5 on Gary's team, but our team will be doing most of the writing. Our research director, Sarah, is really our go-to writer. And then we respect the Brown Act. We, anytime we have a meeting, we'll say, does this need to be Brown Act? If so, when do we need to get the agenda out? That kind of thing. We're very, very careful about that and concerned, and we want to be as transparent as possible, as I know you do as well. So let's talk about what the process is that we recommend. So there are a couple of phases, and the first one is the planning and launch phase. And in that phase, the output will be clear goals, roles, and expectations. And this will happen in the month of July. So first thing we'll do, and you've already started by identifying a project manager, and that's Ann in child support. And I think has had a lot of experience in your county and certainly in leadership. So I think she's a good choice. During this beginning phase, we're going to agree on what our outcomes are going to be, the processes that we're going to follow, who's going to do what, roles, responsibilities, when we're going to do things, how we're going to be accountable to each other. And then we're going to create a final plan template. Yes, we're creating this, presenting this plan to you now, but we'll finalize it and get a little bit more specific in that format. We'll also create a final plan template, meaning that in the beginning, we need to know what the end is in sight. You know, what is that stake we're going to put in the ground? What does it look like? What do you envision? What do you like about what other plans look like, so that we know kind of what we're going for? And then we'll create a task force. We think it's really important to have a task force created made of people who work for the county, leadership, and people, not necessarily, they don't have to be position leaders as long as they're respected leaders. I don't care if it's someone who's, I don't care what level they are in the organization, as much as the fact that they have respect of their peers and they're knowledgeable about county administration. Generally, like when we worked with Napa County recently, they were all directors, they were all leaders. We had the sheriff, we had the head of police, sheriff, the head of the library was there. We had a person who was head of public works, et cetera. So they had very high level people on that task force. And then we create the project plan. And then it's important at this point, we figure out how we're going to let the community know that this is happening and their role. We'll create, actually, you guys will create probably a special dedicated part on your website to keep people informed. I recommend creating a dedicated email address that the public can send information to you or ask questions. If there are going to be any public meetings for feedback, those should be advertised as well. And we will also in this phase look at any existing county plans and initiative. I've already looked at what Move 2030 has been doing, any of the DEI work you've done. I know there are department plans. I'm anxious to read the report that you just talked about for your HHSA organization or the split of that organization, but I'd like to see that report. So we'll be looking at all that stuff in the beginning phase. So then as we move into August and September, this is where we're going to be putting together the strategic plan framework with what we call pillars and preliminary goals. So we're going to have regular meetings in this phase and throughout, actually, with the project manager and the task force. And this is where we'll have small group meetings with supervisors to identify their vision. So we might meet with supervisors individually, which we did in Napa County. We had individual interviews with supervisors. And then we actually met with them all together in a public meeting. So, you can decide what works for you. Excuse me. We will work with the task force to create the plan framework. And to be honest, the task force, the people who are on that have to have the time to dedicate to this. And it's going to be something that we're really going to rely on them to do the heavy lifting. We really, really are. And this is the phase where we'll have some study sessions. And so you talked before about governance and some of the other issues. And so I think some of those issues might include various departments, where they should be located, if they should be separated, et cetera. We are going to also look at what the framework of the plan should be. And you had mentioned earlier, I think John or Glenn, I'm not sure who mentioned it, about the possible pillars. You had talked, and we in our conversation leading up to this point, we talked about having governance or structure as a possible pillar, economic development as a possible pillar, public services one, and social safety net. Someone had mentioned equity and diversity. In the Sonoma County plan, the pillars are healthy and safe communities, racial equity and social justice, organizational excellence, resilient infrastructure, and climate action and resiliency. And then Napa had 5 somewhat similar. One was collaborative and engaged community, because the community didn't feel that the government was open enough and responsive enough. So there was a whole special pillar around that. One was healthy, safe, and welcoming place to live, work, and visit. Livable economy for all, vibrant and sustainable environment, and effective and open government. So a lot of the counties have the same kinds of pillars, but you need to think what's important to you. Just wanted to give you some other examples of what other counties are doing. We'll provide feedback to the Board of Supervisors, and then the Board of Supervisors, we will ask you to confirm that framework, and we'll integrate what you say to us into the framework, which means when we set up that plan, we have to make sure that we set it around Board of Supervisors meetings so that we're being very timely in that regard. Phase 3, this is where we're getting department head input, and this is October. At the end of this phase, we're going to have a framework with pillars, preliminary goals, and initial objectives. So by October, you should have some pretty good idea of where we're going. We're going to have a department head meeting in which we'll gain additional insights, inputs, and ideas for the goals and objectives of the plan. And then we'll enhance that plan framework. We'll be writing it, coming up with goals, initial objectives. We may have to craft your vision and your values and those kinds of things. We may have to reframe what those are. We communicate that plan with the Board of Supervisors, and then we get Board of Supervisors feedback into the draft framework goals and objectives. And how we do that depends on how you want to do that. And if you want these to be public meetings or individual meetings or groups of 2 people at a time, for example, it's up to you how you want to work in providing feedback. It can be written feedback that you provide us with track changes. It's your choice. So in phase 4, this is where we get a lot of engagement from employees and from the community. This goes through November, and the outcome of this is a revised plan with employee and community input. And what we do in the beginning of this plan is we really plan what our outreach approach is going to be. And excuse me, and we get the input from county employees, obviously. When we worked in Napa, we specifically went to city and town managers. So we might look at getting feedback from various folks in municipal government from your perspective. whatever you want us to do there. We look at people who live and work in Mendocino. So that's really, we do the outreach. Now the outreach can include things like surveys, key stakeholder interviews, one-on-one calls we can make. We can do focus groups, and I really recommend doing a lot of this by Zoom. We've become pretty expert in doing Zoom meetings. You can see some of the meetings that we've been doing for Sonoma County. We use things like Jamboards. We use Q&A format. We have public speakers in. We do a lot of different things. It's not just talking heads and having people do the 3-minute comments. We have it much more interactive. In the work that we've been doing with climate change recently, in one 90-minute period, we got over 1,000 comments through a Q&A function on Zoom. So we love getting lots of comments. We can do that with you guys too, if you're interested. We'll work then with a task force to integrate all of this input from the community and into the plan. I imagine we'll be getting thousands of pieces of information. We'll revise the plan, and then we'll present that plan to you for your input. And then we'll obviously be updating that draft plan. The 5th phase is to finalize the plan, and we anticipate doing this in November and December. And then the output is the final plan document that's prepared for board approval. So in this phase, we work with the project manager and the task force to finalize the plan, review the plan, the final draft with you, refine it as needed. Then we work with the project manager to develop the board item for the strategic plan approval, and then we secure board approval through a vote. But it doesn't stop there. We have one more phase because we think it's really important. Just because you have a plan doesn't mean it's going to be implemented. So we think it's critically important to use the month of January, work closely with Anne to work with the various departments to make sure that the departments are aligning their plans to match the strategic plan going forward, so that we'll create some templates so that the departments can create annual plans of, we're not going to do all 5 years, but just get them started with the template that they can work together through a process that will help to create with Anne on how they're going to create departmental work plans that are aligning with the strategic plan. And then we'll develop a dashboard, a reporting dashboard that county staff can use and you can use to report progress. So that, let's say you have 5 major pillars, all the departments can be funneling what they do through those pillars, and you can be reporting out according to those pillars of the plan. So for example, on your agendas, you could have a little icon, you could have something that indicates which part of the strategic plan that agenda item matches, so that everything you're doing aligns with the plan. So that's just a little bit about what we're talking about. And I'd like to give you an opportunity to have questions and comments. And I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing my screen so that we can all look at each other a little bit larger. Yes.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, what is the total cost, including staff time?
Including county staff time?
Yeah, I mean, if you're taking people away from work.
I do not know. I don't know. I don't know.
Napa and Sonoma, other places where it's been done, what was it roughly the total cost?
They did not calculate it to the best of my knowledge.
And second question, just to look at a tangible example, I think probably the whole board, certainly this supervisor, would like to see more road work, but we have a finite budget for it.
Right, that's the problem. The travel is expensive.
Maybe we make that one of the pillars that we want. With our existing road budget, we want more miles maintained. How do you get there? And I would apply that, I would use that as an analogy for everything else we do, but that one's very tangible. You have a fixed amount, and we put that down as a pillar. Do we get more efficiency, or how does it work?
I'm sorry, what is the question?
I'm trying to wrap my head around, we establish these pillars, but say we don't increase the funding because we have the dollars we have to work with. How do we get more efficiency? Have you seen in other counties where this type of planning has been done? Have they been able to pave more miles of road with the same budget?
I think that it's an interesting question. It's that I don't even know how to respond to that at this point. I'll be honest, I don't think I understand the question. John, can you help me out with that?
Yes, thanks, BJ. I think there's two parts to that question. One is the question about staffing, and we're very fortunate to have Ann Mulgard appointed as the project manager, and we are going to need some other staff associated with her to provide her some help. You know, we have a couple college interns coming on, and they are going to help Ann, I think, with some of the technical and logistical support and writing and some of those issues. So that's not a big cost. And so we're appreciative that the CEO has dedicated some of Ann's time to this project. And as far as the paving the roads and all that, I think what we're looking for in this strategic plan is what are our priorities and where do we want to go? And once we figure that out, once we find our common goals, then I think it will help us to prioritize the budget and all those aspects of county governance.
Thank you. So to your point, Supervisor Williams, if I could say, if it's a priority, back to what you were saying, if it is a priority to have more roads paved, then we would work with you to develop, okay, what are the goals and objectives? How are you going to get there? And obviously, with no more money, you're not going to be able to pave more roads. So maybe one of those action items in the plan could be to identify additional funding, additional grant funding, other funding that may be available. And as a matter of fact, one of the things that did come up in the Napa plan, the Napa County plan, was a lot of infrastructure and looking at ways to obtain funding for that to happen. So again, if it's a priority, you'll make it happen. But if it's not a priority, then it's not in the plan, then you're not going to make it happen, obviously. Also, what's now happening in Sonoma County, they looked at their strategic plan and they determined that it's going to take about $60 million to fund some of the projects that they've identified that are their priorities, such as what you're discussing, maybe in terms of additional roads, whatever, paving. And so they have just now put an RFP out for a grant writer or grant writing firms, and also grant, although you guys had an RFP out not too long ago for that too, but an organization that will actually help with finding grant opportunities so that they're going to be engaging that organization or several organizations to help fund what they've put in the strategic plan. So yeah, the strategic plan's they figure it's going to cost them $60 million extra to do what they want to do. So you're right, that could very well happen.
I think the other advantage of having a cohesive strategic plan is that everybody in the organization understands what the priorities are. And so they can say, okay, if I focus my time fulfilling some of these priorities, I'm not running against objectives of other people in the organization. It's where everyone already has agreed they want to take the county. Supervisor McGordy?
So I work for an organization that does a lot of strategic planning, the University of California, and we did what we call strategic initiatives. And basically what our instructions from the home office were kind of vague, but they said, these are things that we really want you to work on. So it would include things like sustainable agricultural systems, how do we improve agriculture so that it works better, healthy communities. So this was really more for the folks who are working in like 4-H and human development. So in other words, there were places they said, these are priorities for us, and this is what you want to do. So to Supervisor Williams, part of what we could do is, efficiency is something that's important to us. Are we spending our money the best way possible? Are we using it so that we're leveraging it? Is there and Howard DeShield talked about that today, about our DOT budget, about having a reserve that allows him to then get funding when there's emergency funding available that requires a match. So developing a strategy for how do you get more roads built? You don't really have a lot of money, but if you can at least be liquid enough so that when a grant comes up, you've got money there. Those are the kinds of strategies I think that start to come up if you start thinking about efficiencies. And same for us is how do we communicate and work together? What's the best way for us to do things as a group?
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Does the ad hoc have support from department heads on this plan?
You know, we haven't engaged them specifically, I would say. We have the support of the CEO, which is critically important because if we didn't have that, we wouldn't get very far. So we didn't really include that in our task to ask individual departments, but since CEO Angelo isn't supporting us, I believe the rest of the organization will probably fall into line, I hope.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Judy. Yeah, I guess my question is for BJ Bischoff is are we going to go 6 months without knowing anything about what the strategic plan task force is doing? Or are there going to be steps along the way that information is going to be provided and maybe, baby steps on what we could be doing instead of waiting for 6 months?
Absolutely. Early, as I shared with you early on, I'd say by October, the end of October, you'll have a good sense of what the major pillars are and the major direction will be. Absolutely. We'll be coming to the board frequently to let you know what the progress is. Absolutely.
Okay. And I guess for Ann Mulgard is we have this matrix. Should we be looking at the matrix now, or what's your plan for this discussion?
Ultimately, at the end of the item, as long as we get to a vote that says directing me to prepare a contract and negotiate a scope of work or not to go out to a formal RFP bid, as long as we get to that, the matrix is less important. Sometimes it helps people to focus their thinking when they're trying to decide, is this the right consultant for us? So I provided it, but County Council has informed me that it's not a legal requirement that you fill it out.
One thing I'd like to add, though, it's we would do everything possible to minimize back to Supervisor Williams' initial question, and it's a great one. How much time is this going to take for our staff? I mean, it's a really great question. We do as much of that work as possible. Our job is to minimize the amount of time that you have to put into this process. That's why you hire a consultant. I mean, you don't hire a consultant so that you end up doing all the work. You really want to rely on the consultant to do the bulk of the work for you. But certainly we don't work in a vacuum. We need that constant back and forth communication with everyone. And I just want to check in with you, Supervisor Williams. Did I answer your question after I finally figured out what you wanted? Did I answer? I specifically want to know if I answered your question.
Well, I think so. I'm just trying to envision how much we're going to spend and what sort of results we're likely to see. And I can understand in a county sitting on millions of dollars wanting to implement various projects. It makes sense to prioritize and look at how to project management and get the most out of it. Mendocino County is very poor. We don't have enough to provide basic services. And so I'm just wondering, no matter what pillars we put down, I think those pillars will be what we're all budgeting earlier today. Law enforcement, fixing the cannabis program, roads, health and human services being split. And I don't know, no matter how we formalize and document that those are our pillars, I don't know how we're going to get better execution. Maybe we will, but I would love to see some case studies of where this has been done in other counties so that we can get an idea of how it might apply here.
I think one of the things that's really important, if I could add that, is it's not good enough just for you to have a plan and say, well, thank you, goodbye. I mean, that's just a waste of everyone's time and money. The critical piece is how the departments are going to use this plan to actually implement their day-to-day work. And it's helpful, I think, back to something I think that Glenn had said earlier. It's helpful for the departments to know if what they're doing is aligned with the strategic plan or not. If if the county, if the individual person sitting at his or her desk is doing something that's not going to take you toward your goals, then why are they doing it? And I think it's really helpful to have a roadmap for them to be able to be in alignment, to use your precious resources in the most efficient and expedient way.
I would also think it's helpful for staff because, you know, sometimes, believe it or not, as board members, we may have an off day and we may one day say we want this to happen and the next day in a different meeting we say we want something else. And if we've agreed to it in the plan, it's always helpful, I would think, for staff to say, well, you said you wanted this in the plan and I was fulfilling your objective. So you know, I honestly think that there's things that this can lead to that would give more confidence and assurance to staff that there's a clear direction to go in, where I don't know that the board has historically been that consistent pillar that they've wanted. Supervisor Gordy.
Well, I have a question for Ann Molgard. Ann, I assume you're still here. So we did a strategic plan for Ukiah Unified, and I kind of left just as it was finished. And I'm curious, how did that plan work out for them?
It worked out really well. And I've got to say that one of the reasons why is because we took we didn't call them pillars, but they were pillars. And we put our pillars on top of our agenda, and every agenda item has to fit within a pillar. And if that agenda item doesn't fit within a pillar, the board would say, well, then there's no time for it. Because if we're not focused on what we're supposed to be focused on, we're going to have a heap of trouble. And then after you left, Glenn, the state, without going into excruciating detail, the state passed a new way to fund, a new funding mechanism, local control accountability plans. And so now that is the driving force of the decisions. And each quarter we have a red, green, yellow, color coded, how are we doing on each of the goals? And that's something that translated to county land, we'd be working on and developing, especially in January, but some of those we'll know as we go along.
And I love that red, green, yellow for something like this. A lot of groups I've worked with, they do that. They look at the plan, and then they report, the staff can report and say, are you achieving your goals or not using that color code? It's a good way to use it.
Okay, I'm looking at clerk of the board. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
Yes, we do. We have two. First on the line will be Michael Katz, followed by a voicemail.
Good afternoon, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. We fully support and appreciate the board speaking today about the strategic planning process and believe it is essential to charting the course for the future of Mendocino County. We certainly also believe that considerations around local cannabis issues should be included at a fundamental level within the process. We recommend along these lines that the Mendocino Cannabis Program Manager be included as one of the members of the task force recommended in the presentation today. We believe that bringing in expert voices from the community to provide insight and perspective on the strategic planning process is essential to understanding the on-the-ground realities that the plan will seek to address. We encourage the board to engage local stakeholders as early in the process as is reasonable to enable the most possible input, ultimately leading to the most community support for the results. Further, we believe that the county should develop and share a transparent mechanism to engage local stakeholders that will provide the most possible input for consideration. All local stakeholder groups should have the opportunity to request consideration as part of this strategic planning process. We appreciate your consideration of these recommendations and look forward to working closely with the county as a stakeholder in the outcome of this important process. Thank you very much.
Next is the voicemail.
Hello, my name is Roseanne Ibarra.
I am a co-founder of the Mendocino Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force. I'm leaving this message for public comment on agenda item 6A, the discussion and possible action on a strategic planning consultant. I'm very pleased that our county government will be conducting a strategic planning process. I see you will be deciding on a candidate to serve as your consultant. As a Mendocino DEI task force member, I ask that the board and the CEO prioritize equity. My hope is that this would be infused throughout your entire process, including who you select. I would hope you select a consultant that has worked on facilitating the development of plans that put equity at the forefront. Ultimately, I know this is up to you to drive what is included in the plan, but there are important considerations and things that should be lined up in order to facilitate a plan that truly gets us to a future state where there's diversity among our leadership, where decisions are made based on the wisdom of lived experience of those being impacted, where we are mindful that not everyone is starting from the same place and that therefore we need to make accommodations to truly meet their needs. In practice, this needs to be infused in policies, procedures, and diversity, equity, and inclusion issues are impacted either positively or negatively by our plans, processes, and implementation. I ask that you hold DEI as a priority as you move forward in your strategic planning process. I also extend an offer from the DEI task force to be your partner as we work together to improve our systems for the well-being of marginalized populations in Mendocino County. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I guess I would like BJ to address those concerns that Roseanne Ibarra brought up, and especially in regards to outreach to all the communities of Mendocino County.
Absolutely. And I really do think that, you know, I'm not in charge of selecting that task force. That would be something I think that Anne would lead with her team. But I think we definitely need to have equity, diversity, and inclusion as a key consideration in who is put on that task force. If I could ask that, I think it's really important to have that at the center and to look at the voices of those underrepresented communities. Whenever I do work in a community, one of the things that we would do early on is look at the different voices, the different groups that are present, and find a way to outreach to those groups in a way that makes sense for those groups. And I think we need to come up with what that list is. I don't know what those groups are going to be. In Napa County, it was 35 different groups, which is a lot of communication. So you're not going to have that many, I don't think. But certainly, I think it's important that we identify what the groups are, and we need to hear from those communities. The other thing is, when we do have Zoom meetings, I don't believe in having like the Spanish-speaking group. You know, some people have suggested that we do that, and it's just so inappropriate. What we need to do is have simultaneous interpretation and be very inclusive of our Spanish-speaking communities. If there are other indigenous languages that are represented, we need to find a way to make sure that we include that as a way to communicate as well. So I think it's important. It's not just language, it's cultural sensitivity, it's cultural competence, not just language competence, and we need to think about that in terms of outreach. But it's also about talking with people on both sides of issues. I'm sure there are people that are very much in favor of cannabis cultivation and those very much against cannabis cultivation. And we need to hear the voices from both sides, all sides. And I think that's true with all the issues that you're addressing. So we need to find a way to hear those voices and to be inclusive as opposed to be exclusive, which is why I think it's important that we set up an email address and that we identify ways to go into those communities and get their feedback. So for example, we might set up a special meeting just for business owners to call in, have a Zoom call just to address business or economic issues. Or we might have environmental issues, or we might have education related issues. We need to decide how we want to address that. the best thing we'll probably do is after we come up with the pillars and basic framework, then we go out to the community and find out what do they think, what do they want, what do they expect for their future. Surveys are really good ways to communicate with folks, and we did a lot of that in Napa. We got, oh my gosh, several thousand responses to a survey. So that's a really, really good way to get feedback as well. So we would do that. We would recommend doing that. But certainly it's your call on what you want to do. But inclusion is really critical. You're absolutely right about that.
Thank you. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Chair. I did want to just clarify, I think that what the board has talked about is really focusing internally on our improvements. So looking inward and truly respecting the analysis from staff, their thoughts on making improvements and their capacity to achieve community goals is really important to me. And I just wanted to make sure that was in there.
Absolutely.
Yes, I've mentioned that many times to BJ in our discussions about how this is probably focused more internally on Mendocino County government as much as it is external. In other words, we're not doing a community strategic plan, we're doing a Mendocino County government strategic plan.
I think it'll be important to get feedback from the community on what they expect and what the community members expect from their government, if you think that's appropriate to ask them.
Okay, all right. Well, we do have this on the agenda for a possible action. Would someone like to make a motion? Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I'll move the recommended action, which includes direction to staff to negotiate the contract scope of work for approval at the next available Board of Supervisors meeting.
I will second that with the also with the contingency that we have a positive approval from our rubric that's been provided, which I wouldn't expect there's any problem.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
So I support strategic planning and the goals here. There's not quite enough in this proposal at this stage for me to support it. And, I think with some more effort, maybe it could mature, but, I think not having department heads buy in on it, that's a real showstopper for my support. I would want to hear that our department heads feel that this will allow them to increase productivity with the budget they currently have, or the board to say this will help us shift budget from one department to another, which I think will be very painful. I don't really see that happening. So I want to support strategic planning. I want to support my colleagues. There's not really enough here for me to go on.
Okay.
May I ask, am I allowed to ask a question in response?
Sure. Go ahead.
Supervisor Williams, what would you like to see in a proposal that you didn't see? We were responding to a document sent to us from the county.
I'm not sure which document that is, but what I would like to see is where it's been done elsewhere, measurable outcomes, and a sense of how we think it might benefit us, buy-in from our department heads, and a cost estimate. I see $100,000, but I don't think that includes all of this staff time. You're going to be having meetings and taking people off normal work. I think there's a significant, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I think that needs to be captured up front. So support the concept. And I think maybe there's a majority here today, but I don't feel good about putting my name on it quite yet.
In the proposal we submitted, if I could, we recommended the number of hours per phase and the cost per hour for that. So that was in the document that we submitted. That was identified. In terms of staff time, we can certainly be aware of that and limit it to the extent that you would feel it would be appropriate.
So I would just like to weigh in here and talk about investment. And I see this as an investment in ourselves. And we spend lots of money on stuff that we really don't know the outcome. At the end of this session, Ted, we will have a document in our hands that will be our collective wisdom and work. This is a really special opportunity, and we can't blow it. And it will cost, but I think it's well worth the investment. As somebody who's been part of Mendocino County government as a department head and an employee or an aligned employee for 33 years, there's a lot of stuff that went on that always left me scratching my head. And I realized that part of the reason it was is because we really had no direction at the highest levels. And that's why I want to engage in this. So I'm not going to quibble over whether or not one of the department heads thinks it's not worth the time or the money. It would surprise me if they did that, but I'm telling you, as a supervisor, this is worth it. This is something that's essential to do, because an organization that doesn't have a plan, that doesn't know where they're going, is at a disadvantage. And I've seen too much of it over the years. And that's why we're here today having this conversation.
Okay. And I'll just say, as I've said before, most other organizations I'm a part of, if I'm on another board, we're all on many other boards. Most of them have strategic plans. They're all smaller organizations than this one. So I think an organization this large certainly needs to have a cohesive plan. Supervisor Morin.
Thank you. When I was reviewing the proposal and looking at the hours, I really, as far as the consultant is concerned, didn't have any objections to the cost based on the hours that they're proposing to spend on each of the items. So the agenda item that I saw was pretty detailed in the number of hours that they plan on spending, and it looks like we'll be able to have some achievable outcomes. And I do hope that our department heads are actively involved and engaged. And, we all know when an agenda item comes forward, sometimes an ad hoc may not be thinking along the same lines as somebody else that's on the board. But I think that what they tried to give us was an opportunity to start this conversation and a plan. And we can adjust it if we feel like there's department heads not being called in that we think should be, then certainly, and maybe I'm just making an executive decision here, certainly we can adjust that and make sure that happens. So.
All right, thank you. Okay, all right. Well, we have a motion on the table. Let's have roll call.
Anne, were you wanting to say something?
It looked like she was waving to someone.
Yeah, I thought she was waving.
I was actually waving to you, Chair Dirty. I was just going to add that there's 2 weeks before I'm being directed to come back with a scope of work and a draft contract for approval. So in that 2 weeks, we certainly don't need to wait around until October for the more detailed department head input. We can certainly, working with the CEO, organize a meeting, show them this proposal, get some feedback, and share that with you. And I can also, of course, certainly run the budget that we think we're going to need for my time, the interns' time, anything else, that the staff match that we would be putting forth. So we can certainly get those two things to you by the time of the approval of the contract.
Sure. Okay, thank you. I see a hand raised in the chambers.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. I think that I haven't said anything, but in response to Anne's suggestion, I have a department head meeting at 11 o'clock tomorrow, and I will invite Anne to speak with the department heads, and she could ask for input tomorrow. So we could work that quickly to get input from the department heads. Now, there are a couple elected officials that do not attend that department head meeting. But for the most part, I think Anne could have a good start at getting comments and the opinion of the department heads. And the only thing I would ask is I am unaware of the need for additional staff time. I want to thank Anne because Anne is very good about being flexible and taking on different assignments that she is given. So thank you and kudos to Anne. I think what we're going to need from you is some estimate of how much additional staff time you think you will need. I mean, if I'm understanding what has been discussed, I thought that Anne would be the staff support for the consultants. Basically, she would be the support and the conduit to the rest of the organization. But if you think that there is additional staff that is needed for this process, then we would need to know that so that we can assign staff on the up front. So that's the only thing. But certainly we could start getting department head feedback tomorrow during my 11 a.m. Department head meeting. And then, Anne, we could expect some type of estimate from you as to how much staff time and the classification of staff. Thank you.
And if I could speak to that also, it's really minimal staff time. The task force members, probably 5. I don't know how many you're thinking of appointing, Anne, but that's only 5 people. And they're going to be meeting probably maybe every 3 weeks. I mean, we'll set that agenda up according to what that would be. And they will be reviewing documents, but they're not writing anything at all. Your PIO is going to have to be involved to get any word out if there are any public outreach, which there will be some public outreach, I imagine. But other than that, I really don't, and whoever does your website to maybe create a special place on your website, but I don't think it's all that onerous, to be honest.
Okay, thanks. All right, well, we do have a motion on the table. Maybe we can have roll call now.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
No.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
The motion carries with Supervisor Williams dissenting.
Okay, all right, well, thank you. And we look forward to working with you in the coming months.
Thank you, as do we. Thank you.
Okay, all right, well, we only have 1 or 2 items left for the rest of the day. It's, what, 5:21 now? So let's see. We still have just 1 item left. So would anybody like to give a supervisor's report? I'll start it off. We did have yesterday public comment, and we discussed it again today, comment on county efforts to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, our climate impact. And I should have mentioned this during the budget document, but hopefully this still counts. We do have 2 pretty major roof projects that are going to be taking place, very, very soon. That's the Whitmore Lane and the phase 3 of the admin center. And, feedback I received from planning and building, what I've met with, or not planning and building, general services, is that, they want, it's helpful for them if the board gives input as early as possible. And I think it's still, this is still timely if we give input that we want them to be looking at whether it's AC units, et cetera, it's more, the most efficient AC units possible. If that's a priority of the board, they'd like the input now, as early as possible. I think it's still timely at this point. So I think that's what the direction we want to give. And I just wanted to check in with the rest. Is that kind of the direction we were trying to give them on projects like that? Supervisor Hashak?
Yeah, that sounds good. And I guess my question would be with Whitmore Lane, I guess we'd have to wait until the feasibility study for the PUF unit.
Yeah, it's just there are structural repairs that could be perhaps more energy efficient than the basics. And so if that's the direction we're trying to give staff, it's probably good that we're giving that today rather than 2 or 3 months from now.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. What the decision was, unless I'm wrong, and I'll look to my assistant CEO to correct me if I am, but the decision then was to go ahead and demolish part of the building and to rebuild. So we had stopped the process on the roof. excuse me, the part of the building that is standing has a good roof. The part of the building that needed a roof replacement is the part that will be demolished to rebuild for the PUF.
Okay. So we still have phase 3 of the admin center. So anyway, Supervisor Hashtag.
Yeah, I think that our goal as a board is probably to go for the energy efficient, models that we, going forward.
If I may, through the chair, this is Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. I do want to remind the board that the phase 3 of the admin center roof hasn't been funded. So at this time, it's a concept, but if and when the board directs that we proceed with that, we can consider these energy options. But this is one of the major capitalized improvement projects that we've placed in there as a critical funding need.
Okay, thank you. All right, any supervisor reports? Supervisor Hashtag.
Well, I'll just add that I met with Origins Council and MCA, Mendocino Cannabis Alliance, and we talked about the legislative platform and bringing forth a proposal to lobby for an assessment for cannabis overall in the North Coast. And so I'll be bringing that forward in a few weeks. It's part of the legislative platform.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Chair. I usually just do my report in writing, but I did want to mention that at our LAFCO meeting on Monday, 3 important items between the City of Ukiah and the Ukiah Valley Sanitation District were deferred while they try to work out those issues before bringing it back to the LAFCO board. And I think that's an incredibly important step forward.
Okay, right. Any other reports? If none, we could be adjourned at 5:26. Okay. Right, thanks.